speed. Let's see what the first time on the board is, though. As you say, 3 laps for everybody to get themselves gridded up for this 24-hour race.
Yes, so they are, well, they don't have very long to put their times together, and they've got to be dancing on a tightrope. So a 2:00.0 for the Effect Simulations 909, which puts them as the fastest in GT3 for the moment. There were a couple of 1:59s that found themselves through in practice, so I expect that bar could potentially drop, as there is the number 64 Satellite Racing GT4 Aston Martin, which has just gone fastest in the GT4 category on a 2:10.0. So 10 seconds worth of difference between the car classes here today, Ewan, and most of that is going to come down to, quite simply put, how much grunt you can get out the engine.
Yeah, and so that means once every 12 laps or so, they should be overtaken. Each individual GT4, that is. So you can understand, with so many of them, that's going to be a very, very regular occurrence indeed. So that's one of the big things of this race. It's 2 classes these days, and actually the field. Maybe I'm misreading it just for the moment, but it seems a little bit more even than it was last year in terms of GT3 versus GT4, but I'm not entirely sure what the exact numbers are just yet. All I do know is that it's a very big field. We've got 42 teams already with a time on the board, and there's many more to go, still way more than 10 to go.
Yeah, we've definitely got a lot of drivers here and lots of teams who could still put those times down. The split is 32-22 today here in terms of our racing. 32 GT3s, 22 GT4s, as we focus with Stanley Delond in the Alpha eSport Audi here, making that beautiful rainbow-coloured car get its way over towards Stowe Corner once again, and hoping that the times will improve from the car in 3rd position currently there, and is down by just a 10th and a 3rd as things stand, trying to really maximise the exit then, coming out then of the Vale and through Club Corner to end the lap on the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight, and it's a 2:05.1, so that would have been just as cited to cool the tyres down ever so slightly to attack. New leader up at your top, though, it's the WSR Esports Buttkicker 41 team. Ross McFarlane puts a 59.7 down and shatters the 2-minute barrier.
Yeah, they'll be one of the favourites for this one. Andrew Dawson, of course, leading. Effect Simulations was on the top previously, and actually was I would say maybe overperformed where I would expect to see them. You'd certainly expect Stanley Delon to be getting quite close to that time as well by the end of this session. He's got one more. Interesting that his strategy, though, was to go fast on lap 1, slow on lap 2, because he was going slow from when we were watching him out of Luffield, and then go fast again on lap 3, presumably. So that's quite an interesting strategy that these tyres need to cool off. We are, by the way, in sim at the end of September, not expecting the temperatures to be unbearable by any means. It is the UK, after all. So it should be fine, but clearly Delon's deciding that backing off in the middle is a better idea for a faster lap at the very end.
Yes, and you've got to remember that these drivers will need to get the tyres into an operating window. They can go out there and be aggressive, but it is also a balance as we go on board with Andrew Dawson there through Copse Corner and take a look over to Alex Gall, who is someone who definitely always has pace in the Satellite Racing GT4 car moving over towards Copse Corner. You look around at that tyre life, and lots of drivers like this idea of running an 80% throttle lap because they're not scrubbing the tyres off to the point where they're damaging them, but they're still keeping the heat in the tyres to get them into an operating window.
I think that's what he must have been doing, because that looked about right from sort of that sort of speed. Alex Gall now making his way through Maggots and Beckett's. This is, of course, down in the GT4 class. Altitude Esports currently leading here with Adam Watson on a 109.9. He's the only driver to be in the 109s in GT4. Can anybody get anywhere close? Connor Gibb moves up to 3rd place for No Limit Sim Racing Academy. Kieran Sharp is currently in 4th, also just moved up. So did Peter Brett in the ST Racing Esports car as well. So it is all very close. In fact, both classes very, very close indeed in qualifying.
Yeah, and that's what we love to see. Gal now making the charge on the brakes. You can see how much curb he uses on the outside as Remy Gilbert then puts the car second for the Sim Dynamics Sunoco Race Fuels 2018 in top class at the moment, GT3. But in GT4, that is good enough for the top for Alex Gal. A 209.668. He puts a quarter of a second between him and the rest of the field as TSRC Esports go third in class. But can Altitude Esports have anything to battle back with? The answer is a 209.8. It was an improvement, but not enough. So pulls the gap down to under 0.2 of a second, but no more in terms of that, which is a shame to see there. Duncan Steele, car in 19th position in the number 19 car, part of the Royal Air Force eMotorsports team right now. One of those fantastic teams that you see out there away for some of those RAF pilots to try and keep themselves match fit and ready and keep the skills sharp here, Ewan, making progress now heading towards the line, currently on a 2:12.2 and moving to a 2:12.1 would jump them 2 places.
Yeah, let's see if they can get up the order, and indeed they can. 2:11 indeed. Not going to be a challenge for pole. I think both pole sitters now are pretty certain, and they are now because the checkered flag's out. So, yeah, good improvement at the very end there, but we'll have that discussion always about how much the qualifying order really matters over the course of 24 hours.
Well, you can't win a race through qualifying, but it does, quote-unquote, give you the best possible chance. And the best chance has gone to car number 41 as we take a look at the pole lap here with Ross McFarlane here.
Could be fats, oil and grease. Could be wipes. There could be a lot of debris in from the heavy rain that we've had recently. Right, I'm just checking for the channeling at the bottom. That frothy substance on top, that indicates fat. Customers generally put stuff like wipes, leftover fat, food, and then that will hold back a sewer and create blockages and external flooding. Our sewers are only designed to take the 3 Ps, pee, poo and paper.
Super Things Legends! Heroes and villains prepare to battle with super powerful heroes. Will you find the ultra rare ones? Super Things Legends.
Is really quite wide these days, and so for a GT3 you do find yourself finding it quite difficult sometimes to use each side of the road because they're so far apart in some places. So it's interesting how you just have to keep things smooth, but that's probably a case around any circuit really. Smooth is very important. You will have seen, by the way, the driver changing at the bottom of the screen. That was a live that was showing us the live driver ID, if you like, of who's in the car, and it changed in the warm-up session. We're in a warm-up session at the moment, live, and Eric Rosselt has gotten in, so it won't be the pole sitter Ross McFarlane, who we're currently riding on board with, who set this time, who starts the car by the looks of things. It might well be Eric Rosselt. We'll see, though.
Yeah, we'll see if Royseth can get himself then some nice work off the start. Of course, they will have the choice on which driver that they want to go through then. Attacking at Stoke Corner, you can see the fabled wing there over at the pit as the pit building that they will go and attack through, and that pit entry over to the right-hand side, which is single track and is going to be very much a scramble by the time that the pit windows come into play. Attacking out of the Vale, and that short shoot run over towards the finish line, which indicates a lap here around Silverstone, and ultimately the WSR Esports Buttkicker team getting what they want. And the difference is then for the Aston Martin Vantage then in the GT4 category. The pole lap will be slightly slower here from Satellite Racing and Alex Gal, who is behind the wheel taking this lap, Ewan, but the principle still remains the same. You're still trying to carry that same amount of speed. You're still trying to deal with that effort. You just got a little bit more time to think when you position yourself into the corners.
Yeah, it does feel very similar indeed. This car, of course, the one step below, if you like, the GT3 is very interesting. He's keeping it in 3rd gear through the loop. That feels like a very high gear indeed, but clearly that's what the Aston Martin enjoys through there. Now up to 5th and the longer top-end gears here. So clearly this car is sort of set up in with 2 halves of this circuit in mind. The real slow speed stuff for the first part of the lap, and then these couple of corners as well. But leaving a couple of longer 4th and 5th gears right at the top end of the range, just to make sure that you've got that top end speed, because it is a very high speed circuit in some other places. And here we go. They're getting into 5th gear. You can hear the revs just dip a little bit as then they climb up again through a longer gear, just revving it out in there before Copse Corner, then down to 4th, and very quickly back up to 5th again before the high-speed Maggots and Beckett section. It's very interesting how this car's been sort of set up with two halves of this circuit in mind.
Well, on top of that, the thing that I'm finding quite interesting here is the amount of engine braking being done here in the Satellite Racing GT4. There's a long hold before the shift down of the gears, and I think that's looking very, very important to the way that they're trying to scrub the speed there at Satellite Racing without necessarily sacrificing too much pace.
Yeah, it's clearly not sacrificing any pace, because this Satellite Racing car, of course, is on the pole position for this race. Down on the brakes now for Stowe Corner, grabbing the apex, 4th gear, running out wide, but not too wide. That's one of those places we'll be seeing off-tracks maybe picked up throughout the 24 hours. Then on the brakes now for the chicane at the very end of the lap. Quick left and a right. 3rd gear again, clearly 1st and 2nd gear almost unusable. Out of the corner they go and over the line out of the south. Satellite Racing got the pole position in GT4 with their very last lap of the session.
Yeah, absolutely wonderfully constructed there on that lap, and that was a lap 2/10 quicker than what anybody else could do, and certainly working with a very nice 3rd gear out there on circuit there for them. So that will give them all of the smiles that they want. We're currently in the midst of a warm-up session here, so they've got 10 minutes to do their final fine-tuning and fettling before they get themselves out then into full race trim and for 24 hours worth of racing. There are your track conditions out there at the moment. Just the 23 degrees on track, 19 degrees in the air. It is currently around partly cloudy to a light, I would say, smattering of fog around the circuit, which is leading to these cloudy conditions, but the wind, keep that in mind, it is gusting about from the southwest at about 18 kilometers an hour. We are expecting that over the course of the opening couple of hours worth of racing here, Ewan, to switch from being a southwesterly wind to a northwesterly wind, which means that is going to be changing some braking markers out around what is a very open circuit here, the former airfield base that is Silverstone. Yeah,
that's going to just change things ever so slightly. That's about 12 miles an hour, by the way, for those of you using the wrong system. Anyway, yes, controversial, but yeah, it will change over the course of the day, and of course many of these different parts of the weather conditions will change. This is a forecasted race for those who don't know, so it's already been set, if you like, but we know already that there won't be any rain for the next 4 hours, so I've been told, or the first 4 hours I should say, of this race. But it is rather foggy to start with, as we mentioned earlier on. This is late September virtual standard time, as it were, starting at midday as we are in the UK at the moment. So that's the condition that we've got to start off this race. How will it change over the course of the day? Of course, last time we raced this event in 2023, it wasn't even possible for rain to fall on the circuit, so it could happen for the very first time here over the course of 24 hours.
Well, some drivers and some teams will knock on wood and say they hope it doesn't come. Others will relish that opportunity and say, yes, give me rain in every opportunity possible. We do, of course, have a weather forecast available to us in Sim, which will allow us the opportunity to monitor whether rain is going to show itself. And as far as I can tell, until at least 3:45 in Sim time, there is not going to be any rain to deal with, as we are currently in Sim time heading over towards 12 o'clock. So they don't have that concern, at least immediately, but if those are keeping an eye out on the weather, they will get a little bit of a warning to say how much of a chance of rain we are going to get. But this is going to be one of those races where I think that strategy is going to play a huge factor into how this will all play about. You look around at a series like this and you understand that it's 24 hours and you are trying to save pit stops and fuel, and around a circuit which is so high speed, which is so demanding actually on the fuel tank, I think we're going to see that a little bit more than we will do, say, at other circuits during the course of what we see in a traditional sim racing season, Ewan.
Well, yeah, let's see. I mean, very interesting to see this opening hour, because that'll give us a real idea as to what we're going to get with fuel strategy over the course of the day. Very early on, of course, it is going to be just about going as long as you can. There will be likely quite a lot of fuel saving early on. Try and make sure that you can get as many laps out of that opening tank, especially, and then shorten that final pit stop at the end of the day. But I think the fact that there are 4 faster pairs might mean that people are a little bit more ambitious than they otherwise might be in a 24-hour race. Normally they're put off trying to overtake each other. They want to crash into one another, but of course they still won't hear, but the consequences are a little bit less, and I actually think that's a good thing for this race, really. Get a bit more excitement from the battling that people will be a bit more encouraged to do, and keep people in the race as well once they do have incidents. It is possible, because I believe we had 3 last year, it is possible to get through them all by the end of the race, so you know, you can't abuse them early on, but if you think about it, you do have one for every 6 hours or so. That should be enough for you to see yourself through towards the end of the race. But there are a lot of people on the circuit. 54 are going to start here. It's going to be very busy.
It will be a very busy field, and of course they will split themselves up here in this Motorsport UK eSport sanctioned event, and we will be getting a very good look at what will be going on around this as we take a look at our GT3 starting grid then here, as Eric Roseth will be there on the front for the WSR eSports Buttkicker team with Sim Dynamics Snooker Race Fuels, Remy Gilbert there alongside on the front row. You then got Andrew Dawson for Effect Simulations third, and William Chadwick, no surprise to being near the front in the Project 91 ex-Thomas Enger Sim Racing team car in 4th position. Then it's Alpha Esports with Stanley Dale on, and Dominic Hamada for Team RedX.com SimSport in 6th position. You've got then Prismatic Motorsport Athena with Rachel Conkerly behind the wheel. You then got Charles Rainford for the Shunt Pros, who are there in 8th. It's then Glass Tech Racing 9th with Dale Williams, and then BRT, which I believe stands for Bacon Racing and Tomato in terms of a sandwich. They will start in 10th. Basic Holly is out there in that 10th position. You then got Ramraj Motorsport in 11th with Quadash Racing in 12th. Gianni Tahar behind the wheel there with Team Loose ex Spurwing and Phoenix Sim Racing 13th and 14th. Hyro Motorsport and Team Greenprint then on row 8. Row 9 housing Peter Plastov there for RAF Motorsports and Co. You've got likes of the Nomad Academy there in 19th. United Sim Sports there. 2 of the Aztec racing cars there, the 390 and the 290, 21st and 23rd with the Truck Boys and E. Dayton in 24th position. The 32 there are going to be going through the likes of Project Not Last. They're not last. They're 25th in class, which is a very good run, and they're running the traditional Top Gear livery as well with the Penistone oils on the side. You've got likes of Prismatic Minerva with Amy Grimm behind the wheel, and then you've got, of course, Driving Miss Daisy in 30th position. The final 2 in GT3 class, you've got CRS X-Kart and Gravel Trap Racing UK down there, 3.9 seconds of drift. GT4, Ewan, seems to be an interesting affair.
Yes, it's Satellite Racing, one of only 2 teams to be in the 209s, getting ahead of Altitude Esports. It's going to be Alex Gall and Adam Watson starting the race on the front row there. TSRC Esports relatively late on, got up to 3rd, ahead of Connor Gibb, who qualified for No Limit Sim Racing Academy. ST Racing Esports, who'll be one of the favourites surely, and Sapso Kanani Esports, another one, will be on row 3 together. On 7th place will be Gusteus Racing Team ahead of Team RedX.com Sim Sport. It's Cube Controls and Unit Racing on row 5 ahead of GCW Racing and Prestana Nomad on row 6. Still 10 more to go here. GCW Racing's Orange Car is next ahead of iSport GBR. It's Project 91 in 15th here in GT4 ahead of RF eMotorsports in 16th. Triple S and the rest of them going down very quickly. I'm sure you can read it at home. It's 22 in the field here for GT4s. We're in a rush because the race is about to begin.
It absolutely is, and WSR Esports Buttkicker team and Eric Royset are very much in a position where they don't want to wait. The green flag drops, and we are underway then for racing action as we get ourselves going here in GT3 and diving through. The WSR Esports Buttkicker team get exactly what they want over Remy Gilbert. They're in 2nd position. Dawson sits and waits as they now run themselves in towards what is known now as the loop section of the circuit and looking to try and get that drive. GT4 gets itself underway with a brilliant battle to start.
Great battle. Watson giving a real go now to Satellite Racing and gets the lead through turn 1 and 2 for the first time. Oh, we got someone off the road, spinning into the wall through turn 2 as the 2 leaders in GT4 continue side by side here. Much more lively than in GT3 where it was pretty single file. It's Adam Watson who takes the lead here by the looks of things ahead of Alex Gall, who's now fighting for 2nd.
Yeah, and so that's going to be strong as they all run through a bit of side-by-side in the middle and look at these categories. Go out there and scramble. It's single file through the most part now of these fields, but now they're going to start looking at some 3 wide in GT4 as they scramble into the corner as the 2 DCW racing cars there in the back start going out together. Josh Boot in the orange throwing it down the inside of both Mikey Pollard in the blue and also Aiden Carter for the Onid Racing Britcar team who are there. But as your leaders in category now start dancing about then through Maggots and Beckett's, you've got to love the opening of these endurance races because it is all about settling down, finding a rhythm, and no one wants to give up, least of all for the race lead, which is side by side once again, and it changes. Alex Gall in the satellite car moves up into the point, and look at that.
Well done. That was impressive, very impressive from Alex Gall there. You don't see moves before Maggots and Beckett's very often, and that was pretty brave considering we've got 23 hours and 58 minutes still to go. Out of Chapel they go, and what's going to happen now? Just watch them try and come back again here in the 111. Kieran Sharp's got the best view in the house as they go towards Stowe. They will finally calm things down by the looks of things. Sharp just has a peek, but he won't be going anywhere. Further behind, by the way, it was ST Racing who went off the road. You will have seen the spinning GT4 in the background through turn 2. We'll have a replay once things settle down, but it was they who spin wildly. I don't think they hit the wall. This car might have. That's one of the Ferraris. He touched him in the wall out of the final corner.
Yeah, it's Maurizio Sciglio who just loses it all on his own, just trying to get onto the power. So not good for the E-Datum team as they find out what makes this circuit difficult on the opening lap of this 24-hour race. You can't win it, but you can lose it, and we've seen that. And another of the Audis going around it is the Project Not Last Audi, which moves down to the back of the main pack there. So Alfie Bevan not quite getting what he wants. Nice throw down the inside there as Will Dames trying to get the Castellas Racing team car then through on the No Limit Sim Racing Academy team, and you can see just a little bit behind that is a lot of Mercs up here near the front. Mark Custer's having to deal with that, but here is the BMW of Jake Pitt trying to go around the outside of Luffield Corner through towards now Woodcote and over towards Cobb, and you're really getting a sense here of they want to race here in the early stages. They know how important it is to build places early.
Sorry, there's someone with a lot of damage there. That looks like United Sim Team, who have got no front end at all. You can see them going through your shot there. I wonder whether they're caught up with one of the incidents that we've seen so far, either with the Ferrari on the front straight, either with the incident at turn 4, or indeed at the BMW at Luffield and Brooklands. I wonder which it is, or if it's completely separate from that entirely. But look at that. That's a very damaged Ferrari early on.
It is, and the 147 team car does not have the black and orange mechanical flag, which would indicate damage, but struggles with a heavy amount of understeer. Unsurprisingly, Esmeralda Bimstabur is the driver there, and is going to have to try, she is, to battle back with Denise Pope in the Wild Things Racing car there on the inside, who takes the position away, but you can see at the front, absolutely off, the entire clip gone. But meanwhile, you've got to keep your eyes forward to nearer the front of the field, because that is the number 91 Project 91 car out there with ex-Thomas Enger Sim Racing, and they've put Christian Charuta behind the wheel to start, and looking around at it, that is a place gone or two, so to speak. And this is what happened to Peter Brett off of the start. You can see takes a tap and a massive tank slapper to boot as well.
Ooh, did hit the wall quite hard, actually. I was mistaken. Apologies. It did hit the wall quite hard. This was on the opening lap as well. I think Oliver Fernell down the inside of one of the Audis for BRT. That was a spin at Brooklands. It's easy to get caught up on the inside curbs there down at Brooklands. This is Sciglio out of the final corner. Just loses that on his own, I'm afraid, but thankfully avoids the wall that is pretty close to you on the front straight. Alfie Bevan spins on his own very much, and just clipped by one of the Lamborghinis that may have minor damage, but it seems to be fine. Josh Boot was back in the midfield. Surprised to see him back in the midfield, but actually considering his speed, he's even further back now as he goes for a spin through turn 3 on lap 2. Then this is what happened to Jake Pitt. It was United Sim Team who tapped him around, and that's why they've got no front end.
Yeah, that would be the culprit of it, and Ricky Renner, I think, for Ram Ranch would have also been caught out with a small tap front to rear, and never ideal heading through there at that corner. Out there, of course, the loop corner, which is known, and you've got to be so switched on as we go back to live pictures and the continuing fall down the field of the United Sim Team at the moment. Esmeralda Bimstabur dealing now with Ben Bennyworth in the Quartermass Motorsport car, with Connor Eggett, with Matt Webber, with Oliver Furnell. Basic Ollie's trying to find his way back up through the field, and look out, because there goes Connor Eggett turning around right in front of Basic Ollie, and the truck boys find themselves almost needing a tow.
That was quite surprising, actually. I didn't really see an incident coming there, but a spin to the outside through Stowe Corner, and it's been very, very incident-filled so far. The leaders, thankfully, have gotten away quite well. Eric Rosself and Remy Gilbert have gotten off to a good start here. They're the one of, or two of only 4 teams to have stayed in the same positions in the top 15. Everyone else has been moving around, and here is one of them, number 91, Christian Saruta, didn't qualify, and this is, as far as I'm aware anyway, and this is why I would certainly advise against changing a driver in warm-up from qualifying to race, because you put a driver out there who's out in a grid order that they didn't earn, and so then they're not quite right, if you see what I mean, from qualifying to the race, and Christian Saruta might be suffering from that a little bit.
It's very difficult to dial in when you've only got limited time to do so, and it is a gamble. You're absolutely right, Ewan, and maybe Christian Saruta finding out that the track conditions out here today are a little bit difficult, and that spin heading through the loop, one that we have seen time and time again over the opening 7.5 minutes worth of racing, I think really has told a story. But these two out here at the front here, Remy Gilbert and Eric Royseth, who are there for WSR eSports Buttkicker and Sim Dynamics Sunoco Race Fuels respectively, will be thinking about not necessarily battling early, because you've got that group of 3 behind of Charles Rainford and co, and Jake Pitt just seemingly can't keep himself out of the wards at the moment. Another spin as he makes front to rear contact and just completely loses all of the front end downforce on his BMW. He has to do the long old turnaround, and then Connor Eggett there just having that tap through the middle of the corner and very much finding himself in an avenue that he could not escape from.
I reckon that Oliver Furnell might find himself in a bit of trouble for that, because he's trying to come through the field after all, and with maybe a bit over-exuberant in towards Stowe Corner, but we'll see. This is Matt Webber through, Brookland. You can see that going wrong from a long way out, and he spins, half spins to the outside of Luffield. But further up towards the front, it has been a much calmer start, and as you say, I think up here there will be a few more fuel games going on, a few less battles. A bit further behind, this is the midfield, the battle for the last spot inside the top 10, I believe. It is indeed. This is where the action is going to be in terms of people just racing, but maybe for the fun of it, really. They may not have designs on actually winning this race, certainly not by fuel strategizing their way to the front. So they're just going to race because they're out here at the moment, and that's where the excitement is going to be, right in this midfield of the GT3 field.
Yeah, Edward Hope currently, as we look on at the battle for 10th and 11th with Gianni Tehar for the Quad Dash Racing team, who are there in 10th. Now, we've already got a car down in, so this is the Prestanda Nomad 456. Ryan Scott Hamilton is going to be diving down in currently, so that would not be what they were hoping to do early in this race, unless this is a dramatic pit stop strategy to go and basically count back from the beginning of this one. So Ryan Scott Hamilton into the pits early, and this is going to put them well off kilter compared to everyone else.
You know, that we could frame that as a bad thing or a good thing, but we don't really know which one it's going to be just at the moment, so I'll hold off for the moment. But it is out of the ordinary, that's for sure. I'm slightly fearing it will be a drive-through penalty, but that's certainly not going to be a factor for probably until the morning, to be honest, in case we've not said it yet. 120 incident points allowed before your first drive-through, and then it's every 25 after that. You worked out, Jake, that's at 1 every 12 minutes, which we're approaching now at the start of this race.
Yep, so if you've got no instant points at this point in time over the course of the race, I'd say you are on par at the moment, and you can allow yourself an off track out there, but you've got to remember any form of contact can go up to about a 4x incident point, so you've got to be concerned about that. And what was 2 at the front is now 5. Charles Rainford has really been trying to put the shunt bros up then a little bit further forward in this field, trying to really give them what they possibly can out there at this moment. They know how important it is to go through. The team created, of course, by the twin brothers, Charles and James Rainford. And Charles Rainford, of course, is the Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain vice champion.
He's the quickest driver out on the circuit right now as well. So is this because he's not saving the fuel that everybody else is, or is he just quicker? He's up 5 so far, qualified in 8th place, which maybe, as I say, is looking like maybe underperformed in qualifying compared to what he can do. Or, as I say, are they fuel saving around him? We will not know for some time, but in towards Copse Corner they come. How aggressive is Rainford going to be now that he's up to the 2 leaders? He's brought Dawson and Delon with him as well. So this is going to be interesting. See if he continues to try and cause a bit of a ruckus in the group, or whether he does just calm things down now and stay 3rd.
Well, here's the question as well, because it's Audi from BMW, from Ferrari, from the Mercedes, from the second of the Audis. So 4 different manufacturers inside your top 5 as it stands. You can see the fog there. You're having to really squint into the distance there under the Johnny Walker Bridge to make sure that you can see who's behind you and who's out there scrapping and battling. So there's always going to be that little sense that they are running here, trying to find a big lunge over to the inside by the Ferrari of Charles Rainford. The Shunt Brothers team nearly finding.
Rainford, who looked down the inside there of the Sin Dynamics car but couldn't quite get through. He's a long way back here for turn 3. I would have been setting up for turn 3, to be honest, considering how far back he was before the final chicane. He's not close enough here now either, so he'll just have to stay behind for a little bit more time as we complete 6 laps of this race. The 24 hours of Silverstone, a very long way to go, of course, but you wouldn't know it looking at Charles Rainford at the moment and his quest to take 2nd place away from that BMW.
Yep, he is very much on a mission at the moment, and he will not be stopped under any circumstances to try and get himself up into the overall race lead here with the GT3s and to get himself to where he believes that he belongs, which is up at the front to start going forward. Now, these drivers will have to make driver changes over the course of this race. And of course, we expect that from a 24-hour race. We don't expect people to do that solo because, of course, that is the Lord's work if you try and do that solo. And we see a lot of charity efforts to go and do 24 hours solo. But as we take a little look then on with Mikhail Sikorsky, currently 11th position here in your GT4 field. Now, you're allowed a minimum of 2 drivers and a maximum of 6 drivers, and you've got to satisfy something called fair share.
Yep, so that's based on how many drivers you actually end up using in the race. We'll get into the specifics of it a little bit later on, but essentially you can't do too few minutes as a car, or indeed too many, otherwise you will be disqualified from the race. So we'll get into the specifics of that a little bit later on, but you can, as you say, do it legally with just 2 drivers. That is one of the most difficult things I always find, because I always like to have someone with me at the time when you're driving. I think it's and I always like to be with someone else when they're driving as well, just to make things a little bit easier. I think it takes a bit of a load off the driver as well if you do that. So I'd be surprised if anyone actually does end up doing 2 here, but we will see. It is legal in the rules, as I say.
This number 15, TeamRedX.com SimSport 903 has got a black flag penalty assigned to them. Dominic Hamada, I would assume, has maybe not served the slowdown penalty or something of the ilk. In fact, no, that would have come through from race control, which is being spearheaded the penalties by my good friend David Christie, who is out there doing all the penalties at the moment. So obviously they've been adjudicated to be at fault, and the TeamRedX.com SimSport 903 number 15 is gonna have to take a trip down pit lane.
I'm glad we can lambast David when it all goes wrong. That's good. So we'll enjoy that later, but that's not a good start for them. Number 15 here has been losing touch with the top 5 just a little bit as head of this group for 6th place, but they're going to be worrying a lot less about that and more about where they're going to come out in the next few moments here as they serve that. So we'll see where that puts them out, but not a great start to the race. One of the key objectives, we always talk about it at the start of 24-hour races, stay out of trouble, and objective number 1 has been failed for them, I'm afraid.
Well, they've got a long time to recover their way back through. They'll have the likes of Paris Bukavalas, who will be in behind the wheel at some point. Jan Duffner and Jan Hilden will also look to try and get themselves behind the wheel of the Team Red X car a little bit later on. There is car number 128, Amy Grimm. She's out there trying to make some progress here on the damaged, of course, number 147 cars. These are 24th and 25th positions out there at this moment moment in time, and they're already down about a half a minute off of the race lead. Here is Amy making her progress through, dancing through now into Beckett's corner, the left, and into Chapel, the right. And you've got to really set up Chapel for the hanger straight and get that launch along this run and go and attack along the hanger straight. And it's a slight dip down the hill, so you get that little advantage to go forward with that as well. And just looking at it from a top speed perspective, 244 the car in front was able to do. 3 kilometers an hour difference for Amy Grimm in the Prismatic Motorsports Minerva car, 247 in the BMW.
That's hardly surprising because of the damage to the front of that Ferrari, as Dominic Hamada does indeed serve that penalty now. Where is he going to come out? Looks like 17th for the moment, hesitating because, oh no, it's 18th because I was going to say Harry Hartley-Price is very close behind, sorry, and now just indeed ahead of the TeamRates.com Audi. So there you go, there's the latest battle. And that will be now a road to recovery for Hamada. But, you know, he showed decent speed. I said he was losing touch with the top 5. That isn't, you know, exactly a damning indictment of his speed. The top 5 are very quick indeed. So I'm sure he'll be able to make up some of these places again before he has to make his first scheduled stop of the day.
I don't doubt that for a second, and he'll start with Harry Hartley-Price and the Clark St. James Racing number 98. As a team to start making progress on. They will have Andy White at some point to go out there into the car, so keep that in mind as the charge continues. We look though over to what we've got, and for the first time, and we were talking about it here, that it was roughly going to take about 12 laps. Well, it's only taken them about 9 to start hitting a little bit of lap traffic as they pass the RAF eMotorsports GT4 car piloted by Duncan Steele. So they'll go through, and there's the look down the inside. Waited for a pick there, Ewan, did Charles Rainford, and a little bit of traffic, and they get a little bit cheeky and gain a place.
Yeah, you may be wondering why, with the GT4 so far behind them already, so long dispatched, why would that affect the pass? Well, it looked like to me, although we joined it late, the 2 leaders, first and second, really got slowed up by that first bit of GT4 traffic, and so the run onto the hanger straight was a lot better for the Ferrari, number 24, and that allowed them to get the run and get close enough for a dive. They weren't really gaining in terms of speed on the straight. It was just about getting close enough to make a lunge that Charles Rainford has been so good at so far in these first 20 minutes. So that was a perfect opportunity. He's taken it, and surely that will give him the confidence to go on and lead this race, because there's a lot more traffic yet to come.
Oh, there is. You can see it here along the Wellington Straight. Rob Sutherland and the RD Simsport car, the Connexus Motorsport machine of Charlie Max. You got Janneman Preuss there for Team Heat together. So they're all trying to get through. And look at now how they dance. You can't just find yourself on the inside like that, Charlie, because you'll just scramble the group up together trying to be diving into line. And he very much needed to take the outside track. That's what happens when it gets dangerous. This is a communication game now of how do you communicate your car's body language to get the desired line you want.
And how do you... Oh, late dive as well from Sim Dynamics. That was pretty rude. The GT4 shoved to the outside. There's going to be a bit of bad will between those now. And good there, the moment for WSR eSports Buttkicker just to get through on those 2 Mercedes before Maggots and Beckett's now around the outside for Rainford, who gets through as well. But look at the gap, second already, 1.1, 1.2 as they come out of Maggots and Beckett's. That's what traffic can do for you. It really screwed over the first time round, that first GT4. It's really helped WSR eSports Buttkicker with the next group here going on to the hanger straight.
Look, it's a game of swings and roundabouts when it comes to lap traffic, and that's what we're seeing here. Sometimes the traffic gives, and sometimes, ladies and gentlemen, that traffic takes away, and it's taken away from the likes of the Shunt Bros and Sim Dynamics and Effect Simulations and Alpha Esports, and has given WSR Esports Buttkicker the advantage that they have been searching for. So Royseth will be quite happy with his positioning currently as we take a look then at what happened to Duncan Steele, and that is a case of having traffic to traffic and a lack of patience as he gets turned around. And here's Chris Chatterton for the Nomad Academy 281 in the middle of a lovely little scrap here right now with green print.
That was a real lack of patience in the replay, by the way. That was ST Racing Esports, who were recovering from that opening lap spin, by the way, in GT4. On board we go with Team Greenprint. Now, oh, that was an accidental dive. And they've made it work. Dearie me, that could have been a pretty big accident down in towards turn 3, and it was entirely accidental, I think, from Benjamin Tran there, but he's got away with it. And well done for pulling that up in time. I'd imagine he will just stick behind his time now. Sorry.
Team dynamics. They've gone around, they've had contact with lap traffic there through into Luffield corner, and Remy Gilbert is going to have to wait for everybody to get going before he can come around. It's a disaster for him going through. We take a look here, catches it out with the Mercedes there and did not have the clearance to turn in that much.
Absolutely, that was not the GT4's fault at all. Often the driver on the inside is at fault for those kind of incidents, but not on that occasion at all. Remy Gilbert tried to pull down to the racing line when he simply wasn't clear, and that has really spun himself around. He's done that to himself, I'm afraid. And he's down to 9th place now. He's just in behind RFE Motorsports. He'll try and recover, of course, but a bad moment for the leading BMW in the race, or previously it was anyway, as the two leaders get very close. Look at that again, Rainford. He's liking that dive at Stowe, and now he's got the lead because of it.
That's brilliant stuff from 8th position on the grid. It's taken them a little under half an hour to get the place they want, and they battle in front of them with the Project 91 Racing Team Orange and the DCW Racing Blue GT4s that are now trying to go and get that momentum onto the Lewis Hamilton straight for what will be now their 12th laps worth of racing. Big power move to the inside. It's a game of risk-taking here, and look at that Ferrari and the Shunt brothers. They are definitely in this game to take risks, and they are committed to every single corner where there's a little bit of trepidation for the likes of Eric Roycer.
Yeah, have a look at this from the air. Rainford, late move, but absolutely wonderful down the inside as one of the Mercedes goes off down at turn 1. It's been involved with a GT4 by the looks of things, because there's also one of those off down the excuse me, down the other side. Prestana Nomad, didn't recognise Nomad Academy, sorry, because couldn't see the traditional blue from the back of the car. But anyway, Chris Jansen down to 17th for the moment. Side by side for the 12th place. Benjamin Tran there, door to door with Christian Saruta, trying to come back through again in the Lamborghini. Down the inside here, and he looks like he's got it, but the BMW holding up well, and actually Benjamin Tran is the one who holds on, sliding, puts himself right in the way, and now there's contact. Saruta makes contact with
Mike Barber there,
and just in behind them. Yeah, another one. Mike Barber's also got involved. Dear me, that was a mess down at Luffield.
But this is what happens when you get caught up and a little bit too focused on the car in front. You can't see the forest between the trees, and that is just a case of a very, very messy moment out on circuit. It creates a massive amount of drama, and ultimately everyone has got to go and scramble about as they go and get themselves forward. Now, I am just hearing word in from race control that they're having a few issues at the moment in terms of getting all their replays across, so it is going to take a little bit of time here before those penalties come in. So if you do see an incident out there, it will be looked at by the stewarding team, but it's going to be more of a case here over the course of this race that those penalties are going to trickle in a little bit later than what we expect them to normally do. They will still get assessed, they will still get penalised, but it might take a little bit of time before we see that happening.
Well, there's a long time, thankfully, in this race, so it should be okay. As around the outside goes one of the Audis, Christian Saruta already getting past Ricky Renner there, and that's Dominic Havner getting through into 13th place. A good start to a recovery for number 15 after its black flag and the first penalty, indeed, of the race. So good job from them so far. Yeah, I've really enjoyed the way that Stunt Bros, by the way, I was trying, Stunt Bros, I should say, I was going to say this earlier on before it all kicked off. They've raced really well so far, I feel. It's been refreshing to see someone just go out early on, first 25 minutes, try and get all the passes they can early on, rather than taking the cautious fuel-saving approach, hoping that that might benefit you later on. Really exciting to watch, of course, and the number 24, have got their reward, and they're now leading the race.
They certainly are, as we take a look at Matthew Cheverton in the Aztec Racing BMW, having to deal with Harry Hartley-Price and the Clark St. James racing car out there at the moment as they dance through some of the traffic, like Peter Brett, for example. They've got, of course, the Basic Racing team behind them, Oliver Furnell, looking to try and make his progress back through the field. But you'll see a lot of these drivers and a lot of these teams all looking for the same thing. And lest we forget that GT4 still also has battles. It's not like they don't battle at all, and they are all behind Kieran Sharp in the TSRC eSports car in second position. They've let the gap go out to about 7 seconds here to the car in front. Of course, that one being piloted by Alex Gall at the moment. But for Will Dames in the Gusteus Racing Team car, he's hoping for a way through on Adam Watson for position. He was hoping for something maybe a little bit elementary, but the Porsches got the coverage. But look at what's behind them, waiting to get through.
Yeah, this is, of course, the 111 just up ahead of us, the previous leading car of the GT4 class, but Alex Gall was able to get through in a very nice pass on the way down towards Maggots and Beckett's, and has since grown out to a really big lead here. Here comes the more GT3s. They're actually gridding quite spread apart, GT3s, for the first run through traffic, so this is going to go on for a while. Big dives down the inside from a few of them, forcing Adam Watson wide, and Gusteus Racing Team are going to have a look through, but the Ferrari's still in the way, and so they're going to struggle. Watson now pulls in front of the Ferrari that's going to be stuck again. Now back down the inside of Aintree again. You know, it's all going to be very awkward, and this battle for second is going to be interrupted again and again and again as GT3s come through.
Yeah, this is what they have to navigate here as the slower category of class. They've either got to dictate the line that the faster GT3s can go through, or they've got to pick and choose their moments to let cars through to go out and attack. And I think Will Dames doing this right. He's allowing Remy Gilbert only the chance to attack when they've got the power to go and make that move. Dive into line, and sometimes you could argue as well, it's beneficial to have the GT3 car go through on the GT4 because the GT4 picks up a better tow off of the GT3.
It can hide behind a lot better, and so it can be a real help here, but it really is give and take. We've already used the famous phrase, but it does sometimes advantage you, sometimes not. So let's see just the way it falls this time around. And it's just constant for these GT4s. As we said at the start of the show, there are less of them than there are GT3s. So you've got to be wary of that and know that this is just going to be a constant, really. Will James now can't quite follow the GT4s as closely as he would have liked in the slipstream. There's a GT3 coming through. Now, will it help Adam Watson get down the inside of Kieran Sharp? No, he's not quite close enough, I don't think, although Sharp did have to turn in later. He gets across in time, though, and he retains second place.
Well, it's amazing what one apostrophe missing on a team name can do, because you saw there from behind, it is in fact effectively a cookery team. It's Gusteau's racing team out there at the moment. We'll see what Gusteau can do out there at this point. Adam Watson there, happy to sit in this position at the moment, and this is the sort of game that you can see, because it's a case of, can I scramble a lap, gain a lap on the car in front of me, and then you're trying to gain that lap each and every single time you're out there and you're making this run. And if you can keep adding the laps, it counts when you go over to the end of the race. To the outside then, searching goes the Audi of Gianni Tahar, who will move to the inside and get that sorted. And Will Dames being very cheeky here, going through the loop, leading to Aintree Corner, trying to take that advantage, but just can't quite manage it there. And you're going to see quite a bit of that traffic just trying to insert its way to the inside, and then you start wondering, well, oh, can I get a little piece of that action?
He's not going to be able to get any this time round. Will James has been pushed to the outside line. He was hoping probably that the Ferrari would dive Adam Watson as well, but he didn't. Now around the outside, it's not going to be possible through there, so the car length will remain between the two, and Adam Watson will be able to breathe a bit of a sigh of relief. Alfie Bevan trying to recover from that spin on the opening couple of laps of this race. Is up to 21st in the number 21, and Project Not Last is going very well.
Yeah, they are going very well at the moment. They've got the Quartermass Motorsport car that they've just gone through on of Ben Bennyworth, so they've certainly done very well in that regard to keep themselves very focused. But look how busy it starts to get for Ollie Furnell as he now looks to really follow the wheel tracks that Matthew Cheverton is doing in the Aztec racing car just in front. The 290 currently in 17th position last time they crossed the line, and currently at this point. So Cheverton now will be looking around at likes of Benjamin Tran and Chris Steiner, who's up there in front as well. And look at this. This is what you expect. This is what happens when you drive into London and you reach Piccadilly. You get into rush hour and it very much is a logjam.
Well, I don't do that, thankfully. As they make their way towards the chicane, Fernell has done a decent recovery so far, but there has been one bit of contact, of course, that we saw at Stowe Corner. He's got stuck up on the inside, rather, and made side-to-side contact with one of the BMWs that spun to the outside. That's going to be a good run, though. That's an example of GT4 traffic gifting an opportunity to one of the GT3s. And Fernell gets down the inside, can't quite get through, though, and is going to struggle in towards 3. And it's a good run around the outside for the BMW. And it will now use Connor Gibb, I think that is, on the outside line to just consolidate that place all over again.
Yeah, that's wonderfully done. It takes bravery to hold around the outside, and the confidence in the grit levels was very much there. But remember, it's going to compromise the line slightly with the way that the CG there of Connor Gibb, not quite a BG, but he's certainly hoping to get himself forward. But the way that the Aztec Racing team had to try and take that corner, there was maybe a half a chance of that advantage to go through. But again, when you're going through this level of lap traffic, you are always having to be alert to when is my opportunity, because it does present itself at any given moment, and you do have to wake up and say, this is what could potentially happen. We see them once again heading to possibly the most committed corner on the circuit, which is Cobbs! Down the inside. Oh, you are going to be as brave as you want, trying to box himself in. Cheverton breaks out and somehow still holds the place. My word!
That was unbelievable, really, that they're all even facing the right way anymore. Never mind that they're all in the same places. That was fantastic driving from all involved, and we're going to see plenty of those moments throughout the day. This circuit is quite big, of course, but there are 54 cars on the grid, and that means these kind of moments are going to be all the more common over the course of the day. I think Oliver Fernell, though, might be a little bit surprised how difficult he's finding this at the moment to try and get through and up just one place. Of course, a big recovery required after that opening incident, and for a team that has been right up towards the pointy end in this race in years gone past, this is a big job for them to recover the situation.
Started in 10th, down in 18th position, so a drop of 8 off of the start. Definitely could recover it back. Speaking of recovering it back, Edward Hope now finding himself very much locked up here in this one, because Remy Gilbert has found himself with his move that he wants to. So Team Loose Spurwing have found themselves down a position. You got the Glass Tech Racing 29 in the mix as well, so it's 2 then for Sim Dynamics that they've got through, and they've had to work hard for that position, or those positions, so to speak, and that puts them where they want to be. Now just 11.5 seconds off of the race lead, and now with a bit of clean air to focus to get to the Prismatic Motorsports Athena car driven by Rachel Conkerley.
Yeah, a great recovery so far from Sim Dynamics, I've got to say, after that spin in towards Luffield a few moments ago. They were running it up inside the top 3 at the time, of course, dropped to the bottom end of the top 10, but already to be in 6th place is a pretty good recovery. It shows that Remy Gilbert might have been just holding back and fuel saving early on in the race, and now he's really starting to put on the pace a little bit here. It's going to be a long time until he can get up to a battle for the lead again like he was in before, but it's a decent recovery for now. I'd imagine he's going to leave Will Humphrey and Edward Hope behind to continue their battle now for 7th place.
Yeah, he'll be definitely trying to get onto the power, and he'll be definitely hoping that Edward Hope, pardon the pun, is going to be getting involved here with William Humphrey in the Glass Tech Racing car, because the more that they battle, the more chance he has to break away, and he'll, speak of the devil, get exactly what he wants, a massive lunge down the inside. And will he be able to get it committed through the second part then, in the first and second parts of the Vale? He does. That's a wonderful lunge by Edward Hope.
It was Max Verstappen-esque, I would say. I shouldn't probably be repeated, but it was good while it lasted. Had a decent overtake at the time, so there you go. 7th place for Edward Hope, and up 6th so far, by the way. 13th on the grid, and now up inside at 7th place. So might even be able to leave behind William Humphrey, although I think that could be a little bit more difficult for him. They do seem relatively evenly matched, although we'll see when in the next few moments. Humphrey very close behind him through Aintree, I'd be surprised if he does a lunge of the same kind down in towards Brooklands this time around, but he might surprise us. Down the inside, no, he will stay behind. I imagine that will be, he'll just continue in that position for a few more moments here, down in 8th place.
Yeah, and he's certainly hoping for a way through. Then is William Humphrey in the Glass Tech racing car. We're going to hear a lot here of the roars of GT3 and GT4 engines. We're going to go here on board for a little bit as we head ourselves. RaceSport TV, fan immersion.
Bringing homes to life with the Cotswold Company. Discover our range at cotswoldco.com. So we've been keeping an eye here on William Humphrey and the Glass Tech racing team and the work that they've been doing to try and stay close in their battle with Team Loose Spurwing here for 7th and for 8th positions out there at this moment in time. So they've been keeping themselves rather close together, a race that over the first 40 minutes has been fraught with action up and down the field in both categories, but right now it's a big battle at the top of GT3 and it's looking very much like a great runaway start to the stint for Satellite Racing GT4. There is the 41 WSR eSports Buttkicker Audi of Eric Royseth, who is then trying to go through, and Team Loose Spurwing have just been given a black flag penalty.
So they're starting to trickle in again. 40 minutes gone, and we've only got one so far, but there'll be a lot to go through from here to the, well, to the end of the race, probably. Edward Hope going to have to be coming in to serve that black flag at some point soon, as we know now. So that's not an ideal start for them after some good overtakes made. It's, I'm afraid, is going to be going backwards pretty quickly, probably back to where he started in 13th place, maybe worse off. It is still a good battle for the lead, although Charles Rainford hasn't really slowed down. I think Eric Rossell has just picked up his pace to stay with him, and that's why these two have left behind Effect Simulations and Alpha Esports, who were earlier on staying with the front two. They're not anymore, and I think that's because Rainford has just kept this pace up, and he's now split the group apart. So not much fuel saving going on, I wouldn't say, at the front of the field now, even if there was in the first 20 minutes or so between WSR and Sim Dynamics. Rainford isn't interested in any of that from the looks of things, although, you know, happy to be proved wrong. He might just be very quick.
Well, I think he's definitely very quick. You're talking about drivers who are knocking about the 8,000, 9,000 iRacing range, which puts them in the top 1% of all sim racers in the world on iRacing. So this is an elite group of drivers out there at the front of this field, likes of Andrew Dawson, Stanley Daylon. I would definitely say Stanley Daylon is a fantastic driver in 4th position. So this is telling you the caliber of quality of drivers that you've got at the moment. And they will be looking at trying to break away from that group, but by no means could you say as well at this moment in time that this is an easy group to try and break away from, especially when you consider it's a 24-hour race, and this is not one where you can say, oh, they've got a 1 second lead over the group of 2 cars behind them, it's all over.
Yeah, absolutely. It's still a very, very long way to go indeed, as things stand. 23 hours and 18 minutes to go, but the battling has been great so far, and there's still more to be had down in towards turn 3 here, just in behind. And the interesting one here is that Kristen Saruta is onto the back of these guys. It's Dominic Howard and Hadley Simpson in 11th and 12th. Of course, Howard also recovering from a black flag earlier on. So a couple of drivers trying to recover from incidents earlier on, and Saruta now will be just closing onto the back of these two, although still got a little bit of work to do.
Yeah, and that work's going to be important. And after Saruta having that little half slide going through at the loop, it's definitely cost them a little bit of time. There is Oliver Furnell, who will continue his charge to try and get through in the BRT car, looking for any which way now, past the Team Green paint. And that, of course, is Benjamin Tran. So they've dealt with the 290 out there of Matthew Cheverton after the long haul of trying to get through. But it's getting busy up at the front. Royce getting close now as he runs through this next section of road, and we are firmly back in the cycle again. Team Heat together, trying to make sure that, well, like name and nature, he's got all of the GT3 leaders heaped together.
Oh, that was very deep on the brakes there from Dawson, who could have been under pressure if there wasn't for so many GT4s around. And Rossef is going to be under real pressure here as well. Andrew Dawson is going to have a much better run because Rossef was just caught up behind one of the GT4s. DeLond is going to be right onto the back of them as well here. Rainford with the first chance to break away maybe after that bit of traffic that initially really slowed the front two into Magnus and Beckett's. They were stuck behind that train, that battle in GT4, and it allowed the front four to come together again. But now it's Rainford who's got the advantage.
Yeah, you just find 3 or 4 GT4s in play, and all of a sudden, the dynamic of the front group will just absolutely change. It's cost a second here for the 41 team, but as they dive it in to Brooklands Corner, which is a much wider and faster effort than what I would say now, the legacy circuit here in iRacing is, which is a much tighter section as you go through Priory Corner to reach that bit. You really get the sense that you've got to carry momentum, you've got to carry speed, you've got to keep that pace up. And Royce found himself a little bit boxed in to where he wasn't quite happy, and suddenly he's finding himself not in a battle for the race lead, but now looking to hold on to the honour of second place.
And I'm sorry for a controversial opinion, but I for one am quite glad we're on this layout of the circuit. You've got a great overtaking chance down in towards Brooklands, I believe anyway, and the racing through those couple of corners very good indeed. Coming out of there, of course, really high speeds right the way down to the very end of the lap. But Rossef here is going to have to really put the work in to try and get back to Charles Rainford. It's going to be difficult, and traffic's going to be pretty much a constant, by the way, for the remainder of this race. You look down at the bottom end of GT4, already they are over a minute, in some cases nearly a lap off of the lead, nearly 45 minutes in. They're already strewn all over the circuit.
They are here, they are there, they are everywhere, and they are very much a Dr. Seuss book at this moment in time, with how much they are having to be spread apart and split apart. And it means that flow, that momentum when you're a GT3 is constantly getting
buffeted away, and I'm just getting note that it's the number 20 car that is going to be getting a penalty next, and that is going to be the Onid Racing Britcar team. It's Aiden Carter's Aston Martin that's going to be caught out in that, and they are quite high up at the moment. They're 7th in class in the GT4, so that is going to be a big hit for them.
Yeah, it certainly is. And we'll see what that means for the remainder of the race in a few moments' time. It's just up ahead of them, by the way. I'm slightly surprised that the No Limit Sim Racing Academy car, that thing's still being driven by Connor Gibb, just up ahead. Yeah, it is indeed. So far off the lead at the moment. They've not really been able to stay with the battle for second place, which is still going on. You know, I've seen Connor Gibb driving plenty of times before. I would have thought he'd be able to stay with that battle for second place, but it's really struggled so far. He's at the head of this group now for 5th place.
Well, the question that you've always got to ask when you've got a setup like this, and why are drivers maybe struggling more than they can do, is how much are they actually sacrificing in their setup to make the other drivers in the group basically comfortable with the Mercedes and the way they're driving? Because you've got Louis Gregg, you've got João Diaz, you've got Tanner Prater and Caleb Koski, who are all there, who can all get behind the wheel at some point during the race. You need a car that works for every driver, not just the quickest.
Yes, well, this is true. This is true. But, you know, he qualified it with them. So clearly it's something has gone on in the meantime that, in my opinion anyway, that means that they're a few seconds away. I mean, to be 5 seconds off the battle per second with this amount of time remaining is not exactly a red alert kind of concern. But either way, just surprised me a little bit looking through the order again in GT4. Of course, not as surprised as I am that Satellite Racing got up to a 10-second lead. I know Alex Gall is good, but he's against some good drivers as well. And what's the lead he's got 45 minutes in?
He's got a comfy pair of shoes in the number 64 car, and he'll have Niels Kerr that he can go to as his next driver in that group. So there's always that to keep in mind as it stays close here now for 4th and 3rd positions, as I believe that we just had a car switch as Alpha eSports have made the move, and Andrew Dawson for Effect Simulations can't really argue too much about it there. He's lost the place outright, and now he's going to have to work hard to get it back.
See if he can do in these last moments. I think this is the part in the stint now where you might well have done all the fuel saving that you can. Once you know that you can get to the end of this stint on however many laps you're planning to do, you can start to push on in the last 10 minutes or so. And then maybe that's what Sandy Delonde is starting to do, because I'm surprised that he is down in 3rd at the moment. I thought he would have been the quickest in the opening part of this race, to be honest, against the drivers he is around, but he's 3rd at the moment, 3.5 seconds off of the lead, even with the bit of work to do to get back to Eric Rosself, who is still in 2nd place, 1.5 seconds behind Charles Rainford.
Yeah, they definitely do need to start thinking about, well, how much are they going to try and work together in a race like this? How much are they going to be in a place where they can say, you know what, we need to just get ourselves into a place of happiness where we can work together and stay close? We are nearing that pit stop window. You'd feel that they can only go maybe an hour out there in terms of their stint, and they always talk about in races like this getting to the hour mark, but how about 3 wide? Oh, it's going to get close, and they're going to go around. Stay on, and the eSport GBR car of Callum Gibson gets turned a massive instant down a Stowe.
That was always going to happen as they crowded each other off the road towards Stowe Corner. You've got to give each other more space than that, especially when you're the one with all the space on the inside. And imagine Delonde will come in and cut his losses here. And no, he's clearly not damaged in any way. He's going to carry on for the remainder of the stint, but that is going to set him back a long way. A big incident on the way down towards Stowe Corner that was really avoidable.
Well, what it has done is has forced the black and orange mechanical flag for the eSport GBR, a GT4 there. So they're pretty much in trouble now, have to use one of their 4 fast repairs to get themselves back going again. But it is 2 drivers who do not want to give anything up to anyone else, just deciding that they are going to play a very tight-fought game. It has dropped Alpha eSports back now to 7th position behind William Humphrey in the Glass Tech Racing team. And it just goes to show you that a race like this is massive. Look at that, just tyre to tyre, pretty much there. And it's a hip check of hip checks, and if the GT4 wasn't there, they'd both survive.
Well, yeah, but he was there. That's the point. Andrew Dawson's got to give more space there to both of them. DeLondra's crowded in the middle. The GT4 is crowded by the edge of the road. And Dawson, for me, well, he didn't get away with it entirely, but he did a very nice slide save. I would imagine he'll get a penalty for that. Have a look at it on board from him. He'll be able to see this coming, of course, in the mirrors on the left-hand side. He just edges it over to the left. He's got to give more space there, in my opinion, but I'll take my hat off for the save. Why not?
It's a great save, but you'd also have to argue that he'll claim that he hasn't deviated from his line. He has held a straight line all the way towards the corner. The track does move slightly over to the right-hand side, though, just before the turn in for Stowe. And that's what the stewards will have a look at. Here's the onboard then from Stanley DeLon's perspective, and he feels nowhere to go, nowhere to go. And then he gets the turn, and he is very, very lucky, and he hits heavy into the tyres there as he went through that section, and that was always going to be a cause for concern from him. Back live, though, to racing action with 23 hours and 9 minutes remaining, and this is Rachel Conkerly, who is there now up into 5th position in the Prismatic Motorsports Athena Cup. And Prismatic have had a really nice quiet start to this race. They haven't needed to do anything. They haven't been out there saying, hey, look at me, we're going to make a statement here. Rachel Conkerly has just been keeping the car out of trouble, and that's sometimes all you need to do in the opening few hours.
Exactly. If you can be in the highest position possible without us talking about you, is probably the best way to do it early on, and that's exactly what Prismatic have done. A couple of positions gained, but mainly due to other people going off, and there is nothing wrong with that in the opening hour of the race. Back here in the pack, this is the Ferrari of Maurizio Sciglio, recovering, of course, from that spin out of the final corner at the end of lap 1. Jake Pitt also recovering from spin, so is Matt Webber as well. This is very much a battle of recoverers here for 26th place in GT3.
Yeah, we saw Jake Pitt go around twice. We saw Maurizio Sciglio go around on the opening lap, and then you got Matt Webber here in the number 53, who is technically up 1 place at the moment in this race, and will certainly be happy with the progress of 1, but would like to make it 2. And speaking of the devil, around's going to go Matt Webber there at the final corner, just about stops it on the line, which I would say is a win in some respects, but he will now have to look around and say, well, now what are we going to do? They're going to be behind driving Miss Daisy at the moment. So for the WMG 44, which is actually the 53 car as classified in this one, they're not going to be too pleased. Front to rear contact. I tell you what, that Ferrari of Sciglio's did very well not to repeat what happened on lap 1.
He's going to start to have nightmares about this final corner. Good save, very good save, and Matt Webber couldn't quite do the same, unfortunately. So he spins around at the final corner, does reverse quite nicely out the way, but gets back going again, all the way down in the lower end of the top 30 now, I'm afraid. So another incident down at the back, but it's been a very action-packed opening hour of this race. I'm sure Race Control will have a lot to look through early on here, and that's exactly what they'll be doing at the moment, of course. Black flags have to be served, by the way, within 3 laps in this series. Very different to a lot of the ones we cover here at Racespot, where you can do them at the pit stop as a sort of time penalty. You can't do that here. You've got to serve them within 3 laps in a sort of traditional penalty style, if you like. A very sort of Formula 1 style penalty serving system there.
Yeah, it's very much using the iRacing penalty system. So what happens within the iRacing system is that you do have that penalty. It gets assigned to you. You get assigned officially in iRacing a black flag. And with the black flag penalty system in iRacing, you have 4 laps to serve the penalty. But on that 4th lap, you will get disqualified. So effectively, you've got 3 laps to go and serve it. Of course, otherwise you end up in a Michael Schumacher 1995 situation here around Silverstone, which nobody really wants to be in around this track. But Team Loose Spurwing have served that penalty and have found themselves back in 9th position, and they're looking at the RAF eMotorsports GT3 car, Ben Cullen. Now, what a start they've had to this race. We haven't really talked much about them, but they're up 9 spots, 17th to 8th.
Yeah, this is a great start, and it's kind of the point in the race where we can start to look at really who has made the best starts in the field. Yeah, it's good early on to try and get as many positions as possible. To be honest, the cars are all as close as they're ever going to be at the start of a 24-hour race. So I know everyone says, well, back off and be careful, but actually, if you can make up some places early on, you can really save yourself a lot late on. If you are trying to make overtakes at this stage in the race, now that everything is a little bit more settled, it can take a bit of time and cost you quite a lot of time. Doing them all at once at the very beginning is probably a better idea. here, and Ben Cullen has made up the most places of any GT3 or indeed GT4 that I can see in the field.
Yeah, we've got 53 cars running. We actually only had 53 cars starting because the 78 THR Sim Sports car did not get themselves onto the grid. So everyone's still out there going. And Christian Scheruter for the Project 91 ex-Thomas Enger Sim Racing team car is now got Hadley Simpson for company in the Hyro Motorsports machine. And behind that, there is Chris Chatterton in the Nomad Academy 281. And that Nomad team used to run in one of the British GT3 leagues here in iRacing. It used to be called Bosra, which I managed to commentate once upon a time. But when Bosra decided that they couldn't race anymore, basically there was nowhere really for all of those drivers to go. And so they effectively became sim racing nomads because they had nowhere to go. And so that's where the Nomad Racing team name came about.
That's well done. Good sim racing story. Good that they can continue on a race together now. Racing rather well as well here early on in this race, although could be in a bit of trouble down in towards Brooklands here. They all could be, as Christian Scheruter is looking pretty punchy again on the way down here. Can't quite overtake Hadley Simpson on this occasion as Chris Chatterton continues to just watch on behind. And they stay in the positions they are. We really are settling in now, nearly an hour in. You'd imagine pit stops are just around the corner.
They are very much around the corner, and there'll be around a few of them at this point because they'll be hoping that they can get to the end of their laps and hopefully find themselves through. Now, the 909 Effect Simulations car for Andrew Dawson, we were expecting a penalty to come through. It has just been administered. So for Effect Simulations, they'll be due down in the pits, and the issue that they've got is because they're so close to the pit window here as they go in to serve their penalty, if they're anywhere close on fuel, they will have to try and either take service, then the penalty, or take the penalty and then, you know, scramble around the lap to get the service.
I think that's why they're in right now. So otherwise, you would normally just do the 3 laps. I don't know why we do that and just do the 3 laps, to be honest, but people generally do. And then they'll make the pit stop. But I don't think they've got 3 more laps to do here, so I think that's why they're in initially to serve their penalty. As Chris Chatterton does get past Christian Scheruter, rather surprisingly actually. Thought Scheruter was pushing on and making up positions, but has taken 1 step backwards there. As up 1 place, Nomad Academy gets up to 13th now.
Yeah, so that is a very nice move by Chris Chatterton to get the Mercedes through. You got the Ferrari there of Hadley Simpson, but I wonder really, because we haven't seen too many Lamborghinis out here really driving, whether that Lamborghini is maybe a little bit more aggressive out there in terms of how they're going forward, or maybe even there is a slight amount of damage to the front clip of the Lamborghini that might be causing a little bit of cause for concern.
Yeah, we'll see about that. I can't see any as Chatterton gets down the inside of Hadley Simpson now, and that was pretty easy. Simpson not getting a very good run onto the front straight, and so here comes Scheruter down the inside. Not laid enough on the brakes there, really, for me, but Simpson can't hold on around the outside, and that is another place gained as he's on a funnel as well in the BRT Mercedes coming through.
Yeah, it was down in 18th, now up to 15th, and looking at 14th now as the next port of call along past the national pits there on the right-hand side and over towards Cops Corner. They will have to clear the traffic here on that inside. It's Mark Custers there for the Samson Kanan eSports number 7, which has been running a very nice race. Down 2, though, from where they started. But here comes Ollie Furnell. He'll look to the inside at Maggotts Corner, which will turn to the outside here. And now look at this. This is a case of knitting in a car, because you've got to try and go up and under, up and under, up and under. You knit one to pearl one, you get your cross stitch going, and you try and get a run down the hanger straight.
And I reckon that's exactly what he's got here. Looks to the inside line and should be through, I would imagine. Braking late. On the ideal line as well. Simpson is going to do a very good job to hang around the outside there, but can't quite do it. And so through goes the Mercedes, and indeed into the pit lane now for the Ferrari. I wonder whether this first scheduled stop of the day.
Yeah, and it's right on the hour, because you look at it here, he's about 30 seconds short, but he'll get the fuel stop time as he's down there in the pit. So I would say at this moment in time, Ewan, that's perfect. They've got a strategy of play it to the hour. They played it to the hour.
Well, yes, but if this was in 23 hours' time, then there'd still be 30 seconds to go, and he'd have to go around again, which he doesn't have fuel for, clearly. So I don't know if it's exactly ideal, but it's okay for now. There's a long way to go as Charles Rainford gets through on a lap GT3 for the first time. Now, officially, we do complete the first hour. I would reckon you want to be doing 30 laps a stint, to be honest, to be absolutely comfortable. Oh! Big contact! Saruta's in the wall at the hands of Chris Chatterton, and that will be a big hit at the bridge.
You never want to go and have an issue at that part of the circuit, because that is the case of trying to cross the beams over and just not having enough clearance for it. Christian Saruta and Project 91 have been caught out a little bit in the wars here today, and that is just a case of the symptoms of falling back. It started after a great qualifying and then switching their drivers up. You can see here trying to move across, and that is just as clumsy as it gets in GT racing. Was trying to move across to the inside, and then ultimately it's the Nomad Academy car that has completely hooked the quarter panel.
Yeah, you know, I like Chris Chatterton. I think he's a good driver, but that was not his finest moment by any means. That was pretty clumsy in the Wellington Straight there on the lap before pit stops here. That was very clumsy indeed. Here is Rainford into pit lane. A very productive opening stint indeed, and Charles Rainford can pat himself on the back and hand over to James now for the second stint of the.
It has just meant that the 41 car has gone longer than others out there. So you got Alpha eSports who have stayed out, Glass Tech has stayed out as well.
Yep, so this was what I was expecting, to be honest, especially for WSR. Eric Rossev there, especially early on, with fuel saving at the front of the race. That's why Rainford partly was able to catch up, but clearly he's got the speed as well. Then later on, he tried to keep up. So he wasn't quite able to keep as much fuel back then, but he has got an extra lap here. Going 31 laps is a great sign for these drivers and these teams who are managing it. Of course, we'll see just how much it's going to give them by the end of the race. Is it going to give them one less stop? Can they do it on 22 stops throughout the day? I think that could get difficult. However, it's a good start to do 31 laps here for WSR.
It is a very good start for them, and if they've got the fuel game that's working for them in the Audi, they're definitely going to be smiling with the way they're going about Alpha eSports Glass Tech. They're all going to be there in the same sort of strategy, so too the 909 Effect Simulations, and you just get a look at what they've got to deal with right now. This is same class category traffic, so Team Green Paint and Quartermass Motorsport and the Wild Things Racing there of Denise Pope, who's driving about at the moment. So you look around at this, and how much of an advantage are you going to get? There's the peel off right, and Eric Royset is going to dive in for the pits, and you've got to be very committed here to the line. It is an 80 kilometre an hour, or about 78 when you're down in on the pit, and so getting it nicely slowed up is the important part. Goes through this run, and now we'll be looking at finding their box, which will be down at the very end of the pits, which will be the final box available. They'll get their fuel, tyres, and a driver change should they so wish, before they can get themselves back out and racing again.
Little bit surprising how many driver changes there have been so far, to be honest, but we'll see if there's another one here for Rossev. Doesn't look like it from the looks of things, and so we will see he exit the pit lane in a few moments' time, back in that car again. But Stanley Delonda's carried on, so has Andrew Dawson by the looks of things, though Dawson was in 3 laps ago, of course, for his penalty. That shouldn't have changed things, I wouldn't have thought, as this is James Rainford making his way. Hopefully those are the last of his internet problems. Let's see who comes out first between the two of them. They will be 4th overall, because 3 have carried on for a 32nd lap.
Yeah, and there will be Alpha eSports and Effect Simulations, and then, of course, the basic racing team, and that looks quite comprehensive compared from James Rainford over towards Eric Royset. And look at the margin that he's managed to pull. I'd say it's about 4 seconds, 3-4 seconds that he's managed to find.
He's found a lot of time there in the pit lane. That's pretty impressive indeed from Rossev, and his pit stop time may be a key to that. 1.5 seconds quicker in the box. In fact, it may be that Sudbrose had a very long stop. 43 seconds in the box is the longest of anybody inside the top 20. That is very long, I'm afraid, for the previous race leaders. That's part of the reason, but only part of it. It must have been a very good in-lap from Eric Rossev indeed.
Yeah, it certainly would have been, and he would have had the help of the slipstream of the cars in front, which was key. Now, the 128 Prismatic Motorsports car, that would be the Minerva team, had just been given a black flag penalty, so Simon Davison behind the wheel is going to have to jump back into the pits. But as we focus with car 32 here of Alpha eSports and Stanley Daylon, yes, they've dropped the gap back a little bit, but they've got 2 laps on the net the net second place, and they've got 1 lap on the net leaders. Daylon, they're very tentative towards the line, and I think was very much making sure one thing I don't do is I do not speed on this pit lane.
Yeah, good opening stint from Stanley Delod, I think, other than the incident, of course, which wasn't his fault, so can't say too much, or can't take too much away from him. But if he's going to continue to do at least a few 32-lap stints, 10 or so 32-lap stints, they could be right in the conversation for a 22-stop race, which would maybe be one shorter than some of the others, as we focus in on GT4 here, because they haven't made any pit stops yet. They can go a bit further, and Alex Gal is using that extended time to extend his race lead.
Yeah, now up to 14 seconds here over Kieran Sharp at the front of the field. And in comes Connor Gibbs, right on cue there. It's almost like you summoned one there, Ewan. No Limit Sim Racing Academy are in for their first stop.
Some would call that speaking too soon, but there you go. I think they are certainly on the early side here for GT4, who have gone comfortably to 65 minutes with, of course, their, albeit very short, formation laps. So that's pretty impressive for those cars, but some of them may be able to go even as high as 70 minutes, depending on whether they can do another couple of laps. Looks like Connor Gibb is getting out. Did I see?
No, he's still in.
Seeing things. He's staying in.
He is David Sampson behind the wheel now for the Samsoy Canaan team. Chris Steiner for team RedX.com SimSports 904. Currently at this point, waiting now for the fuel to go in and then the opportunity to run away. And of course, the 909 team is going to be possibly the last team into the box then to make their stops. And that's going to be rather important. And I am noticing here that there's been a lot of good work being done by that number 28 team over the course of their run. They came into the pit and they've really got the jump as they've gone forward. Remember, they're about 10 seconds back, and now the Sim Dynamics Sunoco Racefield team are effectively net second.
Yes, yeah, very good job from them to recover. Makes you wonder what they could have achieved without that incident at Luffield, but they did have one, so they've got to cope with it. Yeah, great stint from them, or great start from them since then. Andrew Dawson has gone even longer, by the way. 33 laps is very impressive indeed. To go 67 minutes in a GT3 these days is exceedingly impressive, as Alex Gal now comes in GT4. He's effectively, Andrew Dawson, gone as long as a GT4, which is almost unbelievable.
It's fantastic. They've put James Ebram behind the wheel now, the effect simulation car, as yes, Alex Gal is in the pits. And look at this as they follow in. Sharp, followed by Watson, followed by Dames in Gusto's racing team. They all come in at the same time, and look how early they all have to get in. And watch out there for the way in the box that was sat up there by the likes of Will Dames. He really did try and get that angle into the box so he can get quickly back onto the transit lane.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult in GT4 because they're so far down the lane and so soon after the corner, but they've I'm sure we'll have some practice over the course of the race as they now get off the jack. Satellite Racing do anyway, and get towards the end of their fuel stop. They now go longer, of course, than GT3s, which is to be expected. GT3 stops just over 40 odd seconds. The GT4s will go over 50 here, and Satellite Racing still waiting for their moment. There they go, 57.7 in the box for the race leaders, and they will retain the race lead, perhaps unsurprisingly.
Yeah, they certainly will, and of course, one of the ways you can argue that it takes a little bit longer, yes, it will take a little bit longer to put the fuel in the car. There's also technically here in iRacing less pit crew between a GT3 and a GT4 team, so it does take a little bit longer to get the tyres changed out there as well. And look at this for nose to tail coming down the pit for Adam Watson. He is going to have Will Dames as his shadow right now, and as they exit up the hill out of the pits, then that, I would say, drop down section of the circuit, and they will now rejoin back on track for what is now their second stint of running, and they haven't really made any dent at all through that pit stop window.
I mean, that's really what it was like in the opening stint of the race, to be honest. Sharp was ahead of Watson, and then Dames was very close behind, so that's perhaps unsurprising as Bimster Boer making contact there. Oh, don't rejoin like that. That is a shame for that GT4. That was an innocent bystander in that one. Even though you're in the middle of the road and you really want to get out of the racing line, of course, you can't rejoin straight in front of somebody like that.
Well, this is what happens. You get involved in an incident and your immediate thought is to get back out and racing. There's the second bit of contact. I remember Bimster Boer was the driver who had the entire front clip destroyed in the opening couple laps of the race, so they've clearly had to go to a fast repair to get that out and away. And these drivers will need to be alert about their fast repairs over the course of this race, because every time they go into the pits here, Ewan, they will have to click a drop box option which says, I do not want to use my fast repair. If you're not paying attention, you can be about 4 hours into the race thinking everything's fine, and suddenly you've got no fast repairs.
Yeah, but Bimster Boer is going to have to take another one now. Look at the front right of that United Sim Team Ferrari. That is absolutely destroyed, that front right there, after rejoining in front of a GT4. Probably best to just stay behind here. You can see it flailing in the wind there, and there goes I think it's still Storiglio in the other Ferrari. Bimster Boer is just going to have to come in this time round. Of course, effectively done an entire lap with no front right tyre. Well, it is still there, but it's not really doing much anymore, and so that's going to be another fast repair. If indeed they did take one first time round, I mean, if the repair was short enough, then they may have just thought, we might need those fast repairs later, we might as well do it the normal way.
Yeah, they're going to have to, especially with the massive exposure to the front right tyre, which is out there in the 147, which will now dive into the pits because they've got no choice. When you've got the black and orange mechanical flag, you've got 4 laps to serve it. Oh, you end up in a bit of trouble. And we see there that little bit of contact between the Onid Racing Britcar team car and the Team RedX.com SimSport 904 going through then at the Vale and into Club. So that could have been a little bit disastrous out there, but they're doing quite well here at the moment here, Chris Steiner and co. They've definitely pulled themselves into a very nice position in this race, and they'll be quite happy with the work that they've done over their first stint here in GT4.
Yeah, but this was the car that T-boned Bimster Boer, of course, because so I reckon Steiner is going to be suffering in these next few moments. Was the slowest driver in the GT4 field last time around. I know he got overtaken last lap, but even so, that is a damaged-looking Mercedes to me, even though its livery is sort of hiding the front-end damage, I believe, anyway. There it is. Maybe you can see that a bit better there. I don't think it has its grille anymore, actually, or indeed the bumper or anything there, so that is a really understeery and badly handling Mercedes now. Of course, very soon after pit stops have been made, this car was in only 2 laps ago.
I would also say that Chris Steiner's probably got the coldest feet this side of Britain.
Probably, yeah. Although it's, you know, gets cold at the minute, so that's not unfamiliar. But yeah, there's not much protecting his feet at the moment, that's for sure.
No, that is very true, and for them, they've got a choice because they don't have mandatory damage here in terms of what they're dealing with. What they do have, though, is clear enough damage that it's compromising them pace and performance. So either they decide they can bite the bullet now and change their strategy, or they've just got to sit with it for a stint, which will be another worry. But look at this group that's now coming through with them right now, because you've got their driving Miss Daisy, you've got the truck boys with Connor Eggett behind the wheel, and then the WMG 44 of Matt Webber, who's all there in the mix, which of course is the number 53 car. So they are busy here, there and everywhere, and in comes Prestanda Nomad 456 in to make a pit stop.
And the spread of the field is such that those 3 are already a lap down. Sim Dynamics and Robbie Gilbert now going to have to work his way through with blue flags there. That's the gap really between Rousseff and Gilbert here, 3.5 seconds, but that's going to grow here with Sim Dynamics having to overtake some GT3s. This is what we were saying earlier about the field and the circuit, I should say, just strewn across with loads of different cars at this point. Everybody is involved here in the battle with traffic, and that's because the field is so spread apart already in GT3 and GT4. People legitimately 1 lap down already.
You either want it all close together or all spread apart. When you get it like this, which is a little bit of one and a little bit of another, it gets very, very dicey, and no one really likes it at the moment, as you can get that sense of side-by-side then through as Webber holds off Nadarzinski for position, driving Miss Daisy on the outside. Can't quite get what they want from it, and as such, they will then attack off the corner and get themselves away. WSI eSports Buttkicker your leaders by 4 seconds at the moment, but as we focus on the 101 car at the moment, currently in 29th position in this race right now, hoping to try and find a way back. This is important. They're doing 206s, 207s right now.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a way off of the leaders, of course. As we go through, Magnus and Beckett's on board with the 101. Just trying to filter their way through, I should say. Now, decent exit. The Mercedes ahead of us here didn't quite get the ideal run through Chapel there, the ideal final corner of that section, which is so important for you run onto the hangar straight, but we're too far behind to be making any sort of move into Stowe, because there is very little braking zone, of course, down into that corner. And so staying behind for the moment and probing as we will be for the next few laps, you would imagine, to try and make this move. The moves at this stage in the race, now that we're a little bit more settled in, they take a few laps. They take a bit of crafting rather than the all-out attack that we might have seen early on in the race.
No, we're firmly set now into the rhythm here of a 24-hour race. This, of course, your 2024 Buttkicker Britcar, 24 hours of Silverstone. And just a reminder for you, ladies and gentlemen, you can always catch where your favourite team is out there with RaceSpot TV's live timing. If you head over to timing3.racespot.online, you can keep an eye on what's going on. Speaking of what's going on, the truck boys are around again.
That was very close. Connor Eggett there in the middle to we're Prismatic. No, excuse me, that Prismatic got through it, I should say. So down to 30th place for the truck boys. Meanwhile, on the lead lap, Alpha Esports and Subrose going side by side, along with the other Prismatic car that's now third. So I'm afraid James Rainford has not been quite as quick as Charles, and he's already down to 5th place, although, of course, a couple of those places were lost in the pit stops.
Yeah, there's the spin, all on his own for Connor Eggett. Hits the brakes and realises I haven't left just enough of a gap there. And so there's a little bit of contact, but able to go again. But you definitely do get the sense now that James Rainford here is just struggling a little bit and has fallen back now into that 5th position. It's now DeLon versus Conkerly for position, and we are seeing those differences in terms of where those drivers have gone through. That 147 United sim racing team, by the way, they did also serve a drive-through penalty for the rejoin that they had on to racing out there. But Rachel Conkerly here really having to defend for that 3rd position. We're definitely getting a sense of that in the Audi at this point. DeLon for Alpha Esports, very happy to sit in behind, wait for the opportunity. Will there be a look to the inside here at Stowe? Big brave lunge down on the brakes, and that is as easy as you like.
That was very impressive from Stanley Delond indeed. It can look easy, but it never is in towards Stowe Corner. And that was a very good overtake indeed from Stanley Delond. Now, is he going to push on and try and drive away? Or will Prismatic and also the 5th place team stay with them? That's, of course, all to be worked out in the next few moments. And, of course, not too far behind is William Humphrey. In fact, he's right there on the back of James Rainford. So that's a great last couple of moments for Glass Tech Racing, who are involved in this as well. A 4-team battle for 3rd place.
Well, get this then for a difference between James Rainford's last lap and William Humphrey's last lap. It was a 2:04.9 for James Rainford. It was a 2:02.8 for William Humphrey. 2.1 seconds worth of difference, and I think William Humphrey now is going to sit in a very happy and comfortable position, thinking of the look down into Brooklands Corner. Takes the inside away, but you can run on the outside, blink a little bit, why don't you? And then look around that next section here at Luffield, and this is where you've got to attack off the exit. Oh, that's just brilliantly done by William Humphrey. He has worked himself to the inside for Copse Corner, through Woodcote, over towards Cop. That is just how you position a driver to do exactly what you want them to do.
That was very well done indeed from Humphrey, although Rainford's going to maybe do the up and under through Cop's corner as well, which is even more difficult, I would say. Side by side. Oh, he's going to back out. Probably the best idea as well, in towards Baggett's and Beckett's. That maybe wouldn't have been the wisest idea. So there you go. He sticks behind just for the moment. Oh dear, it's the prismatic car that's a lap down. Their BMW just runs a little bit wide, I think, and very nearly gets in the way of, well, Sid slightly get in the way of James Rainford, and he will lose a second or so back in 6th place.
Yeah, that was Simon Davison behind the wheel, who very nearly found that drama, that contact there, and that's what happens. You can just be ever so slightly off, rejoin the circuit, and, you know, you've got to be head on a swivel when you rejoin, even if you think the racing has slightly died down a bit, because it really does get aggressive out there on track. Speaking of which, Gusto's racing team, Altitude Esports by Sim Stickers. You've got there, of course, TSRC Esports with Kieran Sharp. They're all there, 2nd, 3rd and 4th in class, and you haven't been able to split them right now over the course of this race. It's like they've had a tow bar between them.
Yeah, it's been very close, but there hasn't been a great deal going on here between these three. Kieran Sharp has been holding this place for a while now. Watson not able or not willing to go through, and the number 6, James, just staying behind as well. So it has been close, but maybe not the most exciting. We're with them now, though, for 2nd place, split slightly apart by a couple of GT3s that just give TSRC Esports a moment's breathing room, just 6 or 7 tenths away from the rest of the group. I'm sure that will close back in, though, pretty soon.
But you take 6 or 7 tenths of a second if you've been in a pressure cooker situation like that, surely, though, here, Ewan, because when you sit down and you look at it, 7 tenths of a second, you know you're not going to be attacked into the next corner. All you've got to do is go, right, I can run my own lines for a little bit, and I can focus on myself instead of focusing on, okay, I've got to move to the middle of the circuit to try and defend this position, or whatever you need to do in order to make sure you're staying ahead. So there's a lot less that's there, and when you talk about pressure is internalized, and when you lift that, no matter how much you've been under, it always makes life a little bit easier.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, these kind of pressure moments are pretty frequent early on in the race. You keep mentioning that this race is settling down a little bit, of course, but it is not exactly free of close battles like this one, and indeed pressure moments for drivers, especially up towards the front. So still very interesting indeed to watch. Nearly an hour and a half into this race, and it's not the only close battles on the circuit, by the way. The battle for the lead overall is closing to just 1.5 seconds or so. I get the feeling Sim Dynamics might have been saving fuel early on when they were sat behind WSR Esports Buttkicker. Now they're not doing any of that anymore. They're just trying to catch them back up again. Remy Gilbert making big strides towards the lead of this race.
Yeah, well, he's very much been held up here as Eric Royce set behind Aaron May in the Triple S Racing Britcar machine, which is known as a Mercedes because they've got the cow print out there. There's Ram Ranch. They're looking like they're going to be in one here with Hyro Motorsport. So this is Ricky Renner finding a way to attack Hadley Simpson for position, but not necessarily gaining what is necessary out there at the moment. And it's a battle of Italian brands here. It's Ferrari versus Lamborghini. Unless we forget that Lamborghini effectively was a tractor manufacturer before they started making these amazing supercars out there. So when you look around, that's it. Ferrari, of course, have the heritage, but there's always that upstart feel when it comes to a Lamborghini.
I'm still waiting for that tractor to be in iRacing as well, by the way, when it was announced.
That was a Porsche tractor, wasn't it?
Oh, was it a Porsche? Oh, I've misremembered. My memory has failed me again. Was it really a Porsche? Maybe it was.
I think it was a Porsche tractor. It was the red Porsche tractor, which I thought was absolutely fantastic. But it might actually be in the sim, just not out there in terms of how they go. Because, of course, when you're doing the dirt oval stuff, of course, you've got to make sure that the track gets cleared up. So maybe they're using a Porsche tractor for that.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, someone has got to have made at least some sort of form of tractor-ish things, because it was in that advert all those years ago. So it's got to be in some form around. But yeah, I'm disappointed. I've misremembered, to be honest. I thought it was a Lamborghini.
Well, Either way, no matter what tractor it is, there's nothing tractor about the way Ricky Renner's driving at the moment. Currently in 15th position, maybe yes down 4, but certainly looking to try and get back to position started, which was 11th on the grid. So certainly a lot of work to be done. No retirees still yet from this race, except for the one non-start of the THR SimSport GT4, which has been out there at this point. But you can see through all of the fog, it is expected to lift this fog in about the next 20 minutes or so. So keep an eye out on that the fog certainly might just be dissipating very soon as they get past the United Sim Team car there of Bimsteboa for position. And they will be joined now in its 2-car battle as a 3-car battle, because Matthew Cheverton for the Aztec Racing Team, the 290, have decided they want in.
And they want another position as well. 7 gained already for Cheverton, so he's made a very good start here, but wants to continue that on now in the BMW. Through turn 1 they go. How quickly is he going to be able to dispatch of 2 more here in GT3? It could be quite a while. Kieran Sharp and Adam Watson, meanwhile, have gone side by side. Looks like Sharp have just about hung on again. Will James has lost a bit of time. There must have been some traffic interference, I suppose, down there.
Oh, look at this. Side by side to Cop's corner, Sharp on the outside, inside for Adam Watson. Elementary in terms of his move, and now more traffic's going to try and dance through. That's James Ebram, who's in the Effect Simulations car, is going to be followed by James Rainford for the Shunt brothers, and they have just started to drop Will Dames from the group. So instead of it being a 3-car battle here for second, it's suddenly 2.
Yeah, certainly is. And so I would imagine Will James will be pushing and probably will get back to this group again shortly, but he is just adrift for the moment, and that could be a real advantage for these two. Certainly seems to have been an advantage for Watson. As soon as you're not in the middle anymore as a 3-driver group, things can get just that little bit easier again, as you're not focused on defending quite so much. Looks like that's what Watson has done to get past Kieran Sharp and up to 2nd place.
Yeah, and if you are Will Dames in 4th position, you always have to take the old adage of Jimmy Eat World, and it just takes some time to get himself there to close to what is known as the middle of this group. So at least at this point, Sharp back into 3rd position, Watson in 2nd, this group 16 seconds behind Alex Gall and the Satellite Racing GT4 team. They're in what is the race lead of their category at the moment. They can definitely be happy with the work that's being done, but you're gonna have to look up at the front of the field, because WSR Esports Buttkicker now officially have company at the tune of 0.4 of a second.
Yeah, Remy Gilbert has done a really good job to close in here on the lead of this race, and Eric Rosseff now is going to be under a lot of pressure. I still reckon he will have been fuel saving again through the early part of this stint. However, that has allowed Gilbert to catch up. Will that mean the fuel saving goes away? Will Gilbert just decide to do some of his own? What are they going to do here as a leading pair? Nearly 90 minutes in, I do wonder, but it's been a really impressive recovery, of course, after that spin at Luffield in the opening hour of this race for Sim Dynamics.
Yeah, they've done wonderfully to recover themselves to where they wanted to be here in this race. You can't really argue with what they've been doing here in terms of just quietly putting the laps together and pulling it through. Just taking a look, though, on the outlaps, it was a 2:59 outlap on the pit stop for Eric Royseth and WSR Esports Buttkicker. Difference was it was a 2:57.5 outlap for Remy Gilbert there in the Sim Dynamics Sunoco Race Fuels car. So the difference there being nearly 2 seconds in the pit stop for transit time on the outlap, that gives you a really good indication of where time is being gained and lost. And Sim Dynamics, I think, have the strategy of the pits a little bit more in hand than WSR Esports Buttkicker have done. But then you also ask the question, how hard have Sim Dynamics been pushing to get back to this point?
Yeah, they must have been pushing really hard to get up to that point again. That which is really clear now. But again, I do wonder how much WSR have let this happen, really, because they will probably view fuel as a more important commodity at this point rather than the lead of the race. So I think it's a decent place to be for either of them, to be honest. They're both in the battle for the lead of the race. They're 15 seconds clear as well of Alpha Esports, who are closest to them in 3rd. They clearly are the 2 quickest, or at least the 2 with the best start so far. So I think they'll both be relatively pleased with where they've ended.
Yeah, I think they'll be very happy with it here, Ewan. But when you look at, say, WSR eSports Buttkicker, that's a team that has really come up over the last 2 years or so and have said, you know what, we are going to make some statements. We're not quite Williams eSports. We're not quite Team Redline yet. But they are making progress in a GT sense that they can be that team and try and push. And they're effectively in that tier 1.5.
Yeah, certainly. They are a really growing team now, and a really strong sort of overall sim racing team. I mean, they can compete with the very best, to be honest. So in this field, you'd certainly put them as favourite, or one of the favourites, certainly. And they're proving that here early on, even with Rossef as well. You've got to remember, this is not the qualified driver. Ross McFarlane put this car on pole position.
Yeah, so they've done very well. We are going to say then, at this moment in time, a very quick goodbye to Ewan O'Leary, who's joined us for the first hour and a half's worth of coverage. So a massive thank you to Ewan for joining us. And joining me now is Mr. Porsche eSports Super Cup himself, Paul Smith. How are you doing, mate?
Oh, wow, I've never been described as that. Hello, everybody. Yes, I don't know about Mr. Porsche eSports Super Cup. I'm sure there's other people who would be more fitting of the title, but certainly one of the voices of that sport. And the best thing is that on this broadcast now, you get 5.5 hours of me. Don't all switch off at once.
Yeah, well, yeah, we will certainly get a lot of listening to Paul and some wonderful racing we've got going on. In terms of the first hour and a half, we've had a lot of fantastic sim racing that has put itself on the board. We've seen up here, there and everywhere. We've had a lot of different leaders out there in GT3, which has now brought itself to as close as possible. And GT4 continues to be interesting in and around the podium, with Altitude now taking that advantage in category and second ahead of TSRC. So what we're seeing here in these early stages, Paul, has been maybe I would look at as a fantastic platform to go out and attack. And, you know, we've had basically an appetizer for the first hour and a half, and they're now just starting to settle in to go, right, when are we thinking about main course?
Oh, it's getting tight here with the GT4s. Adam Watson had to check up then, and that's allowing Kieran Sharp to get in there with him. But yeah, it's certainly just the little bit of the entree, the little bit of the pre-dinner nibbles that you have before you then sit down for your 3-course meal. And certainly these drivers are providing us a great show early on. And I was looking at the entry list before we started this one, and it was incredible. The level of competition all the way through the field is just fantastic, especially in GT4. I think that's possibly the stronger of the two categories.
It has been a very strong category. You look at Alex Gal, for example, who has been out there at the front. You can't really argue about the way that his pace has gone through, but you got teams up there like Samsoy Kanan, for example. The two DCWs have been doing quite well also, and it has been a lovely sense of seeing just how patient these teams have been, especially when you consider no retirement so far from this race through 90 minutes.
Yeah, it's great to see this competition throughout, and even overall as well. GT3s, you've got that battle for the lead, which has been ongoing for so long. We've also got the battle for 4th place as well. Prismatic Motorsport Athena are the ones that are holding on to that for right now, but Lask Racing, William Humphrey behind, putting the pressure on in all of this, and not too far behind them, of course, is Effect Simulations. James Ibrahim involved in that one as well. So it's quite close racing throughout the field. It's when we get a few hours into this race and things spread out a bit more, that's when things will calm down out there.
It certainly will. This battle is for 4th and for 5th positions, mind you, because you've got the Glass Tech Racing team behind of William Humphrey trying to find that way through as they now try to pilot through same style lap traffic, same category lap traffic. It's Maurizio Sciglio in the E-Dayton team who just about slows it down on the apex there of Cox Corner, allows those two to get through. And Maurizio Sciglio has struggled a little bit. It's had 2 spins over the course of this race, which has caused a few troubles then to begin. So that has been where you've had the troubles. And speaking of which, off has just gone Rachel Conkley then going through as we take a look at the spin from Paul Simon.
Yeah, absolutely. Live pictures a spinner as we look at a replay of a spinner, and that's big for 4th place though. That's dropped them down 1 place down to 5th, but they won't be under less pressure because they've got effect simulations right there with them as well. Let's have a look. This is into Maggots and then Beckett's, and it's his first curb there, and then the left, and the back end goes right there in the middle of that left-hander. Very little you can do. Well held, kept it out the walls, kept it out of anybody else, and keeps going, but in 5th.
Well, I think it's really important to remember that Audi's got that short wheelbase, and while it is incredibly quick when it goes through that section, it is prone to having the rear wheels get a little bit loose there, and I think that was a prime example of it, and was well saved to keep it out of any spin, any drama, and continuing on forward. There is Ben Cullen, part of the RAF Motorsports team that have moved themselves inside now the top 10. They have been up as high as 8th place in this race, and that of course is the Basic Racing team that they're fighting with, and Basic Ollie himself, Oliver Furnell, for position. Ollie's got that move done on his recovery through, which will now put BRT up back to where they belong in 10th place, and Ben Cullen now down into 11th.
I think Ollie will be happy to have me on a broadcast and not have him disturbing him whilst he's driving, because that's usually what happens whenever I've commentated on him. We bring him into a commentary box in the middle of a race, but no, he can focus on this one, can Oliver. But yeah, Basic Racing team now up ahead of that RAF eSport Motorsport team, and Ben will be looking forward now and trying to think, right, what not Ben, but Oliver will be looking forward and thinking, right, we've got a little bit of a gap between ourselves and Team Lask Spurwing, so just get the head down and just slowly plug away. And that's the great thing about these 24-hour races. You only need to be catching up a tenth and a half, 2 tenths a lap. Just through a stint, slowly gain on the car in front, and then you can challenge for position.
Yeah, it's more prolonged in terms of the way that you make those moves as well. You don't have to make the move straight away. You can take a little bit of time. You can wait for that opportunity. You can save fuel and try and gain an advantage that way without having to risk the car by going to the pit stop and making that pass. There is certainly a lot of ways where these moves can happen. As we take a look at Cameron de Bastos then in the number 17 machine right now. This is Team Heat Together right now, a team that has been heat together with a few sim racers out there and looking to try and make some progress, trying to fend off the charge of Rob Sutherland here in the RD Simsport team. This on the road is for 48th and 49th overall.
Yes, but it's still, you're still fighting for position though. Again, that's another beauty of endurance racing, is you generally find where your level is, and you also find people around your level to be racing against as well. RD Simsport, I've commentated on them for quite a while. Rob especially, I've commentated on him. But yeah, Team Heap Together, slowly just trying to find their spot, and it's always great to see the drivers give us their perspective as well, and to give us their point of view throughout these broadcasts as well. I love seeing the drivers at work, but you can see how little movement, how little energy is getting used there by Cameron. It's just very precise, as Will Dames and Kieran Sharp are switching positions now.
Oh, they are, and that will be in through the loop. The up and under from Gusto's racing team. Will Dames on the inside will now command the advantage here, heading over towards Brooklands corner, and then of course you've got Luffield that follows after that. So can this be confirmed? It can, because early on the brakes goes Kieran Sharp. He knows how to play this game. He doesn't want to risk the car this early in the race, and right in front of the BRDC building, he gets the pass that he wants and moves, loses the position then to Will Dames and Gusto's racing team. They stay in range of Adam Watson, which is what they want, which I think is the plan here from Kieran Sharp. Just stay in range of the cars in front, use a little bit of this to get the slipstream going. But we haven't really talked too much here about balance of performance, and this is one of the few unique positions where you got second, third and fourth as 3 different categories, or 3 different types of car here in the same category. It's Porsche versus Mercedes versus Aston Martin.
I can tell you from experience that Mercedes, getting really close through the last part of Beckett's there was Kieran. But yeah, that Mercedes, it's a little bit understeery. It can be, it's very front heavy with it being that big lump at the front of the car there. So it can be a little bit understeery, but it's got some legs about it, which is around Silverstone something that you need, something with a bit of grunt and power. That Porsche, it's a nice car for going through the nimble stuff, through the twisty stuff, and that Aston Martin is a bit of a sort of more of an all-rounder from personal experience. Mind you, I'm more of a touring car guy, so my experience is limited with these GT4 machinery.
Yeah, and so when you get the sense of these cars, you do get those personalities that come out from the way that you drive them, and it does come down to a feel in terms of what you feel more comfortable with. Some will prefer that more jack of all trades, master of none that the Aston Martin brings. Some would like the raw power that the Mercedes can bring, but maybe does struggle a little bit with getting the turn in through the corners, or maybe they like that lightness of the Porsche, which is going to be flying itself over and through, and is going to be something worth keeping in mind, that it doesn't necessarily do as much as it wants to in a straight line. It's a wonderful little bit of trade-off, and that's what we love with endurance racing. It's always a game of give and take in terms of performance. Some cars suit some tracks just a little bit better than others.
Yeah, absolutely, and I always see it about how people are like, oh, the balance of performance is off, the balance of performance is off. No, balance of performance doesn't mean that the cars are going to be equal at every track. Certain cars suit different tracks better, the characteristics of the track. And that's just the nature of motorsport and how the different manufacturers go about manufacturing and designing their cars. They will naturally suit some tracks better than others. It's just how it goes. So what the balance of performance is doing there is to try and get us even across, say, a season for those cars. Now, here in a one-off event, yeah, you might have some more favoured cars because that suits the track. But you're still going to have driver preference on it, and you've got to look at how things suit the driver's standard, style of driving as well. As we're looking at Chris Chatterton from Nomad Academy. You know, that driving style, if you've got a similar driving style amongst your drivers, it makes setting up that car a lot easier, and it makes it mean that you're faster across the entirety of the race than, say, having somebody who prefers a pointy car with a loose rear end, but the rest of the cars don't suit it. Not only are we looking at Chris Chatterton, by the way, it's a black flag for Chris Chatterton.
It very much is, and he was in a scrap with Gianni Terhar there for Quad Dash Racing. That is going to be dashed, so to speak, as this race on for 12th position is going to get interrupted. Now, what we have been seeing from these drive-through penalties is they stop in the box for about half a second and then get back going again. So effectively, you're only going to be losing about 20 to 25 seconds transit time on the lane, as here we go, as there is the massive scrap on screen. The Shunt Bros, the 24, James Rainford, has been going backwards and backwards and backwards in this stint. At the pit stops, they were one of the first teams in, and they were in the lead there or thereabouts. And that's Denise Pope. She's going around for a spin. How did she keep it out of anybody else's drama there, finding the gap to avoid any more contact?
I've been commentating on Denise as well as some of the others as well, like Edward Hope. I've been commentating on them in the Porsche Sprint Challenge here on iRacing, and Denise seems to be one of those drivers who, if she didn't have luck, she didn't have bad luck, she wouldn't have any luck at all. It's just always seems to have something happen to her. But I will say, great avoiding action from some of the others as well to work their way around Denise's car.
Yeah, that action to avoid was really quite something. Edward Hope getting on the radio saying Just go careful with me here, James, because I wasn't driving very good through that section of road. So he's going to be looking around at trying to get himself there through and avoiding all of the other pitfalls and dramas. So this is James Le Pavot in the mock-up Top Gear car out there at the moment. And it's important to recognise some of the Britcar legacy around here as Katrina Alexandra goes for the same moment and just about avoids everybody else. It's important to talk about the legacy of what Britcar is. It hasn't raced for a number of years in the real world, but virtually this is what I like to think of as a marquee event, as here goes the look down the inside over at the farm. And I tell you what, he could have the whole farm if he makes a move like that, Will Dames, because he is trying every which way to try and get what he wants. He'll have his cake, he'll eat it, and he'll have a slice of Wellington if he wants it on the straight.
I can tell you right now that, well, I can't actually broadcast what Adam Watson's nickname is in his team. Let's just say he's known as a weapon. He is not easy to overtake, but in an event like this, he can turn on that sensible switch in his head every now and again and just be sensible driving along. I know Adam is going to be here for the first 2 stints and then he's going to go away. He's off to see Peter Kay apparently tonight. I was chatting to Adam before the event, and then he's coming back. He gets about 3 hours sleep and then he's doing an early shift overnight as well. So it's going to be a long old day for not just Adam but for the rest of the drivers as well.
Oh, the priorities are certainly being shown right now by the way that he's going about things here is Adam Watson. Jake Pitt stuck in the middle of this at the moment. I don't think he really wanted to throw the car through Maggots and Beckett's. I think he was respecting the fact that they're in a battle and has chosen the hangar straight as the place to try and break away. Just want to note that car 49, that's the Phoenix Sim Racing team, which is being piloted by Brad Smith out there, the 20th of the Brad Smiths apparently ever on iRacing. That's a black flag penalty as well.
Oh dear, Paul Simon. Oh, you can't call him out, but you can certainly see him spin. And it's so tough when you get involved in a place like that. You've got to wait for a slot to open up for you to safely rejoin the track, and anyone not rejoining the track safely will be looked at dimly by the stewards, no doubt. I'm seeing a couple of yellow flags out there. Car 147, the United Sim team, they've spun on the exit of Chapel. And here is what's happened, and it was losing it coming out of Beckett's into Chapel. The car behind didn't have any time to react, and Esmeralda ends up in the wall.
Yeah, and I think has towed the car back to the pits, and this has been a car that has been in trouble over and over again, and that's James Rainford going around for a little bit of a spin there over at Maggots. So that was a case of not being where you wanted to, and all of a sudden the Shunt Bros are finding themselves a little bit further down than they would necessarily want to be.
Yeah, the Shunt Bros with the strong start, don't forget, as well. And yeah, just calamities happening to them out there, and that's just dropping them down the order. So yeah, not an ideal, a suboptimal period of time for them right now after the first stint, as we carry on with this GT4 battle for second place.
Yeah, it's very much for the Shunt Bros right now, Paul. I wonder if you'd agree with me that they had dessert first in terms of this race and they forgot to take their medicine.
Well, everybody knows that you've got to eat all your vegetables first before you have dessert, so you've got to eat that up first. And unfortunately, they went the other way around, and now they've got that sick feeling in the stomach from all the sweets that they've had. But yes, now, if they can just calm things down and get focused forward and just get into that rhythm, and that can be something that happens is you fall out of a rhythm if you have an incident happen, or if something hasn't quite gone your way, you fall out of that rhythm. You've got to get back into that rhythm of the race and just get back to how you were lapping, and then the time will come back and the places will come back over time.
He certainly will find that ability too. We look further down. This is for 25th position on the road currently. Matt Webber trying to find his way past Maurizio Sciglio for position in the E-Datum Ferrari, and now piloting through at Chapel Corner and looking to get that drive here onto the hangar straight. This long straight, the small drop down the hill that it brings here along this former airfield. And we have been seeing and keeping an eye out on the weather, and we are currently in a position where the clouds are expecting to lift at this moment, and we'll go into partly cloudy conditions and not necessarily the light fog that we had to start this race, which has been really important, especially as that wind has certainly been kicking up around this circuit. So clearly that fog is getting cleared quite quickly.
Yeah, wind is actually around 20 kilometers an hour right now from the northwest, so there is a bit of a breeze picking up, and that should help clear this this mist, this haze that's in the air here. Of course, a very flat location here, very little undulation with it being a former airfield. Of course, it was a training base for the Wellington Bombers here at Silverstone, and that's why this straight that's coming up here is called the Wellington Straight. There's a little bit of a nod to its heritage. In fact, a little family story as we carry on looking at these battling GT3s. Little family story here. The Wellington Bombers, my grandmother rode in a Wellington Bomber because her station commander was going to be hosting a senior member of the war cabinet, and they wanted some dessert, and my grandmother was like, oh, we can make this strawberry thing, but we haven't got any strawberries. So they took a Wellington Bomber up to Scotland, got up to a farm to pick some strawberries to go back down to Weston-super-Mare. Oh, down the south coast, sorry.
Lovely. That's what you call a wonderful bit of story time there with Paul, and it's just a little bit of the spirit of what you see around this Silverstone circuit. And the spirit of this race, I think, is really important, part of the Motorsport UK brand here and their eSports push that's been going forward, which I think has been absolutely wonderful and has been one of the biggest success stories of the last 5 years, is seeing all the different nations, Paul, starting to really get in behind sim racing as maybe one of these brand new grassroots levels to try and push people into motorsport and harnessing the brand new generation.
Yeah, you're seeing more and more outfits getting involved in sim racing and realizing the benefits that you can get out of it as well. I mean, I always go back to like 2015, 2016 when Team RSO used to provide driver coaching for what was then known as gentleman drivers. I think it's a different term now, to get them used to multi-class racing, or when they go out into the real world of motorsport. And certainly there's ways that you can use the simulator to learn and hone your craft, your racecraft, especially in these endurance events. And something like this, an event like this where it's a 24-hour race, it gets you into that mindset and into that sort of program of getting your preparation right, getting your nutrition right, getting your sleep schedule right, getting whatever sleep you can get, and then being able to stay focused and perform to the best of your ability out there on track. So there's huge benefits to getting involved in sim racing, and we are seeing just a few more outfits starting to come into the mold and saying, do you know what, actually this is a really good way to go motorsport on a relatively cheap budget.
I'd certainly agree with that. It's definitely a lot cheaper, and I would argue to a big extent a lot safer as well to go out there and race virtually, as Sciglio is still refusing to give this one up here in the E-Datum car. We did see the change for position that Matt Webber found his way through, but the Ferrari not giving up on the hulking BMW, which is there in front, which of course does have its sim heritage, known as one of the first cars in the world, one of the first, sorry, that's words. That's not quite a BMW, that's Mercedes, which is there in front, that's trying to steal through. So the AMG Mercedes is doing everything that it wants to out there at the front of the field, but the Ferrari certainly proving that it wants to try and find its way forward, wants to gain that place back again. And these drivers already one lap down
on your race leaders, but I think this has been such a strong showing of these drivers going together. There isn't even a single GT3 car that is stuck mired behind the GT4s at the moment. It has been very cordial.
Yeah, it's Silverstone's a very funny track for a 24-hour race, because you want to catch drivers and GT4s at certain locations around here. Corner exits, you want to get them on corner exits. The worst part that you can get a GT3 is through that Beckett's Chapel complex. It's just very much a one-line area. You can go too wide through that section of track. However, you're compromising yourself and the car that you're overtaking as well. So sometimes it's actually better to just let off the throttle, hang behind them, and then get them on the exit of Beckett's through Chapel and down the Hanger Straight for lapping traffic. And again, through the Vale into Club is another part where really you don't want to get caught up behind one of those GT4s. But generally speaking, it's a Grand Prix venue. It's a nice wide track with lots of runoff. And yet somehow we've still seen teams and drivers wanting to share the same piece of tarmac.
Look, everyone's greedy when they become a racer. They want a little bit of what you've got. As we say, racing room sometimes, Paul, is known as 0.9% of a car's or 0.9 cars width alongside, because you want to try and take a little bit more of what is there. So I think we've certainly seen a bit of that out there with drivers looking to be going and aggressive. These three, though, will be looking around thinking, look, we can just decide to work together through some of these corners as James Ebrams' Effect Simulations car, 5th place overall, starts working through this group. They will have to start thinking about, well, the big picture is, are we racing for a podium or are we racing for a win? Because right now, they are down a full 20 seconds on Satellite Racing's GT4 effort.
Yeah, I mean, Alex Gall, we've been seeing Alex pretty much all of his sim racing career, and we know the talent that is there, and it's maybe just not had the position to show that and to let it shine. He's certainly doing a good job in that Aston Martin GT4 at the front of the GT4 field, and it's just been gradually pulling away. You know, the average lap times over the last 5 average lap times, you're talking 0.4 of a second difference between Alex Gall and the Will Dames in second place. So there is just a constant slowly pulling away that's happening here, and there's no better feeling, because you know then you've got that little bit of a comfort space, so that if you do get GT3 traffic in the middle of a section that's not ideal, you can just back out of it, let them through. Yeah, you may lose half a second, 3/4 of a second, but overall it's not that big a loss, and you're managing that time loss.
And we're seeing that time loss perfectly illustrated by the United Sim team and Luca Munro, who has got in behind the wheel, and also the team RedX.com SimSport 903, which is 7th position overall, and trying to get through and chase down Rachel Conkerley in the Prismatic Motorsports Athena car at this stage. Now, that Dominic Hamada 15 has had a drive-through penalty over the course of this race and is trying to go through. In fact, just dived into the pit. So that will indicate the start of the second pit stop cycle here in this race.
That feels just a little early to me. Is that a case of the team have been looking at things and said, you know what, you've got a bit of traffic there, let's get you out of that traffic, let's bring you into the pits, do our pit stop there, and then get you back out, change driver as well. So yeah, possibly they've looked at things and said, now's the time to pit.
Paris Bukovalis then will get behind the wheel and will look to take over in the number 15 machine and look to really scamper on forward over the phase of the race. We didn't see many driver changes through the opening stint, and a lot of that might be down to the way that drivers look to build that momentum. They often like having two, maybe double stint, triple stint to go and get to exactly where they want to. So we get to see a lot of that, but as the focus is still very much on the 6, the 111 and the 99 out there on track, they are all looking at each other thinking, well, Do I want to be at the front here? Do I want to be doing all the donkey work and trying to pull back this gap? Or do I want to be saving a tiny touch of fuel through lifting off maybe an extra 5, an extra 10, an extra 15 meters early into some of these corners so I can gain the extra lap and then I can get the pass done on you down at the very, very end of this race?
And that's very much, you know, you look at the count back. I mean, you look in the real world of like Le Mans and the Rolex 24 and things like that. Teams are doing the count back from the very start of the race. Now, when you think a few years ago, it was when you're getting into that last 6 hours of a 24-hour race. Okay, you're doing the count back. What's it going to work out for strategy-wise and fuel numbers? Nowadays, you're doing that count back from the very start and saying, right, what fuel numbers are we getting here? Okay, we can go this long, and right, we're going to work out to X amount of pit stops through the race if we continue these numbers. The 376, by the way, has had issues. The Triple S Racing Britcar on the exit of Chapel, so I saw a yellow flag on my track for them, but they've got back up and running. Another thing I will say, Jake, it's great to see that we've still got everybody who started continuing in this race so far after 2 hours.
It's absolutely wonderful to see, and it's something that I am very happy about seeing, and I'm sure a lot of people are going to be very happy about seeing as well. And seeing problems for the Mercedes out there would not be very nice to see out of the Triple S team. Of course, they run the Cow Print out there, very much like Mad Cow Racing, the Australian-based team once upon a time. That was wonderful to see them back in the day out there racing with a very similar style out there. On board then with Kieran Sharp in the number 99 Aston Martin, looking then through Luffield Corner and over towards the old start-finish line, which of course is heading over towards Copse Corner out on circuit. And the commitment of Copse Corner is something that is often understated around this track, and how much you actually have to throw the car in and just have the commitment that your four wheels under you are just going to hold as you drive through the middle of the corner.
It's a wonderful circuit, is this. It's the reason why it's the home of British motorsport. It is such a challenge. The drivers love the speed around here. It's not my personal favourite. I mean, that's obviously Alton Park, but I am biased with that. But certainly Silverstone, it's a tremendous challenge for the drivers. The speed that you carry as well is fantastic as more lap traffic coming through. And Kieran Sharp, I was actually racing against Kieran last night in a touring car, so he was a lot faster than me, so that's why he's the one doing the wheel work, and I'm behind the microphone here.
Oh, it's getting a bit dicey here because they've got same category lap traffic. It's Nathaniel Treadwell in the eSport GBR car. Now, that is also an eSport GBR car that we've seen over the course of this race get caught up in the issue between Alpha Esports and Effect Simulations in the opening hour. They had the black and orange flag, and they've had to go off cycle with their pit stops in order to get themselves into play. So they're a little bit out of sequence at the moment, but they do lose the lap to these drivers.
There's nothing worse than having an incident that's nothing to do with you, and you didn't have any control over. Adam Watson, though, has clamped onto the back of that Mercedes, and Will Dames is now feeling under pressure from the Porsche, and this is where Adam can be a bit feisty. He's coming towards the end of his stint, I can tell you, and he is going to give it a bit of right foot through the outside. Now, if he can hold it around the outside, you can get on the power nice and early, but that Mercedes holds the inside line through Luffield, through Woodcut they go. And all the while that they're doing this, the leader's pulling away even more, and Kieran Sharp is there going, come on, chaps, I'd like to get past you both because I want to start chasing down the race leader.
Yeah, this is a case of I want to get involved, and I need to make some progress here, and I think these two are realizing that there is going to be a bit of ego when they do decide that they want to get out of this and over to the next stage. I keep an eye on that Gusto's Racing team because they will have the Carroll brothers into that, of course, Owen and Reese at some point during the course of this race. So that Gusto's Racing team is certainly going to be an eyes to watch as in comes Prismatic Athena to make their stop in the number 48 GT3, as we are very firmly in that window with a race lead in that category, which is just 0.2 of a second.
Yeah, we've got 4 cars on pit road right now. Prismatic, you've got Quatermass, you've got Aztec Racing, you've got Team Greenprint as well. They're all onto pit road, so the pit stop cycle is well and truly underway. Quadash Racing as well coming onto pit road, so we're in that spot right now, getting the fuel, tyres, and I would imagine it's going to be full service of driver out the car as well.
Yeah, I'd expect some driver changes to be involved. They've done their 2 stints here, the pair, of course, and when you look around at Remy Gilbert and what he's done, and Eric Royseth, who's in the Ferrari, finding itself in a little bit of a sticky situation, going through there at the arena section of this circuit, and I believe that would be the E-Dayton car of Maurizio Sciglio that we were keeping an eye out on, and how close that was all starting to become as they were working their way through the section. And then through on Kieran Sharp will go Connor Eggett, part of the Truck Boys, and there is the difference maker. Remy Gilbert will dive in, and as expected, first in out of those at the front, the Sim Dynamics Sunoco Race Fuels 28.
Obviously used up all that Sunoco race fuel on board, and so that BMW, big lump that it is, comes onto pit road. I could tell you firsthand that these cars, the BMW, the Ferrari, the Audi, they are big old machines, and so but that BMW in particular is so much bigger than some of the other GT3 cars. It is impressive to see. As carrying on, Eric Rousseff at the front of the field for WSR eSports Buttkicker. Now, how frugal can that Audi be, and can they work their magic in terms of strategy? And who have they got lined up? As you pointed out, people like Ross McFarlane, you know, they've got some talent in that team. They can, they've got some fast drivers.
Crofton Woodhatch is looking around, so too Tom Katsiadonis is also thinking about jumping in. It is a very nice roster. We were talking about it a little bit earlier. They're about the tier 1.5 out there in terms of the sim racing world, of the best teams out there. They're just a step behind, I would say, a Williams or a Redline, but they are certainly proving at this moment in time that WSR are a team to reckon, and they're getting a little bit of traffic in the wrong place here. Peter Brett for ST Racing Esports, and then also David Sampson there for the Samsoid Canaan Esports team will just about manage a way through, and of course Aaron May as well, that they navigate a way around. And you can see here the work that's been done over 2 hours. The front of that car is supposed to be pristine white. Well, you can see all of the marble kick up that has come off of this circuit has gone through, and just the 1 lap's difference then between them as in they come looking to hit the markers at 78 kilometers an hour.
And that is where you need your team looking at the traffic and working out where you're going to catch that traffic. And if at the end of the day you're going to get held up by them, sometimes it is actually better to come in a lap before you're due. So you're ending up going to take a little bit less fuel in that way as well, because you're going to have a little bit more fuel on board. Here we go, Eric Rousseff up on the jacks, going to be change of driver, and there we go. So who's going to be jumping in for them? Crofton Woodhatch jumping in.
Yep, so it's Crofton's turn now to get himself in behind the wheel. Surprised that we haven't seen Ross McFarlane jump in. He did qualify the car for them, Paul, but they're deciding they're going to save him for a little bit later on in the race.
Is it a case of waiting for a bit more of a golden hour? Oh, that's a spin. That's the 79 around. Down in the exit of Stowe. So drama's out there for one of our teams. And yeah, it could be that they want to get someone like Ross in when it's the golden hour, when it's I mean, you can't get much cooler, but the track can get cooler, so get him in when the track's nice and fast, as there's Rousseff back out and in front of the team that they were fighting.
Yeah, the car that we just saw spun around was the Wild Things Racing team. So wild by name, wild by nature. And was that with the team that we've just seen going up there near the front? That might have been something rather important out there in terms of the way this race has been going about. So there was the hit, there was the spin. And the car, which is a mock-up of West, I do believe, out there. Please be responsible out there, ladies and gentlemen. That is not the sort of battle that you want to be getting yourself caught up in at that point. It might have been contact with the 28 Sim Dynamics Sunoco Race Fuels car, which just come out of the pits.
I do believe so. I saw tyre smoke going off.
Oh, it's a big off.
The 128 is off, and that is the Prismatic Motorsports number 128, Amy Grimm. Oh, and that's contact.
Well, it's with the Phoenix Sim Racing car of Mike Barber that they've come together with, and that Mike Barber car there has already had one drive-through penalty over the course of racing, and it might just be on course to get another that's currently 2 laps down in 30th place.
Mike, I know Mike's got a bit of a fan club that watches his racing, but they'll be just looking away at that point and going, oh, no, don't get involved in that one. But, yeah, we've got a team of stewards, and I'm sure that they'll be looking at that incident if it is protested and making a decision on it.
I'm pretty sure they will be taking a look at that and just exactly what has been going on regarding that as we take a look with Paris Bukuvelas there for the moment. But we switch to Peter Brett right now and the ST Racing eSports team car, because they're looking at the number 7, which would be for P7 in class of David Sampson, part of the Samsoy Kanani eSports team, and hoping for a way through into Cops. Thinks better of it, just getting a little bit too close, not far enough along to make a decisive push there as the 3 versus 7 continues on at the moment. They've got Mark Custers, who I believe started here, Raphael Ray, they've got Flo Darms, who could go to Alan Luther as well in Samsoy Kanan. It's a little bit different for ST Racing eSports, but they've got a handful of very good drivers. Valentin Groppelt is there, Marius Fredriksson, Cameron Martineau, and the underrated talent of Ruby Acosta they can go to. So ST Racing eSports certainly do have a good lineup here that they could go to later on in this race.
Yeah, anybody who's in that top 10 of each class is going to be a strong lineup, and it's having that balance across, as we were speaking about earlier. It's having that balance across the entire team. It's no good. I mean, yes, you want to have somebody who is the absolute out-and-out pace merchant, but you also want to have a team that is quite balanced as Stanley DeSantis comes into pit road for Alpha Esports. But yeah, you want to have that balance right across the team so that you're able to keep that consistency throughout the race. Peter Brett, looking left, looking right, no moves being made just yet. I was thinking they were going to try and duck down the inside, decided against it.
Yeah, I think very much had to at that point, was trying to go through. So Stanley Delond for the Alpha Esports team, hand over to Ronnie Smith to go behind the wheel. There goes through the number 24 Shunt Bros Ferrari, which is being piloted now by Josh Porter, so a third different driver in their team right now. But Peter Brett, he's seen the gate open, but he hasn't found a way to go and corral the golden goose yet of an extra position.
Yeah, it's knowing where and when to make the move at the end of the day. You can't just throw one down the inside and hope that the other car is going to make space for you, because that's how you end up with an accident. Better run through Cop's Corner for Peter. The problem is it's not really an overtaking spot through Maggots into Beckett, so decides against it, backs off, stays in the slipstream. All of this is going to help his fuel economy a little bit as well. So it's not the end of the world being stuck behind that car, but if you are significantly quicker, you want to work your way through.
You absolutely do, and that traffic there of James Smagascale there for the Aztec Racing team was one to really try and get by, and has certainly opened it up. Samson runs wide in through the corner, and that little look down the inside, a small little searching effort becomes a full-blown overtake, and I think David Sampson got a little bit spooked by the side-by-side.
Yeah, it's contact between the GT4 and the GT3, and that's the 50 around. Oh, dearie me, and that's not ideal situation, but that's something that can happen out there between classes, and it's the CRS X-Car eSports car that goes around. James Haskell, and how's he rejoin? It's looking okay.
Not great there for James Haskell. You have to look at that situation. He was always understeering. The room definitely given by the GT4 traffic there. So Haskell, I think, painted himself into a corner and realised, I'm going to have to get a little bit wrong. Here's Roberto Concepcion. And that's what happens, a little bit of argy-bargy there between those two, making progress on through. They'll drop the place for it, but that's what happens when you just get a little bit too aggressive out there, and definitely not what the doctor ordered in terms of that incident. So hopefully no dramas there to deal with on that one, but that can sometimes be a very concerning part of the race, and we definitely saw that in spades, as here comes some side-by-side. Watson throwing it down the inside, gets a wiggle through the middle of the corner and can't put the power down.
I actually thought that the Audi lot just lost it in front, locked the rears going into the loop, and the Mercedes there had nowhere to go in that incident that we just saw. Oh, Watson, that's not a curb you want to hit, that sausage curb. I mean, me and Peter Mackay, if we were on both together on commentary on that one, then we'd be talking until the cows come home about how sausage curbs don't have no place in the world of motorsport, in our opinions. But Watson, it unsettles the car getting up on that sausage curb. It compromises your line through club onto the start and finish straight, and that means that Watson just drops back that little bit. But he's looking keen, isn't he, as Adam? He's certainly walking by.
He is. He's certainly wanting to get through, and he might join you in the fact that he would like to get rid of those sausage curves, which are put in partly for track limits and partly as well, which often people don't realise, Paul, for trying to keep the maintenance costs of circuits down, with the grass of the circuit often getting churned up and ripped up over the course of the season. Those sausage curbs often protect those areas of the track.
Yeah, but they don't protect the spines of single-seater drivers who have had broken backs from them. So, quite frankly, in my opinion, they need to go. And plus, on the exit of Club Corner there, on the outside, there's no grass. It's all asphalt runoff. We could talk about track limits until the sun sets, which, quite frankly, I would be happy with, but that would make a very boring broadcast. But yeah, it's just one of those things, and I can understand why tracks brought them in, but there's got to be other ways of mitigating track limits offences. Again, the RAF car getting just held up behind the GT4s, and just meaning that they just lose out that little bit time to RAF eMotorsports, Peter Plaster behind the wheel for them, behind that Ferrari.
I do love the fact that we got the RAF eMotorsports team in and racing. I think it's absolutely fantastic, as they are going to follow in together into the pits. 1 and 2 will jump in. Kieran Sharp is going to stay out, so they will go through. But to a point, I do love the fact that we have the RAF eMotorsports team in, because I think it's really important to give a platform for the armed services of a country to go and give that chance to go out there to race, to really give what you can. There's a Max Verstappen there on the side of that Top Gear inspired liveried Audi there of Alfie Bevans at this point. But it goes in that the armed forces and motorsport do go hand in hand. I mean, how many times have we seen in NASCAR, for example, when the National Guard car, in IndyCar, where the National Guard car has been one of the very best cars out there in the races?
Well, you're looking British motorsport. I mean, when I was a rally marshal, all the time in the round supporting the British Rally Championship, you'd then have a bunch of Land Rovers come through, all from different parts of the armed forces, you know, mainly Army, but you had a couple of RAF and the Navy cars as well. And those drivers were ragging those Land Rover Defenders around the forests of either Mid Wales or Cumbria or places like that. And these organisations, these armed forces, especially over here in the UK, they usually have sporting groups where if you are, say, participating in a sport that they don't have a club for, they'll help provide funding for you to go and do that motorsport, as long as you provide some form of advertising towards the armed forces that you're in, and that's why you will see some cars with armed forces logos on the side of them, because they're getting that support from their particular regiment or particular arm of the armed forces. And it's great to see that, yeah, they're in a stressful environment in what they do, being in the armed forces, but they're able to then go and follow their pursuits, and they're happy to let off steam, being able to do things like motorsport.
Yeah, and it really gives them an opportunity as well to take some of the skills they've learned and try and apply them in a slightly different form of fashion, which I think is important. Now, we have got a driver change then in the Satellite Racing GT4, as they'll put Niels Kerr behind the wheel to go through. Kieran Sharp now has jumped into the car, just jumped out of the car, and they put Tumas Kana in behind the wheel of the number 99. So they will make the change there. So they've put the Finn in behind the wheel, and Niels Kerr will be going off and away shortly to go and get his next stint gone through. Now, they've built a wonderful gap up there, and Satellite are certainly no shocks to it. But as we focus with the 281 for a moment, and Taylor Lane out there driving, someone who's been out there in the iRacing service for a very long time.
And been involved with Nomad for a very long time as well as Taylor. So, yeah, we're seeing those with the change of drivers as well in GT4. And I was given good information, because Adam Watson has jumped out of that Altitude eSports car, by the way, and Jeremy Rouleau is in behind the wheel there. We've pretty much finished that full pit stop cycle now. I think there's only, let's have a look, the Prestanda Nomad 456 in GT4 that still owes us pit stop. Everyone else has been in and served their service, and a change of drivers, change of the guard. And this is where now we've seen the pace that teams have been able to do in those first two stints with their opening drivers. Look at that, Owen Carroll in behind the wheel of the Gustos Racing Team car. I expect that car now to start looking forward to, not just being in third place, but looking forward second, and then pushing on for trying to get to the leader.
I don't doubt that for a second, Paul. Owen Carroll is the sort of driver who you can look down at his resume and the races he's been involved with and how quick he has been, and you say he is a top-tier sim racer if ever you had one. He is, of course, a reigning IMSA champion, so to speak, in his collaboration, of course, with Casey Kerwin in the XSET team. So Owen Carroll is certainly, when you talk about him in sim racing GT circles, he is what is known as sim racing royalty.
He's certainly up there, yeah, absolutely, and you see him in and around those top events. When it comes to the special events as well, he'll be up in there in the top split of races and putting on a good show and a good performance. But he's got a fellow Mercedes, but GT3, the Effect Simulations car. They won't want to be held up too much on the 909, because they're in fourth place. And they've got the Glasstech Racing Matt Hoyland car just a couple of seconds behind them. They would not want to have been held up there through Beckett's, but they were. It cost them about half a second there.
Yeah, and those half a seconds, that, the more that you get caught up like that, you'll soon find that you're there alongside, and it won't necessarily be your fault. You just caught the traffic in the wrong place, and we often see quite a bit of that, and Glasstech have certainly been driving a wonderful showcase to get themselves to where they want to, being, of course, in that fifth position and relatively keeping it out of trouble. They started ninth here today. They've got themselves up into the top five, and they are looking to continue in the same sort of vein of fall if they want to go for it. But now you can get the sense of Hoyland running round the outside of Jeremy Rouleau there in the Altitude eSport by SimStickers 111, that he's had maybe a little bit of a better time of it dealing with the traffic, and that gap of 3 seconds to affect simulations is one that we definitely need to keep an eye out on here, with James Ebram currently piloting his way over towards Brooklands Corner on his 70th lap of the race.
You can sometimes have spells as a quote-unquote lower category car, where you don't have any lap traffic come through for a while, and you just get into your rhythm and get into your zone, and then all of a sudden you get woken up because suddenly there's 2 GT3 cars coming up behind you, flashing their headlights, wanting to get past as soon as possible. That can sometimes happen, and it's just the nature of these endurance events. It's what happens out there. I mean, I'm just looking at my track map, and the 456 of the Prasanna Nomad Casey Waters car has got no traffic anywhere near them, so they'll be able to focus and just be able to just hit their marks and do their thing. And then they're going to have 3 or 4 GT3 cars coming up in the next 2 or 3 laps that will affect them. So it's just how things go here in this one.
Oh, this is brilliant stuff. The Wild Things having to battle it out here right now with Alejandro Ulate at this moment. The Aztec Racing 390 putting themselves into play. They've just lost the place there, and that would have been for 21st position. So Daryl Young getting himself through in the wildest of cars out there. I do want to put some emphasis now on 2nd and 3rd, which are now almost changing for position. Ronnie Smith and Sean Cooper, and through goes Ronnie Smith in the Alpha Esports car up into 2nd position. I've been taking a look at Sean Cooper's times. Well, you consider that Remy Gilbert was running 2 minutes to 2-minute ones at the end of his stint. You're looking at what Sean Cooper's able to do. He's roughly about 202s, 203. So you're talking about a 3-second difference per lap then for the car which was 2nd and now finds itself in 3rd.
That's what you've got to compare from the start of the stint, because of course the lighter fuel load at the end of the stint means that you'll naturally be going quicker. But yeah, Sean Cooper just hasn't got the pace. You look at the average lap time pace of those around him. Crofton Woodhatch, 5 lap average of a 2:01.759 right now. Ronnie Smith, 2:02.148. Sean Cooper, a 2:03.562 average. James Ibram is at 2:01.751. So those average lap times, there's a bit of a difference there for Sean, and he'll be just having his team in his ear going, just focus forward, just focus on what you're doing. The time will come to you. But maybe that's contact on the outlap has just rattled him a little bit, and he's just having to get back into that rhythm and get into the zone properly.
Oh, and then you're going to see something like this, for example, where you've got Josh Porter of the Shunt Bros, who's looking around thinking, well, what do I need to do to get the gap past the Ram Ranch team? Side by side, Richard Wishow getting his move done and gaining the place. That is a lovely bit of scrapping between them at the moment, and that Ram Ranch Lamborghini gets exactly what he wants on the Shunt Bros.
Nicely worked, nicely done there, and Ram Ranch now will be going forward. The Shunt Bros are just going backwards in this race. It's not been their day so far in that Ferrari. We have found over the years that Ferrari comes a bit stronger towards the end of a stint, though, compared to, say, like if there was a Porsche out there. There isn't any Porsches out there, which actually, when I think about things, is no surprise, really, given the nature of this track. The Porsches are very good on their brakes, very good on corner exit as well. It's just on a track like this, you want something that, because there's no real braking zones here, you want something that's very good through the mid to high speed corners.
Yeah, and those mid to high speed corners are pretty much here, there and everywhere. When you look at the slower sections of this circuit, Paul, it's not a case of feeling very stop-starty, say like a national style circuit. This is a very international circuit, a very wide circuit. So you look at the hairpin style corners like turns 3 and 4 of this track. So you got farm into the loop, you know, you're still traveling, and we were seeing it on the pole lap from Alex Gall in the satellite racing car. He didn't leave third gear at all over the entirety of his lap. It just goes to show you that you've got so much room to maneuver and carry the speed across the lap.
I will say with that Aston Martin, the gearing on that car is a bit different to some of the other GT4s. It is a bit of a funny gearing on that one, so that also might explain why he didn't leave going lower than third gear at any point on the lap. But yeah, it's a great flowing track for these cars, and gives them plenty of opportunities. Back to that race for second place though, and Owen Carroll, having got ahead of Jeremy Rouleau, has now trying to pull away, but is not able to do so quite so much. That slipstream with that Porsche seems to be hanging on right now.
It's doing a very good job here at this point, and mind you, it is the first lap where he's been able to sit in behind and see what he is capable of doing, to see if he can match the pace that Owen Carroll has been able to throw, as that looked like a car that was diving down into the pits. And it will be Chris Steiner in for the team at redx.com SimSport 904, which will be in to make it stop, and will depart from its position as it tries the alternate to get itself into line. So we'll see how that goes as the race goes on. But Jeremy Rouleau, this is the first real test that we're seeing right now, and it's a case of 2 211.6s to hold together. And I'd say if Jeremy can hold himself in this amount of stability and keep himself this close, they won't be so worried about where they are at the moment, because they'll be carried along effectively by a leash to go and get themselves in. And a TSRC eSports car can't match up. So Tumas Kana is going to be looking around going, wait for me, lads.
Absolutely. Phoenix Sim Racing, by the way, car 49 has a mechanical meatball warning flag, so they've come a cropper out there somewhere on this lap. Mike Barber, I know his fan club will be disappointed, but to hear this, they are heading onto pit road, and that is where that contact was. And it'll be that left rear suspension that's been damaged. That's what will have given them that mechanical warning flag, and they'll be crawling that car onto pit road any second now and getting service done.
Yeah, they've got 4 fast repairs available here, which to many people sounds like a lot when you consider that when you're in the iRacing special events, for example, Paul, you don't get any. You just have to live with any damage that you find over the course of a race, as we focus quite heavily here on the GT3 category and the moves being done in and around the field with the Project 91 car of Aurélien Le Penroux, who's through on James Smagascale there for position, that one for 14th place. But giving those 4 fast repairs, it gives that opportunity for drivers to stay in this race, for teams to continue to battle, even if they do find themselves caught up in a few dramas here and there. And it does give these teams an opportunity to say, right, I can be a little bit more aggressive, because if we do get it horribly wrong, we do have to burn one of those fast repairs. It's not the end of the world so long as we can drive it back to pits.
I still think, though, at this stage of the race, you can't have that mindset. Oh, it's a puff of smoke there from Sean Cooper, but you can't be going in thinking, well, I'm just going to throw a move on somebody and be aggressive, and well, if I get damage, oh well. In an event like this, you want to save those free quick repairs, those fast repairs, just in case something happens later on in the race. It's a long old race. It's a full day. You know, it's a full time, twice around the clock, and you've got to keep yourself as much of an advantage over your competitors as possible. And if you burn through, say, 2 or 3 of those fast repairs in the first 6 hours, it's a long old time to then go with just 1 fast repair remaining in the race.
It very much is, and you've got to consider that they've got the instant points to figure out as well. You don't expect to be picking up many here around Silverstone, but you consider that you've got one effectively for every 12 minutes worth of racing here. It's 120 before you find yourself in a position where you pick yourself up. Sorry, one every 6 minutes, I do believe, because they've got to do the math. Roughly, you've got 120 for 24, so you've got no, we're doing sim racing math. No, can't do it as a commentator, it doesn't happen. Louis Gregg at this moment in time is looking at the Triple Eight, which we have talked nothing about in this race so far. Cube controls, Reparto Corsa, Miles Hemming behind the wheel of the Triple Eight car, which has been quietly going above and beyond in terms of its race right now, and is only looking up.
Certainly. Looking up, also looking up is me on Google asking how many minutes in a day, and the answer is 1,440. So then get your 120, divide it by that, and there you go, you've got your minutes. But I'm not doing that maths because I'm a commentator. But yeah, no, things are looking up there, and Miles Hemming, looking to the inside, is the 43 behind Louis Gregg. No move being made as yet as the Nomad car now coming to lap these two GT4s, but 5th and 6th place in class as very, very wide car 17 in your GT4s. So I believe it was 17. It's 20 Mercedes anyway.
Yeah, it's Jacob Grobler from the team Heat Together, so able to just about avoid dramas there, and that is 1 lap down on Louis Gregg. My word, get a look at what happened to Alfie Bevan there, just behind the team Heat Together car, because that might just be the save of the race so far.
Change of underpants, please, for the pit stop. I think it's going to be needed there. Oh my goodness, yeah. Good save, very good reactions, and well done to them to hold on to that one. But certainly, this is an intense race between these two right now for 5th place in class. And right now, Hemming and Gregg, between the two of them, Q Controls, Reparto Corsa, and the No Limit Sim Racing Academy car in 6th place. So great to see these two battling it out. They're just a minute behind the Satellite Racing race leader. Adam Watson has messaged me, by the way, saying that they're hoping that now that that there's been a change of driver, they're hoping that Satellite car comes back to them. The problem is that Niels Kaur is keeping the pace up and is pulling away in the lead of GT4.
Niels Kaur is a very, very accomplished driver and had been, I believe, a part of the Core Motorsports team once upon a time. So he's definitely someone who's got a lot of pace to burn as Louis Gregg continues to go through. I do want to point out the number 49 car because we've been seeing a lot of the Phoenix Sim Racing team. They've had a drive-through penalty. They've had themselves, of course, the black and orange mechanical flag, and they've got a second drive-through penalty.
Oh dear. It's not just a drive-through penalty, is it? It's a stop and go.
Yes.
For Phoenix. So yes, it's going from bad to worse for Phoenix Sim Racing. I think it's safe to say, and they'll be hoping to get this particular hour of the race out of the way and be able to move on and progress forward in this race. Car 6, 2nd place, Gustus Racing Team. Owen Carroll has still got the Altitude eSports by SimStickers Jeremy Rouleau car behind him. Can't shake that 111 car.
No, he very much can't at the moment. This is a case of needing someone to pull the strings, so to speak, at this moment in time, and they're not quite getting exactly what they need from it because that slipstream is keeping Jeremy Rouleau very much in play, and they are practically matching times here of the Satellite Racing GT4 team, which is very happily running in the high 210s and the low 211s at this moment in time. So at least for the moment, you could say that the Dream Meme Machine, which is there in second position, is not quite getting everything its own way, but will be very happy to sit exactly where they are at the moment with what they've been doing in this race and say, you know what, let's go and attack through this next section and try and see where we can get to, maybe at 3 hours, at 6 hours, at even 12 hours, hopefully get exactly what they want out of it.
Well, that's the plan. It's whether it all comes off is quite the other thing for them. Lap times, Niels Kerr last lap was a 2:10.8 compared to Owen Carroll's 2:11.5. That pace, that relentless pace from Satellite Racing and GT4 class is just what's setting them apart right now. And certainly, we've barely seen them on screen, and that's because they're so far ahead right now that we're being focused quite rightly on the battles that have been going on throughout this field, and there is still plenty of battles going on out there on track. So you want to settle down with your beverage of choice at home and enjoy this one, because this looks to be an absolute cracker of an event.
Oh, it really does, and we've been certainly keeping an eye out on who's been making progress, who's gaining, who's losing, who's in the wrong place, who's in the right place. And at the moment, we're talking about right place, just there's a car with half a minute's more pace than you, and it sometimes can be a bit demoralising, but Owen Carroll's just got a little bit of a break there with the lap traffic. Jeremy Rouleau has been unable to really hold as much together, and maybe that might give them just a little bit of a reprieve as we take a look back for 5th and 6th in GT4, and the Q Controls Reparto Corsa team continue to hold. Louis Gregg here at this point can't quite find any angle possible to make this move on Miles Hemming, and this might be quite frustrating for the number 43 team. They've had Connor Gibb in the car, they've still got Tanner Prater, João Diaz and Caleb Koski, who could all get in behind the wheel. I'd expect the two American drivers of their team, being Prater and Koski, to jump in behind the wheel for the night hour shifts, but at least for where they sit at this moment in time, it's tough for this team to really make that progress, because they find themselves a full half a minute off of the next group. So this is really their next hour, 2 hours, 3 hours is, can I clear this car and can I make some daylight?
There comes a point where if you've been not able to overtake the car in front of you for 4, maybe 5 laps, settle in behind them, because you may end up just slowing each other down. Although there's the move into Stowe, and Lewis Gregg is going to possibly get the job done. Yes, he does. Nicely done then through Stowe corner, and Miles Hemming, I think, was looking at things and thinking, do you know what? We're compromising each other here. We're losing touch on Tumas Kana in front in 4th place in that TSRC eSports car. Let's just work together and try and pick the pace up a little bit, because as I was about to say, sometimes if you can't get past and it's been 4 or 5 laps of attempting, you're slowing each other down. It's actually better to say, right, let's just get into a rhythm behind the car in front of me, and then we'll just work our way from there and pick up pace that way, rather than trying everything in your ability to make moves. And making moves is effect simulation, and that's why.
Off the road, and that looks like the opening corner for Sean Cooper. It looks like he's gone off there the circuit and spun it to the inside, so he's got off very early then as he's gone through. So we'll take another look in through the opening corner. Is he tangled, or no, he's just scared himself behind the GT4, caught himself there on the inside curve, and then by the fact that he's lifting off through the most committed corner, he's just completely wiped out the effect of downforce on the back of the car, and the car's just gone, nope, don't want any of it.
You've got to commit one way or the other into lapping lap traffic. You can't half go into lap traffic, and that's what happened there in that situation. He half backed off going in, but then half was like, oh, actually, I'm going to go for it, and that compromises you. He's then cut across the inside of the corner, had to take avoid the action on the car in front, because the car in front is thinking, they're not making the move, I'll take my normal line. And you end up with an accident, you commit one way or the other when you're going through lap traffic. You don't mess about. You don't half-heartedly make those moves, because that is when you make mistakes and when you lose places.
And as such, they now drop back to 4th position. They only have 1.2 seconds over the Glass Tech Racing team as we focus on car 91 out there, which is the Project 91 X Thomas Enger sim racing car with Nomad Academy just behind. Nice to actually get a chance to talk about Thomas Enger for a moment, a driver who did a little bit of everything when it came to motorsport, Paul. A little bit of F1, bit of IndyCar, a lot of Le Mans, and was a class winner in GTs in Le Mans.
Yeah, it's basically whatever form of motorsport, Thomas has probably done it. He's one of those drivers, and yeah, absolutely great to see that name associated here as well. But certainly that 91 car. I will say one thing, I have this rant every time we do an event like this. Teams with their car number in the name of the team, you'd better have that car number going into the race, or else it'll confuse me, it'll confuse people at home. It just, yeah, I like to see teams who have a car number in the name. So, okay, Project 91 is their official title, but they've got the 91 car, and it works beautifully. It's a nice livery, combination of livery colours as well. And they've got some very talented drivers behind the wheel as well. Aurelien Le Penroux behind the wheel right now.
So I take it, Paul, you don't like the WMG hashtag 44 number 53?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly that. If you're going to put your car number in, make sure that you get that car number.
Well, that's the lottery when you get into a race like this. It's a first-come, first-served system, so you've got to make sure that you get the number that you desire. And in terms of the number 44, it actually belongs to the DCW Racing Orange team with Jack Osborne currently behind the wheel of them at the moment as they run themselves over towards this next section. And the car in front of them is not who they're battling for position, but it is Sherlock, Luke Sherlock, that is, in the Onid Racing Britcar team. Out there at the moment. Might just have to correct myself. I will correct myself. It is for position. This one is going to be for what is 44th and 45th. Sorry, no, I'll correct myself. 41st position overall right now, which would put that roughly 9th and 10th in class.
You are correct. It is 9th and 10th in class. Showing that those commentators can do maths. It's just not complex maths. But yes, I am actually a little bit disappointed that DCW Racing haven't got their luminous yellow and blue paint scheme on their car. Always seem to stand out with those DCW drivers, and makes it nice and easy to spot them, so going a bit stealth. Sean Cooper is dropping down even more places. Has lost 2 places on this lap to Glass Tech and to BRT. So in your GT3s, it's going from bad to worse for that Sim Dynamics Sunoco racing team.
Well, Glass Tech had made the move at turn 1. Matt Hoyland took that absolutely fantastically. The issue that you run into then is the fact that Josh Benson absolutely took full advantage as here comes the Prestanda Nomad team, or sorry, the Nomad Academy, I think that is, making the pass through on Project 91. So Taylor Lane got that through only for the briefest of moments because he got off the exit of the corner, realised, hang on, I don't have it, and then Hyro Motorsport decided, you know what, I think that your position will tickle my fancy. Joe O'Harrison picking up that move, but really a lovely little bit of work being done, especially there from Josh Benson there in the BRT team, the basic racing team, using all of that experience, being a former Formula Ford driver, that is a little bit of a tongue twister for you, and being the coach and founder of SimCoach UK.
Yeah, say that 5 times over. Yes, and not only just made 1 place, made 2 places up, because the basic racing team, Josh Benson, up to 4th place now, getting ahead of Glass Tech Racing. So Matt Hoyland went from 5th to 4th, then back to 5th. So all in the space of a lap. It's just how things go out there for them. But yes, the BRT on a bit of a charge right now. And Josh Benson, looking at his lap times, he's up there in terms of lap times. Last lap coming across the line right now. Benson with overtaking as well was a 2:03.0. So yeah, affected by overtaking, but it's been up there in terms of lap times.
Yeah, he definitely can't shake a stick at what he's been able to do at the moment. 4th position, remember that team was down as far as 18th place here in this race. They had a really torrid start, but they've really done well to pull the gaps back, and they have certainly clawed themselves back up into that 4th position. So it's smiles all round by the work that has been done, and it is worth noting that that lead gap is slowly pulling out at the moment. Crofton Woodhatch is doing a job of keeping Ronnie Smith then at bay. That gap now 19, soon to be nearing 20 seconds out there at the top of this field. But at least for the moment, we are starting to see a bit of that split coming into play. And also try and keep in mind that Team Loose Spurwing, who have had a penalty already in this race, mind you, are looking around and thinking, you know what, we got a half chance here of finding our ways into the top 5. They're only a couple of seconds off of Sim Dynamics.
And if you think you've had a penalty and yet you've got the opportunity of moving forward and gaining places, that just says it's a little bit of a bitter pill to swallow, is that. You end up at the end of the race thinking, oh, what if, or what could have been. But yeah, that team, they do have a good outfit there. Will Hope behind the wheel right now for that Team Loose Spurwing car. And certainly they'll be looking to move forward. That's another team that I commentated on recently in the Porsche eSports Sprint Challenge Great Britain. So great to see them being involved in this event, as well as Altitude Esports have moved forward, by the way, in GT4 to 2nd place.
They have. They've got the move done, but not quite fully, because Gustos are starting to come back. Owen Carroll looking at this side by side as they will dance their ever-inclusive dance towards Brooklands Corner and hoping it's going to work around the outside of Owen Carroll. How often does Owen Carroll get overtaken around the outside of, around the circuit? It's got to be one of the first times we've ever seen it.
I wouldn't necessarily say it's one of the first times that we've seen it, but it's not too often that happens. You can count it on one hand, probably, of how often we've seen that happen. But that I think is showing a little bit of the experience from Owen there as well, and thinking, right, okay, you're that desperate to move ahead of me? Fine, go ahead. I'll breathe off the throttle, allow you around the outside. You've got to work for it, and then I'll do a little bit of fuel saving back here. But do you know what? That gap between these two and the race leader has kind of settled at around the 28-second mark. It's been in and around that sort of gap for the last 5 or 6 laps now.
It has been, and the Satellite Racing GT4 car has just been trying to get down into a rhythm. They've just done a 2:12.2 on that last lap, so it's been a little bit more difficult on this lap with the way that traffic's been playing its factor into it. And for the teams, of course, of Altitude Esports and Gusto's Racing Team, they are sitting around looking at it thinking, you know what, we do have a half chance of closing all of this gap down. It's now down to 26.5 seconds here in terms of what they're trying to chase down and work with. So they've certainly got something in mind in terms of how they can get that gap down, and it's not going to happen overnight. It is going to have to happen through a little bit here and a little bit there, and it is going to be that sort of responsibility. If those two can work together, that's good. Of course, they won't be very happy with what's going on with James Ebram, who is trying to take as much of the track as he can. And he's going to get turned. He's going to get turned by Owen Carroll. Carroll has to hit the brakes hard to stop hitting Ebram a second time, and a freebie for Tumas Kana.
Oh, Kana will be loving seeing that and saying, thank you very much, chaps. I'm through and I'm going. That Effect Simulation car, though, I think Owen Carroll will be having a few 4-letter words in the car there. And it just, you see, what's happened there is the effect simulation car has got caught up behind Jeremy Rouleur in that Porsche, has had to back out of it mid-corner when he'd be normally accelerating away. Owen Carroll behind is just anticipating that GT3 to be accelerating, when in fact it's backed off and bang, 2 into 1, doesn't go.
Yeah, and on top of that, Ibram's lost the place for third here to Josh Benson and is under pressure from Matt Hoyland at the moment. So there was the contact. You can see he pinches down in the middle of the corner. He's trying to cut back here, but he's got no real acceleration by the time he started that cut. And so Owen Carroll just can't get out of it quick enough and just runs into the back of it. Just like that, the troubles start to begin. And the chase on here is now here comes a battle for position as Sean Cooper looks behind at William Hope, hoping for a way through. Now he'll go the other side of the lap traffic they're going through of Owen Carroll to try and make this pass. They've got now same lap traffic in Luca Munro, who's there in front, but down to the inside goes William Hope. He'll now have to go the long way around at the next section of road, which will of course be at the Vale, and he throws a huge dummy down to the inside. Oh, that came from a light year back.
It's a bit of a move, bit of a throw there, and well, if it works, it works. A lot of traffic around here right now. A big grouping of cars out there on track, and it's just having to work your way through now. And so, yeah, these cars having to safely work their way through, and that's Berwick car working its way past Carroll, and now going for Thomas Kana. Kana caught up behind the Ferrari, and again backing out, having to back out there onto the Wellington Straight, and here comes the car of Sean Cooper trying to get the place back.
Well, look to the outside, but it's not going to have enough drive to make it happen, trying to pick up something through the middle of the corner. And for Sim Dynamics Sunoco Race Fuels, they will remain in 7th position after that big scramble. And it is a big scramble. They've just thrown all of the elements together at exactly the same time, hoping that something sticks, and it did eventually for them. But that's what you got to be very switched on for. Any opportunity, you got to be ready to pounce. The moment that you're not, it's going to be the moment where you run into trouble.
Certainly is, but well, Cooper's having to just settle in behind, and it's been a case of what could have been here for the Sim Dynamics Sunoco racing car, and just dropping down through the order. Now, Matt Hoyland is going to be battling away. James Ibram is trying to get that move completed in that effect simulation car, but Plastic Racing, Matt Hoyland in the Ferrari, not giving it up. Mercedes versus Ferrari. How many times have we said that in motorsport in recent years? Around the outside, you get the better power down around the outside, and that Mercedes holds on for now.
Yeah, and that's the key words, for now, because Matt Hoyland is looking around at James Ibram thinking, you know what, I think you're a bit vulnerable after what happened a couple of laps ago. I want in on that 4th position, because you got to remember, 6 seconds down the road is Josh Benson, who just did a 2:01 flat on that last lap. He was the fastest driver by far compared to anybody else, including the leading duo. He was half a second quicker than both of them. So at least for the moment, James Ibram here is going to be a big blockade for Matt Hoyland if he wants to try and go and make that move to jump up into 4th position for Glass Tech Racing. But it's again the patience factor here. Hoyland can't have everything his own way to begin with. He's now going to have to start crafting a way to making that move, and maybe if the 909 finds its form and rhythm once again, it might not be a case of make the move, it might just be a case of hang on.
Thank you very much to Adam Watson, by the way, in chat, who pointed out that through the loop, the GT4s are actually quicker entry into mid-corner through the loop than the GT3s. So that means that, yeah, you have to have a bit of compromise between the two of them. Speaking of compromise, Joe Harrison has had a spin out there and collected another car. Was it a Nomad car that they collected? I believe so.
Oh, well, you can see it here. They're trying to get out of the way, and there's not much you can do there. They all chalked up over the top of each other. I think it was Roberto Concepcion there in the number 53 machine. So that's the WMG hashtag 4453 that you don't like, Paul, that's gone around.
Well, there you go. Get the right number and that wouldn't happen to you. No, to be fair, that's just wrong place, wrong time. They've done well to get on the anchors and to avoid initially, but then around the go. And to make matters worse, they got hit in a position where it's damaged the suspension. They've got a mechanical warning flag, the meatball flag, and that was right past pit entry, which means you've got to do an entire lap with that damage before being able to pit.
Yeah, no, it's not great for them at the moment, and it doesn't look quite nice for what they're having to deal with. It's going to be a lot of wheel work to get themselves over to where they want, but it doesn't stop the racing continuing on for them at this stage, and especially for the Nomad Academy 281, Taylor Lane still chasing down Aurelian Lepenru, who is there in the Project 91 ex-Thomas Enger sim racing team. They've still got Luca Monroe in front. They've also got a bit of lap traffic in the form of Raphael Ray for Samsoy Kanan before they reach the leaders overall. So these are the first of the drivers a lap down, and look how busy it is getting, because all of a sudden the Project Not Last team is trying to find a way through, and they've got through one. Alfie Bevan has picked that one up with a bit of power.
Bit of power, but also a bit of stealthness as well. He was having a bit of internet problems there, was Alfie, so working his way through and getting that position taken for Project Not Last. I think they're safe in their position of not finishing last right now, but will they be able to say that in another 21 hours and 1 minute?
Well, that's the next question, but of course we've got one non-starter in this race, so effectively they can't possibly finish last.
Well, but if they're a non-starter, therefore they did not take part in the race, therefore only 53 entrants have taken part in the race, so that means that you can finish last.
Well, they've got 7 laps over Connexus Motorsport at the moment, down at the back. I think they're safe for the moment. I think they're going to have to run out of fast repairs if they're going to get caught up in that regard. But I think Alfie Bevan and co have done quite well to keep it out of trouble. But again, it's the question mark that you always run around of. Have you remembered to check off the fact that you want to fast repair each time you go into the boxes?
It depends on what are they not wanting to finish last in. Are they not wanting to finish last in class or the race overall, or in the amount of instant points that have accumulated, the amount of penalties received from race stewards? You know, it's a whole list of things that you could be not last in.
It's a pretty important game, and I don't think they want to be last in, how much do I put this into? Probably everything at the moment. They don't want to be last in at the point. So I think for what they are hoping for and what they are getting into, I think that is going to be something really important. In fact, Alfie Bevan has just dived into the pits, and I think at least at this stage of the race, they're going to be quite happy with the work that they've done.
Yeah, it's pit stop cycle time for us now. We're on the hour, so another hour in the books. And so is that a change of driver as well for them? No, Alfie Bevan's still there. I think he's having problems with his internet as well, as you can quite clearly see on screen there. That won't be helping matters for them. And it's at that point where you as a team, you might say, actually, let's get the next driver in now. Let's see if you can sort out that problem so that you can then go back. We've got a car reversing down the pit lane.
What? What's going on there? That's a missed box and a half, and I think that would have been Daryl Young for the Wild Things Racing that missed it, and missed it by a fair mile. It sort of looked out the rearview mirror and would have had the crew go, hey, you're back here, mate.
I mean, it's a good job it's not real world motorsport, because you're not allowed to reverse in the pit lane. You'd have to be pushed back. So yeah, thankfully it's in the sim world here, and we don't have to take into consideration the safety of our pit crews. But yeah, that was a well, living up to the name of Wild Things Racing, getting it completely wild and wrong, going onto their pit stall.
Yeah, they did, and we'll take another look at it here. Daryl Young putting himself back then into the pits, having to really reverse back, and he would have had to have been very careful with that reversing back there, Paul, because you can get disqualified here in iRacing for going backwards, of course. So that was a case of just enough within that throughput. They nailed that reversing.
Oh yeah, that was proper sort of, yeah, right hand down, left hand down, yeah, you're good to go, spot on. And they got that done, and pit stop has been cycled. They've come out at the moment in 22nd in class, but of course we're still at pit stops by a lot of people yet, so we'll have to see what happens in a bit.
Yeah, so we're going to get a lot of great racing going on. I just have found ourselves someone who wants to talk to us. He is, of course, the team manager over at Project 91 out there, and it is Louis Hesketh who is waiting to have a chat with us. I don't have the ability to drag him in, unfortunately, so I believe someone's going to have to do that for me. So Louis Hesketh here is with us right now, and Louis, it's been up and down for your Project 91 team so far. Started fourth with a bit of great qualifying, and then it looks like you've been through the ringer a little bit.
Yeah, that is certainly true with our GT3. Not amazing so far in the race, but obviously it's a long race, still just under 21 hours to go.
So there's still a long way to go. Of course, you're one of those teams who are looking around and thinking that this is going to be a lot of work over the course of this one to try and go through. I believe you just had some contact with the Nomad Academy, just going through that section of road. But talk us through the process here of what you're looking at here, what you're trying to achieve here with this team, and what you think is realistic over the next few hours in terms of your next set of goals.
Well, so with the team, this is obviously our first time appearing in the Britcar 24 hours. So with our GT3, especially with the Thomas Enger partnership for this race, we are looking for a top 5 result, especially with some of our strong drivers. We have William Chadwick, Porsche Carrera Cup eSports GB runner-up. So I feel like with him and our other pro esports drivers, such as Racing Unleashed driver and Formula Series, I reckon when they both get in, especially with Christian when he gets back with more confidence, I reckon we can excel and push forwards to top 5 hopefully.
Well, that looks very good then in terms of that, as we just got note that the Gustos Racing Team number 6 have just been given a black flag penalty. Now, that will help your effort in GT4, which is currently 10th position overall. So when it comes to that number 92 car, how do you think that's going to fare for you with Mikhail Sikorsky currently behind the wheel? Because they've been doing a very nice conservative job with this race so far.
Yeah. I'm surprised that our GT4s managed to get in. We had some issue with the entry. One of the drivers accidentally registered as the Mercedes GT3, so we had to quickly get all the drivers into our Project 91 Orange team before qualifying, and we managed to get our entry out. That's why there's no livery currently running. But I feel with the obviously penalty for Owen Carroll, I don't think we'll do much. It's because at the end of the day, it's Owen Carroll, isn't it?
Well, it might be Owen Carroll, but unfortunately it is what it is. We've just seen as well as a car pulled off. Prismatic Motorsport Athena, I think, have just been caught out in something, so that's Georgie Mackay behind the wheel as well. But before we let you go, Louis, we hope that it goes well for both of your teams right now at the moment, but the floor is yours to basically give yourself a little bit of headline.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the stream as well, you guys.
Well, no worries at all there. Louis Hesketh joining us then from Project 91. Their teams, I would say, are doing okay at the moment here in this race, and they are looking forward to a little bit of a charge forward in the later stages of this one. Paul, a couple of issues there that we found. Firstly, the penalty for the Gustos Racing Team, which they really won't be too pleased about. But secondly, issues for Prismatic Athena, who had to pull it over to the side of the road and then were able to get back going again. So it looked like that was just straight out of the pits.
Yeah, it's been interesting while we were having that chat there, but certainly I think the big talking point is I was expecting that penalty for Owen Carroll there. It was just not getting moving and considering. Now that to me looks like a stuck pit limiter. And I've experienced that myself. Hugo Luis, our producer, will remember the race. It was at Spa-Francorchamps, and my teammate didn't actually have a button bound for a pit limiter. So I brought the car in with the pit limiter on. He drives out, had to do an entire lap. It would have been quicker to take the tour, but did an entire lap with a pit limiter stuck. 8.5 minutes, if you're wondering, around Spa-Francorchamps. But they got going again in the end. But yeah, that looked like a stuck pit limiter.
It very much looked like a stock pit limiter, and as such, that has really hurt Georgie Mackay in the team there a little bit, so she was able to get going. So you can see here, you can see the blue lights there indicate that the limiter's still on. Georgie, the limiter's still on, and she has to come to a full stop to try and say, right, I've got to stay out of the way of everyone here, so pulls off of the road at about the 150, 100 metre marker because, oh, I don't want to deal with any of this. And ultimately, we'll take a look here, going fully onto a stop. Just watch the dash here for the moment, because the blue lights indicate that yes, the limiter's on, so fully puts it into a stop and now needs to find a way to disengage it and get back going again, and looking to put the power back down. And there you go, there's a little bit of revs. Can I get that sorted off? Yes, right, we're good, let's go back going again. Some of the small pitfalls that you find when you're doing a sim race.
That, I think, would have been a Birmingham screwdriver job of giving the wheel a hit with the hammer to try and get that sorted. Yes, not the best way of starting your stint there after coming out of pit road. Speaking of pit road, it's getting a bit busy out there with GT4s. The GT3s. I was thinking, the GT4s, you're looking at about 1 hour and 5 minutes on a stint for them, whereas the GT3s have been getting just over an hour, and there was a free repair taken by the Project 91 car.
Yeah, so that'll be one of their 4, I would say, bullets used in this race, if this were to be used in terms of a poker term out there. So they've used one of their chips, they've cashed it in and said, right, I've got a brand new car then to go out there and go and work with. Now, they have changed driver over at Sim Dynamics. They've put Paul Allen in behind the wheel at the moment. Le Penru stays in behind the car. Josh Porter still in behind the car as well. And Tristan Engelstadt leaving the pits then for Quad Dash, who have quietly been going about business and doing what they want to, and they've in fact just jumped some teams there in the stop, so they'll be quite happy with what they've been able to achieve there.
Great to see the shot there as Class Tech Racing change of driver Matthew Jones. They're onto pit road right now with their pit stop. Still the battling going on in GT4. These two seem to be stuck together all the way through this entire stint. It's certainly interesting to see these two, and the little blinks of the internet connection there. Just to remind everyone that we are racing over the internet across the world. We've got drivers from throughout the world competing in this race, so you do have to marvel at what you're able to do nowadays in terms of sim racing. I'm going back to the days of dial-up, where you had ghosted races where you had no contact whatsoever, and you just raced your own race, even though you had other cars around you.
Yes, and of course that is right in the early days of sim racing, which has gone up and has changed throughout the years, and there's always been a little something here and a little something there that has always made this push. But this is what I love really about iRacing as a platform in general here, Paul, is that it has been one of the great sim racing platforms out there, and I would say it's not so much of a game as it is an MMO out there in terms of what it's been able to achieve, and its longevity in the way that it has been built up and has developed. You know, there was a time where you couldn't get multi-class racing in iRacing. You know, it's taken the time and the development. I remember a time where, you know, we were saying tracks like Long Beach, for example, would never make it into iRacing in a full capacity just because of the computing requirements requirements for it.
Not just that, I mean, I can remember when it was a time before multi-class, not multi-class racing, but time before driver changes. I remember that coming in. Of course, you've had the dynamic track that was developed, and then most recently the weather system that has been brought into iRacing as well, that has revolutionised how the racing happens here on iRacing. And certainly it's really enjoyable, and it just keeps on developing and growing, and that's what you want from a racing title, a racing simulation like this. You want to see that evolution. Every 3 months there's an evolution to the product. There's new vehicles coming to the product. The thing that I'm most looking forward to in the next build of iRacing is our race leader Crofton Woodhatch comes onto pit road. My personal favourite thing is a track that I have been calling for every year on the iRacing survey that they ask each year, what track would you like to see in iRacing? And every year I've been putting down Thruxton. Well, I'm finally getting my wish, Jake.
You absolutely are, and I do love Thruxton as a circuit. It is that high-speed thrill ride where you're always going to be looking around. I remember touching on it on the old Toka 2 days, racing on against that with my cousin Thomas, and having that wonderful scrap up there. And it's a wonderful track. It's one of those where you got the technical final corners, you got the technical first sector, and then it's just go as flat as you can through the middle sector, and that's what I think so lovely about it. But Crofton Woodhatch staying in the car, then in the Audi, and look, he's even in the pits and he's got his blinkers on there. I would say the hazard light to let everybody know that he's stopped, he's parked, and he's safe.
Well, that's as soon as you put the pit limiter on, and you'll see they'll switch off. There you go, the hazard lights go off. So it's a way of identifying that the pit limiter is on. You'll see that with a lot of GT3 and GT4 machinery, even TCRs as well, have those flashing headlights normally, or flashing indicators. Yeah, certainly Hugo Luis reminding us, of course, that even though he's younger than me, he seems to be older than me. He's got that in iRacing, when he started, they didn't even have the driver hand model on the steering wheel. So yeah, that just goes to show just how far things have come in iRacing. And even in my time, I'm coming up to 10 years of commentating on iRacing myself. Next year will be my 10-year anniversary of commentating on iRacing. It was February 2015 for me, my very first commentary on sim racing, and I've just seen so many developments over those years, and it's been great to watch as Alpha eSports now go onto pit road for their pit stop, as these two still fighting it out as Lewis Craig and Miles Hemming.
Well, I'll doff my cap to you, Paul, because you are 4 months my commentary senior by the sounds of it then, as I jumped online first in the summer of 2015 as a sprightly young 17-year-old. But at least at this...
How old I was.
But either way, the battle continues. A little look to the inside, a big move to the outside to try and see if there is any angle of attack, trying to pick up the exit, and he's going to go bumper to bumper. Watch out for the Ferrari that's going to start finding its way through. Watch out indeed. Josh Porter, part of the Shunt Bros, finding himself in the middle of that. Nothing really there to it. And remember, the Shunt Bros, they needed to get through there because Paul Allen sat very comfortably right behind them.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I think that Sim Dynamics team are trying to just recover a little bit here with the change of driver, and that means now that the Shunt Bros, they'll be looking behind them and saying, right, what pace are they able to do? Car 23's at a standstill out on track, just got moving again. That's the eSport GBR car of Nathaniel Treadwell. He's had issues out at the loop.
Yeah, it's a spin. He was alongside Christopher Smith of the RD Sim Sports car, so it was the position. It looks like he's been tagged around by the Effect Simulations 909, which has had a penalty today as to the outside searching again tries the ever despondent Miles Hemming, trying to find that pass and still can't quite find a way to get back through. This has been some great racing between them, but Effect Simulations going through the ringer, and I tell you what, turn 4 for them over there at the loop. We saw what happened with the turnaround, of course, with Owen Carroll. We've now seen them on the other end of it, running to the back.
Yeah, and this is the thing, you know, it's multi-class racing, and you've got to have a little bit of compromise between the fewest. This GT3's working their way through the GT4 traffic, and that's just cost that Cube Controls Reparto Corsa car a few seconds and flattened the curb on the inside of the final part of Beckett's. And that Porsche just won't be too happy with that as they go down the hangar straight once again. So No Limit Sim Racing Arcade will be happy to have just got that little bit of breathing space right now. It's only about a second or so.
Yeah, it is, and we've got this, of course, which is Georgie Mackey, who is, or Mackay is there, dealing with Aurelia Lepenru for position. So the Project 91X Thomas Enger Sim Racing team sat in a place here where they want that 14th place, and they'll kind of want it as soon as they can here over that last lap. Not really much of a difference between these two, but they've been keeping themselves nice and stably together as they run up now through the village and into the farm corner here. Through the farm corner and in through to the village here at turn 3, and ultimately you would say that this has been some solid driving by the pair of them at the moment. Georgie Mackey, she's doing enough at the moment in the number 48 just to hold that station and not really have to worry too much. The early work that was done by Rachel Conkerley, I think, was really important here for Georgie Mackey to have this presence in the Audi to try and continue on after the dramas that she had, of course, with the pit limiter.
Yes, certainly it's good defensive driving, but when you think that that number 48, Georgia Mackey, in that Prismatic Motorsports car just dropped down the order to 14th after starting this race in 4th. Not great. Now, that Project 91X Thomas Enger team, they're up 2 places at the moment. They've got the sights set a lot further up, as we heard in our interview there. So we're looking forward to seeing what they can do in this. And meanwhile, there's a whole mess going on here. GT3's battling, there's GT4, DCW racing car involved in all of that as well. I think that's Mike Pierce that just worked their way through on. But all sorts happening there as we finally get BRT and Effect Simulations onto pit road.
Yeah, and they do so with about 20 minutes to the hour out there at this point, so they'll feel quite comfortable with the way that they've been saving their time, and I reckon that they are going to get at least 1 pit stop saved over the course of this race by the way that they're going about it. And on top of that, they might even be looking at a second now driver change then in at the Effect Simulations. It's Matteo Frigerio who is going to be behind the wheel now of the 909, so it's their 3rd different driver they've put in, and there is Lepenru, who is hoping that a position can be made, and I think Aurelian still not quite able to do it. Maximise the run through the loop, get the power down a little bit earlier so you can attack Aintree Corner, and then onto the Wellington Straight. You've got a really good chance of making Brooklands the home for an overtake.
It's 2 cars with the same motor, but very much different ways of going about it. The Audi, the R8, and then the Lamborghini, both with that V10, but the chassis a little bit different. The design of the cars very different indeed. You can certainly tell which is the Lamborghini out of the 2 of them. But these 2 providing us a great show, great race here. And I can tell you, the 909 that's just been on pit road, Effect Simulations, with Matteo Frigerio, is going to have to serve the penalty that his teammate has cost them.
That's not how you want to start your stint. Just out on track, and yeah, you're going to have to come in again and go around. So they're down 1 over the course of today's race, and they're going to have to come back in again.
30 seconds stop and go, so that's a big penalty, actually.
It is a big penalty. It's a massive hold of what they're going to have to be dealing with here, and that will take them way out the order by about 50 seconds or so, which would put them effectively in this race well outside the top 5 to about 8th or 9th, and that's not nice to see there. That is a hefty hit for the RD SimSport team and Christopher Smith there going out through. So he won't be best pleased. He was trying to stay out of the way of what was going on and found himself caught up in a place he didn't really want to be.
And that's given them the mechanical meatball warning flag as well. So let's have a look then. The BMW on the inside has contact with another car around the outside, and RD SimSport nowhere to go in all of that. They're going to have to come straight onto pit road.
It's the 74 car of Phil Webb there for Team Greenprint, which is down currently in 26th position right now, that he's come together and had that moment with. And look, the rear doesn't look too nice for Phil Webb either, so I wouldn't say that he's got out of that unscathed, so to speak, as he will now return to the circuit there in the replay and continue on forward. But really here for the racing action that you've got, it has been a wonderful showcase here, and you take a look at the GT4 category at the moment and give a little bit of an update here on your race leader, Niels Kerr, for Satellite Racing GT4. 23 seconds, the leading margin here at the front, and they've just been quietly going about it, but Altitude are slowly cutting that gap down. Jeremy Rouleau, over the course of this stint, has taken about 4 seconds off the race lead.
Yeah, they have. They've just been eking away at that lead, and that's just allowed them to catch up as we go through the first couple of corners, looking as you say, coming into the pits. They were lapping about a tenth and a half a lap quicker was the Altitude eSports by SimSticker's car. So they're just chipping away at that lead. And that's all you need to do as a chaser. Just keep on chipping away at them and seeing what the other cars can do around them. But yeah, Satellite Racing, Niels Kerr, after showing that early pace, is that Aston Martin good on a heavy fuel load, but as it goes through its stint, gets a little bit worse throughout its stint?
Well, I think it's worth comparing some of the lap times that they have been doing. So at the start of their stint, they were doing roughly about the low 211s to the high 210s. And now at the late part of their stint, they very much got themselves down to about the mid 210s consistently. So I think they are burning that pace. Their fastest lap, of course, was with Alex Gall on lap 62, which was a 209.8. So I think Niels Kerr, not as quick as Alex Gall at the moment in the GT4, but I think he's still going about his business and he's still putting some nice times together on the board, and I think the difference is there as we can now finally see that Altitude eSports car now depart pit lane and go on and back out again. Rouleau stays in behind the wheel, and they will come out just behind William Hope's Team Lou Spurwin car as we take a look back at Prismatic Motorsports here and the ever continuing battle that you can see on screen.
What you've got to look at, though, is not just the comparison of lap times in the stint of their own car, but it's how it compares against the competition and what sort of lap times that the competition were able to do. And is that other car getting more time gained throughout the entirety of the stint compared to that leader, as the car 43 has had issues at Stowe. That's the No Limits Sim Racing Academy of Lewis Gregg. Has had issues at Stowe Corner, and that is what happens when you just carry a little bit too much speed into a corner.
So you mean to tell me, Paul, that the No Limits car had in fact a limit?
Yes.
Right. Okay, Louis Gregg loses a little bit of time there with that slide at Stowe Corner, and that ultimately costs them a little bit. And of course, you can't fight too much against the limit of grip, otherwise you're just going to find the car turns around, and that is a car, of course, that is pushing on a little bit too hard at the moment, knowing that
the likes of Miles Hemming, for example, they're trying to pull away with from the 888. But continuing on in this battle, and this all-important battle it is, of course, Simon Davison versus Brad Smith then in the Phoenix Sim Racing car, a car that has been in the wars, so to speak, and has not been in the good books of the stewards either, but still holding a gap right now, and this is for 28th position on the road.
Certainly is. Brad Smith, Simon Davidson, the two together. Very stealthy car is that Phoenix Sim Racing car, with its livery and with that nice low down Lamborghini compared to that big lump of a BMW with the face that only a mother could love on the front of that BMW, in my opinion. Other opinions are available, folks. You don't have to all shout at me. But yeah, certainly Phoenix now just pulling away a little bit and getting that gap up and trying to gap out and make a recovery drive, because when you've had things not go your way, it's all about how you bounce back. Bounce back ability. That's the word that got used a lot.
Yeah, it is that ability to go from adversity to triumph, and how much you can put that in the back of the mind and go forward with what's going on. They've built that gap over Simon Davidson with the traffic, the RAF E-Mode Sports GT3 going through along, as well as them catching the Prestanda Nomad 456 with Casey Waters currently behind the wheel of that right now. And then Owen Carroll's number 6, which they find currently piloting around here in the order, as the Satellite GT4 has now decided to make its call down in onto the pits, and Niels Kerr continues then in behind the wheel for the moment of the number 64 team, and so too TSRC are in with Tumas Kana, who have also dived in. So in the middle of the cycle that we find ourselves with, there is car number 6, currently 5th position and giving chase, finds itself about 25 seconds behind Altitude Esports, and there are your leaders, and there are where they are sat, and they are just waiting for the cue to go to get back out onto track. And on cue there is Niels Kerr, who goes out for a 3rd straight stint.
So what can Niels Kerr do? Where's the 111? That's just coming through in towards Club Corner right now, is that Altitude Esports by SimSticker's car. So those are the two that we've been sort of keeping an eye on in GT4. But that Aston Martin does seem to have a good fuel range on it, actually, and that'll work out nicely towards the latter stages of the race for them. So in some cases, cars, if you know you've got a frugal car, sometimes what you see is teams not brim the tank. They'll just fuel it to maybe be a lap or so less fuel, so that they're carrying a little bit lighter car and can have that little bit of extra pace compared to others around them. Or they go the full brim the tank, go the full extent that it can possibly do, and then have the shorter pit stop, if not even removing a pit stop from their cycles throughout this race.
Yeah, that's certainly worth keeping in mind. They did lose a couple seconds in the pit stop window, though. Just keep that in mind. The gap's gone down to 22nd. Now the team, which seems to be part of the John Moxley School of Sim Racing, it's the Wild Things Racing team with Darryl Young at the moment, trying to find a way past James Smaggerscale here in the Aztec Racing team car. This is going to be for 17th place and to the outside of Stowe. Trying to get it done. Can you get the rotation through the middle of the corner? Answer's no, but you still got this run through the Vale to Club Corner, which can give you the chance. Big lunge there down on the inside, and it's going to try and pinch on that inside line, but again running a bit too wide. Oh, that's just some clever car placement by James Smaggerscale. He holds on.
And that could have been so much worse for the Wild Things as well, because they went and threw it down the inside. They were never going to leave the space on the outside for the other car, but with the way that the car positioned when there was contact, if it had just been ever so slightly further ahead, then they would have ended up turning themselves across the nose of the car that they're fighting. So Wild Things, you've got to be careful with the Aztec Racing car, and you can't you can't do the Formula One school of overtaking, which is throw it down the inside, doesn't matter how fast you are, get out of my way. And, well, that's a better move. That's a nice move into Brooklands. And there we go, Wild Things moving forward.
Well, that will make their hearts sing as they make that pass, and they will jump on and gain a little bit more out there. And they will look at Project Not Last as their next challenger. James Le Pavot is who is next in the car with them, and they've got themselves about 15 seconds to try and chase down in order to go and gain that place. So that will be in their minds over the next 30 minutes or so, how they can claw that gap back down, and they'll be quite happy with the work that they have been able to achieve, at least at this point of the race. Every single car is within 10 laps of the race lead at the moment, with Connectors Motorsport there. The final cars at the moment, Ben Kirby currently is that car, and you can see him right now on screen, just about to be passed by the Wild Things, and just has there by Daryl Young. So he is the last runner in this field at the moment in the number 31, trying to stay somewhat close to the Triple S Britcar team, who find themselves then about half a lap ahead as things stand. But ultimately, through the first 3 hours or 3.5 hours worth of racing, the story of this race has been really about a tale of two leaders, so to speak. It is 15 and 20 seconds respectively for the WSR eSports Buttkicker team and the Satellite Racing GT4 team, who haven't relinquished their positions in the race since the opening hour of running, which gives a good indication of where the pace lies. But there are two very intense chasers who are keeping this race honest from a GT standpoint.
Yeah, certainly are, and it's keeping the intrigue in the overall and GT4 race lead going throughout this race. So yeah, it's definitely keeping us on our toes in the commentary box and giving everybody at home a nice bit of enjoyment as well to see this. But that's been the main talking point. The other talking point for me is just how a couple of teams who have had issues early on in the race, I mean, let's not forget BRT, they had their issues on that opening of the race, and that they've been able to work their way back forward, find themselves in third place with Josh Benson, and I think it's some teams that have had a bit of issues that have been able to progress forward and recover things. I think that's also been another one of those side talking points of this race.
Yeah, and the work that they've done to pull themselves up through the order has been fantastic to see, and we do like the work that BRT have been able to do. And quite one of the funniest things, though, is what they've got in terms of what they give us for the team information. That apparently they've got Tom Griggs, who will come into the car a little bit later on, who apparently does a hilarious impression of Ferrari engineers. And then they've got Alistair Kirk, who they'll put in. And they've not been very nice to Alistair Kirk. They've given him the nickname of Meatball, in the fact they'll probably use up all the fast repairs, which I hope is not the case. But Project Not Last might be going a little bit closer to last, because they've just been given a black flag penalty.
Certainly have, not leaving space. We saw the incident on replay. It was that one which RD Sim Sports got collected, along with the 74 as well of Team Greenprint, that had the contact through Beckett's. And yeah, not leaving the space there. A certain Spanish Formula 1 driver always said you must always leave the space, and that is certainly not what happened for James Le Pavot. So it's a drive-through penalty for them. Stop and go, should I say, sorry. So having to come to a physical stop in the pit box and then going again. And you say it was about 22 seconds that you lose, with it being a cut of the inside of the last corner.
Yes, especially when they're running at about, I would say, 70 to 80 kilometres an hour pit lane speed. And it's always one of the funniest things that I think is a measure of this circuit. And it's this unique pit lane that you have, because it is such a massive cut. You've got to have a pit lane speed around here that doesn't give an incentivized advantage to drivers on the final lap of races, for example, where they can just jump into the pits because they know that it's slightly quicker to go down there than it is to take the natural racing circuit, which is why it this is one of the most fascinating pit lanes, I find, in terms of how much of a pit lane speed do you have and how much pit lane transit time actually is around here.
Always reminds me, Ayrton Senna set the lap record at Donington Park in the 1993 European Grand Prix. And everyone will have seen the clip of his start of the race. He was down in 5th place, was ended up in 1st by the end of the first lap. So an incredible drive from him that day. But he set the fastest lap of the race by going through the pit lane, because at that time there was no pit lane speed limit in Formula 1. And the old pit entrance on the Grand Prix loop at Donington Park actually cut a big chunk of the track at Goddard's, and so he went across the timing beam in the pit road and set the lap record whilst in the pit lane.
I believe that was also his final victory, Paul, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the last first place trophy that Ayrton Senna ever got was a massive Sonic the Hedgehog.
Was that not the Australian Grand Prix?
It might have been. It might have been. We'll have to do some research.
Literally doing that right now.
Perfect. We got, though, some great racing that's going on here, and we'll keep an eye on the effect simulations in the meanwhile as we do our research, who find themselves currently out on track in what I believe is 7th place with Matteo Frigerio. They've just got the gap on Peter Plastov in number 18 car in 8th place, who are up 9 spots over the course of this race, which is to be exactly the same as Project Not Last at the moment, or it would have been Project Not Last, because I believe the Wild Things Racing now have the biggest move in the field, up 10.
Yeah, certainly big moves being made there. I can confirm Australian Grand Prix 1993, Ayrton Senna ahead of Alain Prost and Damon Hill in the end. That was the podium there. That was his last race win. I think there was only ever once that Ayrton Senna, Alain Prost and Michael Schumacher shared a podium as well that year. So it's one of those strange things that you think of. 3 of the all-time greats of motorsport only ever sharing one podium, but there you go. But yes, back to subject matters that are more important right now, rather than my reminiscence of my childhood watching Formula 1. Yes, there's been some big moves through the field. I mean, Ram Ranch, they're up 6 places from where they started in this race. They've been slowly going about business, moving forward. Team Lucex Berwing as well, 5 places gained from where they started in this one. I would say that big loser though, Sim Dynamics Sunoco Racing, Paul Allen, down 12 places from where they started, the team that we're looking at right now. I think it's been a case of what could go wrong has gone wrong for them.
Yeah, it has been that sort of story. They had a very nice start to it, but the moment after the driver change from Remy Gilbert, it started to go the wrong way for them. So for Paul Allen and co, they're all looking around and looking at their team information. They said that they're all a bunch of 40 to 50-year-olds, with the exception of Remy Gilbert, who of course has just about got out of school, so to speak. So they are a team that has a lot of experience to go and work with. And look at this now as they attack over towards Stowe. This is Quad Dash, who are having to deal with both the Shunt Bros and Nomad, but Tristan Engelstad is going to lose out to Josh Porter there through the first part, and that's going to be one gone. I think Taylor Lane might want in on this as well.
Yeah, Taylor will get stuck in, that's for sure. I've commentated on Taylor many a time and shared a track every now and again as well, so Taylor won't be shy in making a move in that one. But yeah, close action here, all for 10th, 11th and 12th places in this race. The Shunt Bros, again, enough one of those teams that's having to do a bit of a recovery drive after that contact and spin in Beckett's for them. So yeah, Shunt Bros, they're moving forward, and it's a case of Quadash and Nomad Academy trying to follow them, and that's a move to the inside, but that's not going to quite work through the loop.
That was more opportunistic than you'd think. It was a big missed apex there by the number 24 Shunt Boys, and now here comes Taylor Lane to take advantage of the dive. Engelstad leaves the door open but takes the late apex there in the Audi and comfortably dispatches of that. And it's very much a case of that Audi being a very compact car in comparison to the Mercedes, which has definitely got a much longer profile out there, which effectively is a case of with how far back you are in the sense of where the car sits, where you sit the driver compared to that massive engine that you've got in the front. It's almost like trying to just poke your nose down the inside, and you realise that by the time you've got the whole of the nose poked in, you've poked about 2/3 of the car through and you're fully alongside.
Yeah, it's a big old lump, is that Mercedes, isn't it? It's great to see. And it's been such a successful car in the world of GT3 racing as well. It's a bit long in the tooth, is that particular Mercedes now, so but it still puts on a great performance. I've been keeping an eye on our overall race lead, by the way. 14 seconds is, or 13 seconds should I say, is the gap, but the average lap times, Crofton Woodhatch average lap times of 2:02.361 compared to a 2:01.774, so a big swing there in terms of lap times. Alpha eSports have got the bit between the teeth, and they're trying to push forward and trying to get towards the leader.
I'm looking at the last 3 laps here from Ronnie Smith. 2:01.6, 2:02.1, 2:01.7. You compare that to WSR Esports, it's 2:02.3, 2:02.9, 2:03.1, as there is James Smagersgale, who now moves back into 18th position here, and he's having to falls back a bit more because that's Joe Harrison for Hyro Motorsport, who dives on through and makes the move. So that gap is quite substantially being cut now by Alpha Esports, and they'll be very happy with the work that they're currently doing out there to bring that gap down. We look back then here through the corner, the middle of the corner, to Quad Dash, who have got that gap now over Project 91, but Nomad have got their way through. So Taylor Lane has got the pass he has been looking for. Tristan Engelstad looking the wrong way in this race, which is backwards rather than forwards.
Yeah, Engelstad will not be happy with that, and will be wanting to just get moving forward again with Tristan in that Quadash Racing car. But yeah, Shunt Bros and Nomad Academy both making it through on them right now. But look at the traffic ahead. Shunt Bros having to work their way through some GT4 traffic, a few cars together, including our second placed GT4 car. So bit of traffic involved. There's some clumping of cars. I mean, look at it down the hangar straight there. That just shows there's clumping of cars out there. I'm looking at my track map, and you've got big chunks of cars all together, and then there's huge gaps out there on track as well. If you can get into one of those gaps, you can get your head down and move forward. I do feel that your race leader, Crofton Woodhatch, has had to work his way through all of that traffic, and I think that is where potentially he's been losing some of that pace. He's now got a good gap in front of him between him and the next lap traffic, which is the 258, which is the Audi SimSport Krista Smith car. So he could get his foot down now and start progressing forward again, but there's been some big chunks of GT3 and GT4 traffic all together on track.
Yeah, Ronnie Smith's going through a secondary patch of it right now, led by Luke Sherlock. So there is a lot out there on circuit, and you can see here how everywhere you look, there is a gaggle of cars that are all trying to go together, because apparently gaggle is now the collective noun that is used for a group of GT3 and GT4 machinery out on the circuit in Silverstone.
Certainly one way of describing it. Oh, it's chop of the nose there, coming out of Woodcut, and there's as we go through the right-hander at Cops Corner. Such a tricky corner, but it's such a rewarding corner as well when you get it right. And every car that you drive through there, for some reason, just seems to want to understeer towards that exit curve, and you've got to be careful with it. So we're looking at the Driving Miss Daisy car of Ruud Schurl, and ahead of them CRS X-Car eSports Paul Simon ahead, and Paul Simon, a car that's been in the wars a little bit. Of course, we saw contact at the loop a little bit earlier on in this race, about an hour or so ago, and this is a chance now for driving Miss Daisy.
It is. They are a charity team driving Miss Daisy that runs to support Mission Motorsport and looks to promote the charity out there. And so a lot of it is with what they do. Linda Noble, who's part of the team, is a UK Armed Forces veteran, along with her teammates Class, Paddy, Michael, Jeff and Roe, who are dotted all around the world. Apparently they're not the fastest out there, but as a team they have lots of fun, and we've been seeing that lots of fun currently out there over the course of the racing, down in 28th position. They've gained a couple over the course, and they want to make that they want to gain a few places out in this race, because if they can get past Paul Simon in the CRSX car eSports number 50, that would be a very nice gain for them out there at the moment, with Ruud Schul currently behind the wheel giving that chase.
Oh, it's good to see charitable causes as well getting support through sim racing. It's great to see that here as we look at the Nomad car being followed, and well, Nomad a little bit nomadic in their race right now, a little bit further back from where they would like to be, but certainly have been trying to move forward in this one. They have gained one place in this race, but I think they'd want to be a little bit further forward in this one. And right out Quadash Racing, Tristan Ingolstad has seemed to have just calmed the waters and has got a bit of pace back in that Audi. Speaking of pace, the leader is still getting caught by second and by third place to a degree as well, although it's a bigger gap to BRT. But that WSR eSports Buttkicker team and Alpha eSports, slowly that gap is closing after getting the way through that traffic.
Yeah, so it's 43 seconds and under now for BRT to the leaders, 14.5 between WSR eSports Buttkicker and Alpha eSports out there at the front of this pack. Taylor Lane, we continue on our focus as the Nomad Academy keeps an eye out on the Quad Dash racing car that's refusing to give up the ghost, so to speak, with this battle. They're trying to stay in range of the car in 11th position overall, which is that Project 91 ex-Thomas Enger Sim Racing number 91 out there at this point. So that's where all of the eyes of focus are on, trying to chase down this entire group. And there is Taylor Lane, and it looks a little bit darker from when we last saw him out at the moment. So someone's going to have to try and flick a light on him. Probably might have to do that at his next pit stop.
Some drivers actually like being in the dark though, don't they? Some drivers actually prefer it. It helps them focus with not having any outside distractions on them. So yeah, definitely you can see some drivers just say, do you know what, I actually like racing in the dark. And certainly we see that from our onboards every now and again. I know Ethan Critchley, who races for WSR eSports Buttkicker, he's one that loves being in the dark. It just focuses him, and he's just got that light from his triple screen setup, and it just means that he can keep important things on his mind and not have any distractions going on.
Yeah, that certainly will seem to be the case. Here's Luca Monroe, who is out there at the moment, just keeping his eyes focused, often glancing over to his right-hand side there, keeping an eye in the mirror currently on where he is going in his United Sim Team Ferrari, currently in 31st position, down 11 right now, because he's got the Ram Ranch Motorsport car of Richard Wishone, who is there just behind, who will want to put a lap on him at the moment, as the first of the cars a lap down in 9th position in this race.
Yeah, a little bit down on, well, up on positions, the 9th place car, but yeah, Luke Monroe, a prolific person in the sim racing community, is involved in a little bit of the online journalistic side of things as well as Luca. I know is heavily involved in many of the events that Motorsports UK eSports put on as well. So always good to see Luca out there on track. By the way, we've had on the YouTube chat, thank you very much to Ryan Harrison, that one of the drivers in the 376, which I believe is the Triple S Racing Britcar car, yes it is, actually got disconnected due to a snowstorm. So it's, that's one way of having things happen. We've talked about weather affecting racing in the past with too much rain. How about a snowstorm?
How's that going to affect their fair share at the end of the race if they can't get him in the car?
Wow. You've got to hope that the internet fairies can get things fixed and get it back working again.
Oh, deep joy, the internet fairies. Yes, that's definitely what they're going to be needing right now. And they are going to be in a real bit of trouble if they can't get themselves back into play in that regard. We take a look at car number 3. This is ST Racing Esports and Valentin Goppelt, who is there behind the wheel. He's looking at Miles Hemming and the Cube Controls Reparto Corsa 888. This is for 5th in class, and we saw how earlier it was very difficult to get by Miles Hemming, and even when you do get by him, he doesn't go away. So this is another case of Goppelt now who's going to find out why the difficulty of passing Miles Hemming is pretty much going to be right here, right now. Stare at the back of him for a few laps.
I didn't realise we had Fatboy Slim in the commentary booth there as we go through here. But yes, definitely, it's one thing to catch Miles Hemming and quite another thing to overtake him, as the great Murray Walker used to say there. So yeah, it's again, it's the different cars. They do different things around this track. That Porsche, really nimble through the tight and twisty stuff, whereas that Mercedes, bit more grunt, bit more power, and certainly we'll see how those differences pan out. That Mercedes doesn't tend to understeer, so you've almost got to sort of V out your corners to a degree, like Luffield, for example. Long sweeping corner, you let it sort of go out, get the car turned, and then get on the power nice and early out of the corner, whereas that Porsche can keep that nice sort of tight line through there. Through here though, Maggots, Beckett's and into Chapel, it's a one-line job for these two. But that Mercedes, if you can get this hooked up right here, have a great run down the hangar straight. You don't get the most aerodynamic slipstream between the GT4s though. That is something that you notice, not as much aerodynamic devices on these cars as the GT3s. Look to the inside, but no move being able to make.
I'm very surprised there. Miles Hemming was later on the brakes than the ST Racing Esports driver there, Valentin Goppelt. So Goppelt found himself in a very, very good position to try and make that move, but ultimately got outranked by the Porsche there on the brakes. And that's going to be quite concerning if you've got the grunt to make the move. Obviously, if you've got more speed, you've obviously got to scrub more speed.
Yeah, so as they go through the opening, by the way, issues for the RAFE Motorsports GT4 entry of Dan Cross was stopped down the Wellington Straight, so something's happened to them on this lap, but they've got back up and running and out there on track.
Oh, they've had a big spin coming through that corner. I wonder if they actually got tagged as they went. Oh, yes, they did. So they've come together with a GT3 car out there, turned themselves around, found reverse to try and get off the circuit to a safe point where they can rejoin, and just having to wait, and a little bit of the Austin Powers moment for them before they could get back and going again. So Dan Cross will be like namesake after that one.
Yes, certainly. He will not be happy with that, and I'm sure down the team radio, down Discord, whatever they use, Mumble, TeamSpeak, any other
tin cans.
Internet, yes, any other voice over internet protocols available to them. I'm sure there will have been a few terse words being said at that point when they got tangled with that GT3.
Yeah, I'm sure there would have been there, and look at this. It's starting to get a bit busy behind this battle with Miles Hemming here, because Ram Ranch want to get through. Alpha eSports, by the way, they want to get through this, and so too do Phoenix Sim Racing. So they're all there, and it's a case of, do we have any room to go and make that move? Answer to that once more is going to be no. Hitting the brakes. Gonna have to leave some room here. Gonna have to leave some room here. And round goes Phoenix Sim Racing. Brad Smith a little bit too eager.
To quote another commentator that we're here, it was a day late and $1 short on that one. That was too late to make the move. You were never getting the car slowed down in time. You missed the apex. You slide out into the line of the Mercedes. The two cars are always going to converge lines, and I'm afraid, Brad, that's on you, in my opinion.
Yeah, there's not much more you can do. You can see the gap that he's trying to get into, and he's trying to slow down for, and obviously... I know, he's a mile back, and he gets it in, and in, and in, and in, and please, rotate, and he just doesn't get enough rotation through the middle of the corner.
It just came from absolute downtown, and yeah, it's a 24-hour race. If you get compromised through Stowe Corner, it costs you, what, half a second? Just wait, you'll get them on corner exit going into club. It's fine, you compromise. That's what these events are all about, compromise.
Yeah, some drivers don't like compromise, and so incidents like that happen. Brad Smith continuing on his way, and now he is in a battle for position, because that's brought Paul Simon into play.
Yeah, Paul Simon, he'll be loving that. He'll love seeing that car in front of him and thinking, right, okay, got a chance for place in all of this. And we'll be looking to make the moves. And here's the thing as well, with that Phoenix car, with it having that spin, it's put a lot of heat through its tyres. So it won't be handling quite as well as it normally would. It'll need to take a few laps just to get the tyres down to their working temperature again, and that's the best opportunities for you to make moves on that car in front of you, and Paul Simon will be looking for an opportunity.
He certainly will, after those hyperheated tyres of Brad Smith are where they are. It's taken him a whole lap, by the way, to get around Valentin Goppelt. So that tells you all you need to know about how much of a struggle he's had. And Goppelt not making life easy for everyone, and very nearly gets tagged by Paul Simon. He really doesn't like the bottom end of the GT3 field at the moment, because right now he's looking here, there and everywhere. And right now he wishes he'll be wrapped up in a bit of bubble wrap right now in his GT4.
I mean, the thing is, with endurance racing, with multi-class racing, it's always about, are you running to your line? It's up to the faster car to safely make that overtake. That's another thing that a lot of drivers seem to forget in multi-class racing. They just see a blue flag and expect it to just pull over to the side of the road and get out of the way. No, you run your line, you run your race. It's up to the faster car to go past safely, and that's maybe not what we're seeing here in this little bit of a run right now.
As we've just seen Taylor Lane make the pass on Josh Porter of the Shunt Bros, that was for 11th position, so an important pass in the context of their races right now, just on the outskirts of the top 10 and comfortably making their way through on Valentin Goppelt there to get by the lap traffic without any trouble at all. So there is still more to be done in a race like this, where they all start continuing on with their relevant chases out there at the moment. Croft and Woodhatch still leading, along with Niels Core in their respective categories. And this isn't just a sim race, so to speak, for the sake of pride here, Paul. There is a little bit more on the line than that. And of course, that goes to be with the prizes for the winners, who will both get in category class to a Buttkicker gamer system and Haptic Connect software.
Should have entered then, shouldn't I? not that I would have won, but that's not bad, is that, is it? It's certainly good going for them to have that sort of prize on offer, and yeah, definitely great to see these drivers and teams getting rewarded for their efforts out there, and getting themselves a good prize if they are the winners.
Well, Paul, the team that you don't like, the WMG hashtag 4453, have just been given a black flag penalty.
Oh dear, that's dearie me. It's a 30-second stop and go as well, isn't it? So a big penalty for them.
I think that would have been for the incident they had with Mr. Cross.
Possibly, yes. Well, we can check that actually, and that was with the RAF eMotorsports team. Was that? Yeah. So that's why they've got the penalty there. Yeah. So it was on the exit of the Aintree corner, and yeah, big issues for them, getting themselves a penalty. And do you know what? It's talked about it earlier, just a few minutes ago. Compromise. Yes, you're faster on corner exit, but you've got to work your way past them safely, as DCW Racing are involved with this racing further down in your GT4 field.
They are. This is Mike Pierce behind the Porsche at the moment in the number 42 car, and they've got the car behind them, of course, which is the Project 91 Racing Team orange car piloted by Matteo Tonello, who is there in that next position and nearly getting clattered and run over by the TSRC eSports car, third in class, Tumas Kana, trying to go to the inside. A bit of miscommunication between them. They have the GT traffic of Andy White in the Clark St. James racing car, which is always causing dramas. Tonello moved all the way to the inside, but Tumas Kana was always going to try and make that move down on the inside, and that very nearly ended nastily.
Nearly, but didn't. That's the important thing out of all of that. It didn't end nastily, and that means that they're able to carry on here as through the right-hander at Club. We've started to get the pit stop cycle again for GT3, because we are another hour gone here in this one. Yeah, certainly been intriguing, as again we've got another disappearing car, getting the cloaking device on in your GT4 field. So yeah, another pit stop cycle is coming up here for your GT3s, and that gap has increased slightly back again at the very front of the field. Car 53 is at a stop out on track, so something's happened to them.
Well, that's Matt Webber, and they would have just come out of the pits from serving their penalty. So whatever's happened to them and what Matt Webber's done, because they did a driver change at the stop and go, they'll be able to now say that they've been caught up in even more troubles.
Please don't say that they're the... If ever there's a time you do not want to give yourself another penalty, it's on the exit of serving yourself a penalty. I just hope for their sake that isn't the case.
Yeah, you really do hope that they haven't been caught up. So we'll take a look. They just come out of the pits here and are able to get themselves back off and going. Webber has... Oh, he gets run over. He gets absolutely run over leaving the pits.
So, who was that did the grievous bodily harm there? Oh, it's Will Hope. Oh, great avoiding driving there from the Ferrari as well. But Will Hope absolutely just pile drove through that car. So you can see the cars exiting pit road. Oh, they've hit the brakes very early. I think they caused that themselves. I think they've thought that they'd just keep out of the way of these cars coming through and done possibly the worst thing that you could do, which is hammering on the brakes at a point that you're not expecting the car to be hammering the brakes.
Well, here's the important thing, and it's that you've got to remain consistent out there. You've got to be predictable, and that was probably the least predictable thing. They were hitting the brakes to let the lap traffic go through and past them, but without realising it, they're on the middle of the racing line trying to do that.
Oh, dear. Just panic, I think, happened there. And Matt ended up further down from that contact, and yeah, I mean, me personally, if I'm that faster car coming through, I'm not expecting that at all at that position on the track. Yeah, yeah. Good luck if you're the stewards. They've been busy so far, not too busy to be fair. It's actually been a relatively clean race, to be fair. But yeah, I think the stewards will be having a look at that one and thinking, that's not great.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for them to go and deal with William Hope, by the way, in that 4th position, running a very lonely race, I'd say, at the moment here, Paul. He's about half a minute from any category class car that he is closely battling with. BRT, the basic racing team, along and away by about half a minute, and they've got about half a minute over Glass Tech Racing in 5th place. So, at least for the time being, they've got a lot to deal with. A bit of side-by-side there going through the final section of circuit there, as we took focus on Tristan Engelstad, who we can see there in 13th position. It's Brad Smith directly behind with Paul Simon, that battle continuing. They're all around Aaron May at the moment, but the focus here right now for the Quad Dash team is how do they get to the Shunt Bros?
Yeah, looking forward, seeing that competitor, and you won't, if you've never done motorsport, if you've never been involved in motorsport, or if you've never done sim racing and you're watching this, you do not understand just what a mental boon it is for you to see your competitors directly in front of you. The GT4 coming on at a very acute angle on the exit of Brooklands there. But it's a real mental boon and a real lift for you to see your competitors in front of you, and then just see them getting bigger and bigger and bigger. It means that you're catching up, and you seem to go faster. As soon as you see sight of your competitors that you're trying to catch up to, and you see them, you seem to just get that little extra, little half a tenth of a second extra to catch up to that car in front, and it's great. You really get the bit between your teeth. And there's no better feeling than when you do get there, and then the fight with competitor. You don't, generally speaking, in a 24-hour race, you don't see people tripping over each other and trying to fight like it's the last lap of the race at this stage. But certainly, if you're involved in, say, like a sprint race and you've caught somebody up, there's no better thing than trying to outwit your competitor, your fellow competitor, and it's great stuff. And this is why we love motorsport. It's not just the actual cars themselves and the tracks, it's the mental aspect of what goes on out there between these gladiators.
It's a game of classical chess performed at 200 kilometers an hour. You absolutely have to love it. It's something that gives everyone a bit of fight and vigor about, as Ramrach's number 69 car of Richard Wishone here is going to look behind at Jan Duffner, who is there for TeamRedX.com SimSport, the 903. And as they dance onto the brakes and fly about then into Brooklands and then Luffield Corner, these very difficult sections of track, you can already start to see here on the outside of some of these corners a bit of that marble build-up that's starting to form here. So these drivers have been putting down the rubber, and there hasn't really been much of a respite here on this circuit, because we've still got 53 cars which are putting down the rubber and saying we're attacking. So that line is very much coming into play a lot quicker. Worth talking weather for a second here though, Paul, because I'm just taking a look at the schedule. It doesn't look good for about 7:15. It seems like the fog is going to return and the wind's going to just shrink down a little bit.
Track temperature has dropped about 3 degrees Celsius from when I took over on commentary from Ewan, so definitely we are seeing these conditions change. Of course, it is about 4 12 in the afternoon in Sim. The sun is going down here, and we are certainly seeing that sunset, and the track will get cooler for them, and that's when things really pick up, because that's when drivers can really push and get those fastest times out of their machinery and push on. And there's no better feeling than that golden hour of cool air, cool track. You can really just give it some.
Move then made out on the circuit as Nathaniel Treadwell then for the eSport GBR team gets the pass done on Dimitris Konos there for Team RedX.com SimSport 904. That then for 43rd and 44th positions overall in this race, and a move done for class category where the eSport team have been doing really well to pull themselves back into a position where they can attack. It has been a very important race out there for these two, who will keep an eye out on each other and realise that next for them is the Onid Racing Britcar team, which has had a lot of support with us here over the course on YouTube. So we've been keeping an eye out on how everyone has been doing and been looking around out there at this moment in time. So we do welcome everyone here, of course, who's been doing well. Let us know how you've been doing and how you've been spending your Britcar 24 hours of Silverstone, your Buttkicker Britcar 24 hours of Silverstone. We want to hear the best stories out there. We've heard that Peter Kay has been involved in some way, shape or form from some of the drivers, but from you, the fans, we want to hear what you've been up to as well, as the number 29 car has dived down into the pit. So that is Glass Tech Racing, and the 45th of the Matthew Joneses gets in behind the wheel, not to be confused with any other of the 44 Matthew Joneses that have been here in iRacing before. So Matthew Jones in behind the wheel, taking over from the work that has been done by Matt Hoyland and by William Humphrey at certain points in time. So they've got that to go and deal with. We're firmly in the pit cycle, and into the pits then will come both Ram Ranch and the likes of Onid Britcar. And speaking of battles out there, it is getting dicey with some of the GTs out there. Keep an eye out on it, as the Sim Dynamics Sunoco race fuel car, which now has David Hornsey behind the wheel. So Hornsey going through, but it is Samsoy Kanan side by side with the No Limit Sim Racing Academy. This one for position, and it is once more a case of look out. Louis Gregg on the inside, Flo Dams on the outside. Traffic now flies on through. That'll be the Effect Simulations car of Matteo Frigerio, who makes that pass through. Dams now in through Maggot's corner, gets the pass down, but loses the back end and will go spearing off to the left-hand side. Uses all of the road available to avoid it, but ultimately goes around with a little bit of drama there, Paul, and not what Samsoy Kanan were hoping for. Flo Dams can't quite go with the flow.
It's just, not worked out for them there, and dropping down the order once again for them. It's been a difficult race, I think, for them, and just the back end. He turns in, carried a little bit too much speed, maybe offline a little bit as well. So you see, they've let that GT3 car go through, and they're nowhere near the apex, and as the point that you were talking about, Jake, 53 cars are putting down dirt and debris onto the track, and you get offline, you get on those marbles, around you go, and that's what we saw there.
Oh, there's more troubles. Gravel Trap Racing UK, Jack Cowie has been around, and it's again with the Samsoy Kanan car, which seemingly can't catch a break.
Oh dear, going from bad to worse then for Samsoy Kanan, and here we go. Here's it's just that little bit of an overlap there, playing around in the gravel trap for Gravel Trap Racing. Here's a bit of a dive in defence of the Samsoy Kanan car, and oh dear, I don't like that rejoin either, to be fair, Jack. So I think there might be a little bit of a word in the ear to the number 46 from the race stewards on that rejoin. As onto pit road we go for more cars getting their service.
Taylor Lane for Nomad Academy down in on the lane. That Gravel Trap Racing UK 46, by the way, is 2 laps down from its nearest competitor of the United Sim team, down in 32nd position. Liam Doyle will now get in behind the wheel for Nomad as they come in and make their stop. Therefore, Quad Dash, they'll put Mike Farler in behind then for them. So a few changes of drivers, and it's about the right time for it, I'd say. Just over 4 hours done here in this race, so it would pretty much line up quite nicely with a lot of these team strategies of 2 stints here, 2 stints there, just to get that nice rhythm and momentum going. As Ram Ranch there, the number 69 team, they've got Nathan Nickerson behind the wheel now for them, and they are looking to pilot on and gain a couple places. There is Nathan, he's strapped in and all.
Oh, look at that steering wheel. That's a very nice steering wheel. Why wouldn't you show that off on stream there from Nathan? So 9th place right now in that Lamborghini Huracan. But yeah, certainly steel motor folding chair there as well that that wheel is sat on. I just hope that there isn't any pro wrestlers around to give it a John Moxley on him. So yeah, definitely Nathan doing a good job. And yeah, that is do you know what, to be fair, you can tell he doesn't use that wheel.
Pristine, isn't it? No hand marks or anything on it. It's very much a case of, I want people to show this, and I will show you just how nice my bright shiny wheel is. But something not quite bright and shiny is what's just happened for Project 91 Racing Team Orange, which is the number 92 car out there on the road at the moment. They have just been given a black flag penalty.
Yeah, contact with the 15, which is the TeamRedX.com SimSport car, in 6th place overall at the moment for Jan Duffner. So yeah, it's a penalty for that Project 91 car. And oh, here's what's happened to Jack Osborne in that DCW Racing Porsche. And you know what? There's no worse feelings than being sat in the middle of a corner, spun around, and you've got cars heading towards you. You just have to hold your brakes and hope that others avoid you.
Yeah, you're very much reliant on everyone seeing you broadside across the circuit and not react to it in the sense that, you know, they run straight through the middle of your car. So you're always hoping to get out of that situation as quickly as you can, and that's why we often see drivers have bad rejoins from that position, because they just simply put do not want to be stuck in a position like that. Nomad, of course, just coming out of the pits. They have put Charles Rainford back in behind the wheel then for the Shunt Bros here, and Charles Rainford took the opening stint, and not only took the opening stint, Paul, but took that car to the race lead. They're a little bit further back from the race lead. He's still in first, but they put an extra 1 next to his name. Maybe he's double first, they're thinking.
No, don't worry, Charles. No, it's got 2 1s. That's all. It's just a graphical error. That's all it is. No, but Charles will be wanting to get the bit between his teeth though, and push on now and try and move forward in that Shunt Bros Ferrari 296. Can I just say, in person, those Ferrari 296, absolutely stunning. Beautiful piece of machinery. I've been fortunate enough to stand in a pit lane next to one as it's coming in for its pit stop.
Yeah, they are really wonderful. I'll tell you what is interesting on strategy. They're going to do a driver change in the 41. They're going to do a driver change in the 32. But that 32 had consistently been pitting in later than WSR eSports Buttkicker. They've just come in at the same time for the first time.
Which should, in theory, mean that they have a slightly shorter pit stop as well for the Alpha eSports. Camila Dehaan, who's getting into the wheel of that, but Ross McFarlane. Now, I've commentated on Ross, and I've even raced against Ross for years. Absolute years. And he is one very, very, very quick driver. He also knows how to race people as well. Don't cross him though. If you get on his bad side, trust me, you find out about it. He will let you know his opinion one way or the other.
So you mean to tell me that Ross McFarlane's idea of telling you what's happened during a race is Sebastian Buemi walking down the pits and telling everyone who wants to listen why they've done something wrong?
Yes, absolutely. He will let you know in no uncertain manner when he's not happy with you in particular. But having said that, great racer. Always loved racing him, and he's a hard charger, but he is so quick. And in the World Sim Racing World GT Championship that we cover on RaceSpot TV, he used to be known as the king of the endurance rounds, where they have the hour and three-quarter races. And he always seemed to be the one that would just get the strategy right, and that would have the pace and be able to pull out those wins when necessarily he wasn't the quickest car. So yeah, definitely Ross behind the wheel now. Keep an eye on his times and what he's able to do lap time wise.
Clark St James Racing then find themselves into the pits. The number 98 car, lead taken over at the moment by the number 5 out there at the moment. That's Josh Benson for BRT right now. So they're doing what they need to out there at the front of this field, and they're trying to go longer and longer and longer. Flo Darbs still having to do some defensive work now. DCW Racing Orange have caught up to them. So Jack Osborne, who's been caught up in issues, Flo Darbs, who've been caught up in issues right now, they've got a battle of position.
Yeah, and they are going to be duking it out there as onto the power once again goes both of them through Aintree. People often wonder, why is it called Aintree? Well, that's the where the British Grand Prix was held for a while. It was Aintree Racecourse in Liverpool. Down the inside goes the 44. Jack Osborne trying to make that move stick, but fighting back is that Mercedes, number 7 of the Samsung Canaan car, Flo Darbs, doing everything he can. Look at BMW. Where do you go in all of that?
To the inside of Woodcote Corner. That's where you do it. Aidan Coleman there for the Aztec Racing 290, just about finding a channel. Osborne with the inside at Cops Corner. There could be more up and under shenanigans as they will almost push through this section of road. This is a wonderful battling. Lights are starting to flash here, trying to find any which way to distract going in through the corners. Osborne still having to defend, but as they go single track, I would say that is move completed. But Darbs is looking for drive off the exit pole.
Yeah, I think he's got it as well. He's going to certainly have the slipstream as little as it is, and trying to distract Jack Osborne with the flash of the headlights. But Jack is somebody who races in that World GT Championship I was talking about earlier. He knows all about hard racing and close quarters racing, so Jack is well averse to this as BRT through all of this, having to go left, go right through this battling traffic. There's nothing worse when you're a faster class car come across two cars that are fighting tooth and nail over their position, because you don't want to get involved in their race. You don't want to cause an incident, but also you want to get past them as quickly and as efficiently as possible.
Yeah, you absolutely do need to make sure that you're going through that and you are dealing with it as they go. A stop-go penalty in for the number 53 team, which is the WMG #44, which has got yet another penalty applied to it. They are not going to be best pleased there. That is Matt Webber, and that would have been for the incident when they just came out the pits. Right,
so Race Control have decided that they were predominantly at fault for that. It was with contact with car 14 is what they've put down on the incident. So
which would be Team Loose Spurwing.
Yeah, so yeah, the Race Control have obviously felt that they were the predominant ones at fault, and therefore giving them a drive-through penalty. A stop-go, sorry.
Yeah, so we'll see them here. They will stop in their box, and then at some point they will be allowed to go once again. So for them, it's going to be a case of death by paper cut in terms of their race, or as it's known here, stop-go penalty. Either way, we've got still more racing action as they race along the Wellington Straight, looking to drive here over towards the next section of road of Brooklands Corner. This is Ram Ranch here, who are having to deal with the scrap with the shunt bros who are trying what they can at the moment to gain those places. This is where Charles Rainford is at his best, where he can go out there, be aggressive and drive. Nathan Nickerson knows that he's got a very quick driver behind him who would quite like a top 10.
Would like a top 10. It's whether he can get the top 10 side by side through the go-through Cop's corner, and certainly hard charging going on right now. Ram Ranch holding on for the time being, but the Shunt Bros, they want that position from...
Oh, look at this.
Oh, that's lovely. Lovely stuff there from the Shunt Bros.
Oh, be careful on the exit. He's going to get turned. He's going to get turned. Nathan Nickerson, just not enough room given. Somehow holds it out the barriers. Oh, he did all the work beautifully to make a move like that. You could have framed it in the Louvre in Paris, and then ultimately a little bit of contact off the exit with just a tiny faintest bit of contact.
Now, he's got the job done there, but the car, the car on the outside has got the run out the corner. Ram Ranch, they get the better run. How he kept that away there from the wall, I don't know, but Charles Rainford, oh my goodness. And it was just because he got that clear call, that's why he went all the way out to the curb for the left at Chapel. The problem is that Ram Ranch got the run. They can get on the power slightly earlier on that outside line, which meant that they got the run out the corner. I tell you what, if I'm a steward, I'm saying that's a racing incident. I don't think that... I think it's more of an incident rather than somebody being at fault for something silly.
I don't think it's silly at all. I think that it's something that you rightly say there, Paul, is just a case of two drivers fighting for it, and they're playing with some very fine margins, and it is the finest margin that causes arguably the greatest overtake of this race to have a shocking slash through the middle of it, like say you're throwing a can of soup over the top of it. It's very much that. Basic Racing Team dive into the pits finally, and they are almost at half an hour through, which if they can continue on this rate of pace here, Paul, here at 4.5 hours, that means they can save one pit stop basically after, I would say, about 9 hours. So they could save 2 and a bit pit stops over the course of this cycle if they continue at this rate. Tom Griggs now behind the wheel.
Well, how does this all pan out for Tom Griggs and the Basic Racing Team? Yeah, you're absolutely right to call it out there, Jake. They're able to go just a little bit longer than the competitors on each of their stops, and that means that, yeah, you save yourself a pit stop. That's a good, well, I mean, I'm looking at the full length pit stops. You're talking about 1 minute and 8 on the actual cone to cone. Granted, it's not that much of a loss because you're cutting the inside of the last corner and also the first corner as well, so you don't have quite as much of a loss as 1 minute 8 there. But it's still saving yourself a good 50 seconds there, isn't it?
Yeah, it's saving a lot of time. It's an important amount of time that he is now getting able to save, and it's something that we are definitely looking at and understanding as something truly magical and wonderful being concocted here by the Basic Racing Team, and they are doing what they can. We've still got, of course, the night shift to come along, which will be slowly starting to bring itself into view here in this race, because we are ticking over 4:30 in sim time. That sun will soon set, and we will soon be putting ourselves into a position here where the night and crucially the fog is going to start bringing itself back into play. And if you know anything about Silverstone, especially when it comes to racing in the night, the fog sometimes can roll in, and it can roll in heavy around here. We focus with Liam Doyle right now, Nomad Academy 281. This is 11th. This is for a top 10 at this moment against Nathan Nickerson, and if he can find a way to make that pass, I'm sure that he'll be very happy with that top 10. But we've seen that Ram Ranch, they don't like giving up that top 10 very easily.
And why would you? You're in the top 10. I mean, they will have been affected, will Ram Ranch, in terms of lap time a couple of laps ago with that contact, but certainly these drivers working their way through, and now as I say, 11th place for Nomad Academy. Liam Doyle behind the wheel, just freshly in, and will be focused forward and thinking, I fancy 10th place, you know. But Nathan Nickerson puts up a bit of a fight, that is for sure. At the front, Ross McFarlane, it's worth pointing out, is slightly faster on the last lap than Camilla DeHaan, so we'll keep an eye on that race lead gap.
Yeah, it's opened up now to 22.5 seconds. It was classified as 23.1 over the line. So Alpha eSports right now, maybe not having their most quickest driver in behind the wheel, but when you consider they've got Stanley DeLon, who has been out there and has been fantastic up there for the likes of the Apex Racing team, and at the time he was absolutely part of the same team, I believe, as Ross McFarlane once upon a time, part of Ash Sutton's team once upon a time. So he's done very well. Ronnie Smith has done very well. They've still got Geordie Speckens that they could go to at some point during the course of this race, but I'm sure we'll see that in the future.
We will, as we lose a little bit of coverage from one of our cameras there. We'll cut back to the other camera then. So, yeah, it's been a wild ride as this opening of this race, and to think the sun is slowly setting here. Because of the timing of the race as well, it's actually 4:30 in real life as well, UK time. So 4:30 GMT, 4:30 in sim. Perfect, well, not quite perfectly in sync, but near enough. Yes, it's certainly been an action-packed race, and I've thoroughly enjoyed so far. I've still got a little whiles to go yet, and Jake, you're clocking off in about 25 minutes, aren't you? So a well-deserved break, I think, for you.
I wish. 15 to 25, yes, I will be needing to jump on, or jump off, so to speak, and continue my day. But I'm sure that this racing is not going to stop, even if I jump off of it at the moment. And we got this going through. Maggots Beckett's over towards Chapel right now. GT4s starting to get a little bit dicey out there on circuit, because that is Tumas Kana here, and the recovering Owen Carroll from the penalty that Gusto's racing team have been trying to concoct, and right now he is hoping for anything at this moment to not break this up. And then all of a sudden Denise Pope comes through, Phil Webb decides that he wants to try and jump through, and Amy Grimm's waiting back there as well. So remember, Amy Grimm is battling out there with Phil Webb for position, and then of course with Denise Pope, she's up there right now in 16th position, 1 lap down, just trying to give some chase.
Gustos, by the way, lap times, they were for a little while going quicker than the race leaders. First and second place in GT4, but this last lap has not worked out for them. My timing has gone really funny, because it's saying that Altitude Esports, Tim Perry, has done a 2:07. That's because it's their out lap. So yeah, because you cut that part of the last corner, your last lap, you're actually setting yourself your quickest lap time, even though you're going through pit lane, but it doesn't count towards your fastest.
No, it absolutely doesn't. And so if you want to try and find that pace and that advantage, you're going to have to go out there and make it happen through legitimate means, as Niels Kerr is currently your leader, and he is classified at the moment as being your leader by a minute, and that's because he hasn't yet stopped. But Tim Perry, of course, in the 111, Altitude Esports by Sim Stickers, has, and that is the difference between them at the moment. Tumas Kana also due to come in and make a stop, because we have just hit the window as well for the GT4s to now start thinking about when is the right time for them to make that stop. And I've just been keeping an eye out on the last few times. 2:10s and 2:11s from Owen Carroll. It is also 2:10s and 2:11s from Tumas Kana, and Kana, I think at the moment, is hoping that he can just have a nice clean run. He doesn't want any sliding, he doesn't want anything troubles with the car, he doesn't want to become Jim Kana.
You've been waiting this long to get that line out, haven't you? You really have. Tumaskana, I think has kept a good pace in that TSR eSports car. Those Aston Martins we've been seeing have all gone a little bit longer on the fuel. They seem to be a little bit frugal on their fuel usage. But when you've got Owen Carroll right behind you, who's been consistently quicker than you, okay, that last lap was just 0.2 of a second quicker than the TSRC car, but that Gustav's racing team, Owen Carroll. Owen's been in that car quite a while now, so do you have them switch drivers, do you think? Or is it a case of, Owen, you're doing a good job, keep at it?
I think Owen's done a very good job. If there was anyone that they could switch to in the number 6, which I think would be interesting, they do have Oliver Newberry, who is there that they could put into the car, which I'd expect would be their next port of call. Of course, we're expecting a little bit later on in the race that Reese Carroll will jump in, but I think he might be for the graveyard shift over the course of racing. Cube Controls just dive in now into the pits. The 888 Miles Hemming still behind the wheel of that car at the moment, as they've got one of the earliest boxes in the pits. Now, Paul, what makes it so difficult sometimes for drivers when they do get one of the earliest pit box? How easy is it for you to just completely miss it because you realise that you're so early into the box that you've got to stay switched on?
Well, you think you're coming round that right-hander at club in the pit road and then immediately having to turn into your pit box. Now, we've seen teams miss the pit box in the middle of the pit lane, so you can miss it anywhere. The worst place that you can have the very last pit box at in any of the sim racing circuits here in iRacing is actually the Nürburgring, because there's a barrier that sticks out, and then immediately your pit box is there, so you have to come in at almost 90 degrees to get into your pit box, and then you're having to give it the hard left hand down out of the pit box to be able to get out and away, as we're seeing pit stops for the TSRC car. So as well, Gustav's Racing, Satellite Racing, they're all on pit road now from the lead of GT4.
Ian Piper will get in behind the wheel for the Satellite Racing GT4 team. Tunas Kana sits in, gets a driver change, and they will switch at TSRC over to Conton van Vingerden, who will be in behind the wheel. So Van Vingerden will be going through. In fact, it will be a change for Gusto's, but they'll put Will Dames back into the car. So it looks like they're going very much with a 2-driver tandem over for the opening quarter of the race.
Why not? If they're in the zone right now, and it's part of the plan to just get as much out of them at the start, keep your others fresh, so that when it gets to the overnight stuff, you've got fresher drivers coming in who maybe, even if they're not in a friendly time zone for jumping in overnight, it means that you've got freshness there. They're not as tired, they've been rested up, fueled up in terms of nutritional food and drink, and then away they can go. Yeah, certainly interested to see how they're just jumping back and forth between the two of them. So does that mean that Owen Carroll, after this double stint, will jump back in, or do they then bring in one of their fresh drivers?
Well, that's the question, as we find Ash Hill under an immense amount of pressure in the number 21 Project Not Last car, as he's got Aidan Coleman for a little bit of company behind, who is looking to try and find a way through, and he'll be hoping that the Aztec Racing 290 can go to... Oh, he tried the inside, it was blocked off. Had to go all the way to the outside to try and make the move happen. Still has the commitment to go late on the brakes. And around at Stowe. Oh, Aidan, what a move.
That BMW has got some poke down the straights, I can tell you, but onto the brakes they go through the left, through the right, and now it's a case of getting that BMW pulled away, because, yeah, getting past is one thing, but now they need to show that they have that pace advantage over the team that last. And, well, it's a case of trying to push on in that BMW, but it looks strong right now, just that car over the Team Not Last car.
Yeah, it looks like he's certainly hoping to try and have that jump through, and he's certainly done enough there to get that. But you look behind, Ash Hill is struggling a little bit here. That is Matteo Frigerio, who is making his way through in the Effect Simulations car, which has now fallen back to 6th position. Just the 6 cars now on the leading lap of this race. Jan Duffner in the Team RedX.com car has now got ahead in that regard. And over at the opening corners of the circuit, we do have some more good sim racing available and battling at that as well. We take an onboard look with Gabriel Yilmaz here for the Aztec Racing 390. This is against Max Spooner of the Quartermaster Motorsport car, who takes a huge shot in the back and takes a second shot at the next corner, and that is as clumsy can get.
Right, well, there's going to be a penalty applied there. It's a question of who to and how much, I think is the easy way of pointing that out. That was messy between the two of them. Not just through the right-hander, but then bang into the loop as well. And the funny thing is, the Quartermaster car lets the car roll backwards and it collects the protagonist. Yeah.
There's a case that you could give them both a penalty for it.
It's messy, is what I would say. I mean, if you're talking NFL, offsetting penalties, so there's no penalty awarded, perhaps, but no, it was messy, was that?
It was the sort of the false start, everyone but the centre style of penalty.
Yes.
Oh,
we've
dear.
got more cars off. Car 99 is at a standstill through Beckett's.
Well, that's TSRC.
For them. Yeah. And in
Anton
fact,
van Vingerden.
they've got a mechanical meatball warning flag. They've got serious damage to the car, and they've got half a lap to be able to get back to the pits.
Well, here's a look at it. Flies through the middle of the corner, loses it, and is it? Oh my word! So that's the gravel trap car that they've caught with, who had their own separate incident, the number 46, and they just, like a magnet, found them, and there's the drama.
I think Gravel Trapper thought, oh, we'll go off. We'll see the car going off. But that TSRC car is not holding its brakes. So it's always going to roll backwards there. And the Gravel Trap car, in deciding to go wide, has basically sealed their fate.
Well, Michael Gravel is not going to be best pleased with it, but the TSRC car will have the fact that they are off the circuit, so they are entitled to roll when they're off the circuit. They wouldn't expect to be hit when you are off the racing circuit. They have been. It's a freak accident there, and it really does shake up what's going on for the podium here in GT4. I'd say dramatic protocol. There's the damage to the front as the car now dives itself into the pits. Remember, that is the last place running GT3 in the field at 6 laps down.
Oh dear. Yeah, that's a massive incident. And well, TSRC, they'll be kicking themselves over the mistake themselves anyway, and then they'll be thinking, oh, no, you've got all of the track there and you went to the one place that we were. They'll be spitting feathers about that, but it's just unfortunate that the two of them found the exact same space on track.
It very much is. I do want to point some attention over to what's going on between second and third, because Alpha Esports are now really dropping some time here. They're now over half a minute off the race lead, and the Basic Racing team have pulled themselves to within 10 seconds now. Tom Griggs is flying out there at the moment. A 2:01.9 that last time by was 1.4 seconds quicker than Camilo Dehaan.
Yeah, and they are closing up, aren't they? They are doing the job there of catching up that time. And I mean, the last lap was, as you say, 2:01.9 for BRT. In fact, 2:04.2 this lap just set now for Alpha Esports. So Camilo Dehaan having an absolute nightmare of a lap there. And that's just allowing BRT with a 2:02.493 to catch up 1.8 seconds alone just in that lap.
Yeah, so Tom Griggs has definitely got phasers set to catch this moment, and an important moment in the GT3 podium battle that we sit with at this stage. Maurizio Sciglio for E-Datum is dealing with Clark St. James Racing here in the number 98 car. They've also got trying to slip away through in all of this the driving Miss Daisy machine, which I think slipped through. Quad Dash have got to lap a lot of them here, which is going to be something. And then you've got, of course, Quartermass Motorsport, who have been caught out a little bit here. And look at this on the Wellington.
Yeah, it's 3 down into 1. Sort yourselves out, everybody. And they do just that nicely, giving each other space. The two Ferraris side by side, trying to make that one work. And Clark St. James Racing round the outside. Thank you very much. And they go ahead of the E-Datum car. And Maurizio will be thinking, oh, what do I have to do here? But Clark St. James Racing, again, on a bit of a recovery drive, down 3 places from where they started. Quartermass are exactly where they started.
I do love the E-Datum team. They are a subsection sim team version of the real Britcar team, Datum Motorsport. So you got Maurizio Sciglio, who is a Class 1 champion in Britcar Trophy. He's competing with his data engineer, Jack London, who's just got out of the car. And their guest entry, who is in with them, is the high-tech GP race engineer, Daniel Kell. So those 3 making their first sim racing performance at the moment. They're up a couple places right now, and they're hoping to do a bit more.
Yeah, why not? Absolutely. They've got the 12th placed Quadash racing car just putting a lap on them right now. But yeah, E-Datum up a couple of places. They've got a good team there with a lot of real-world experience and will be very versed with doing strategy on the fly and making changes to strategy where needed. So yeah, definitely good to see that team out there on track and performing well, better than where they started.
Admirably, side by side though they go, and keep an eye out here because the No Limit Sim Racing Academy of João Diaz is trying to find a way past Josh Boot here with the DCW Racing Orange. In fact, I think it's the other way around. I think Josh Boot just secured the position.
Yeah, he has, and getting that move done down there into Brooklands. And Josh is somebody who can be quick. I think he'd be honest with himself and say that he can be inconsistent as well, though. Can Josh? I think he's honest in that approach. So he'll be looking for a consistent run here in his stint in that DCW Racing Orange car. Not very orange though, is it? But there you go. As they go through Chapel and to start another lap.
Yeah, they'll certainly be looking at this and thinking, you know what, this might be a very important phase of the race, and they'll be thinking about, okay, yes, our car does says it's orange and we don't have the livery quite where we want it, but João Diaz here puts himself in a place where he wants to really try and go through. We do have a driver here who wants to have a chat with us. Paul, do you want to chat with Owen Carroll, or do you want me to?
I think, seeing as you're about to exit the commentary box, I think you should say that.
Okay, I think I will. We're going to bring Owen Carroll in then for a little bit of a chat. He's been part of the Gusto's racing team number 6. Now, Owen, you are someone who's got a lot of pedigree when it comes to endurance style racing, of course, with your IMSA crown in the back pocket with XSET. So, talking through what's been going on with you at Gusto's, you've had an eventful stint, so to speak.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, it's been interesting to drive a car that doesn't have any downforce, especially with the GT4s compared to the GTPs I usually drive. But no, it's been good fun. The car obviously is a lot of fun as well. This track is a lot of fun. And this race in general is a lot of fun to do as well. But yeah, it's been eventful to say the least. Still had a few incidents, of course. Yeah, a few damage points here and there. But no, overall, it's been a fun time with the guys as well.
So you've had a fun time, of course. You've got your brother Reece, who I believe is going to be taking on one of the later shifts. But talk us through how this team came together, the reason why you've gone full Ratatouille on the side of the car, and what you're looking for in this race.
Yeah, so yeah, we've been very close friends for a very long time, and yeah, we've always had this team, Gusto's. Whenever we do an event, say 24-hour Le Mans or Majors 24, for example, yeah, we always come together and do these fun races when I'm doing stuff outside of the more professional realm of sim racing. And yeah, of course, my brother Reese, who's been driving GT4 for a very long time, was obviously part of our group as well. And yeah, the Gusto's far kind of just come from us watching Ratatouille one time and then kind of just taking it from there. I'm not really too sure myself what that all started about, but yeah, we all are really close, really good mates, and we enjoy racing a lot together as well.
So you find yourself third position. Of course, the penalty set you back about 20 seconds or so. You got Will Dames back in behind the wheel, and you're trying to chase Tim Perry and co down. What's the plan then for the next couple of hours? Is it just try and catch altitude, or what's sort of the game set and the mindset right now heading through the late stages of the day?
Well, ideally the aim is to win or come very close to it, which I feel that all of us can do. You know, we've had good pace in the car so far, even with the penalty and the setbacks that we've had during the race. Some questionable penalties being no further investigation here and there, but without further ado, yeah, we've had very good pace, and our game plan really is just to keep that pace up, keep our morale high, keep the energy positive, and yeah, try and battle towards them top places even more.
Well, we hope that works out for you, because you're currently in third place and there might be opportunities for you later on in this race. Owen Carroll there joining us and having the opportunity for some wonderful battling out there. Paul, we're just about to head over to 5 hours worth of racing action completed. It's been a wonderful stint of driving.
It certainly has, and who would have thought a racing driver not agreeing with stewards' decisions? There's a funny one for the books. But yeah, certainly a great performance from the Gustos racing team out there in this stage of the race. But as a whole, I think these first 5 hours have been absolutely wonderful, exciting, thrilling, action-packed racing, and well, you don't want to miss this one, because even when we go into the dark hours, it's going to be fun stuff out there.
It certainly will be fun stuff, and we are just about to get on with that. I'm going to step aside though here at this point, but to replace me in this position, it's Justin Prince.
Thank you very much, Jake. Once again, welcome for those tuning in. The 2024 Buttkicker Britcar 24 Hours of Silverstone continuing on. So we have already ticked our way almost 5 hours through the action so far. Paul Smith still alongside me as we get back to the action of itself. Ross McFarlane, Paul, has been so far dominant in the GT3s, him and his team. 36 seconds up as we've seen a lot of wild action across the field so far.
Yeah, certainly is. Ross has really got the bit between his teeth, it must be said. I mean, his last lap was a 2:01.6 compared to Alpha eSports with a 2:03.9. We are seeing that gap between Camila Dehaan and Tom Griggs in the BRT, their team. They certainly are closing up. It's 5 seconds between the two of them, so that battle for second place overall is going to be a big thing in about 10-15 minutes or so, if that, because Tom Griggs' pace has been much faster than Camila Dehaan's in this one. A few incidents that we've seen out there, of course. I mean, there was issues at the start of the race. BRT were one of those teams that got caught up at the start of the race here 5 hours ago almost there, as Sim Dynamics as well had contact with GT4. We had multiple incidents. The most recent one, the big one, I think, in GT4 is TSRC having a spin and having Gravel Trap Racing make contact with them. That gave both of those cars a mechanical meatball flag, which means that TSRC have dropped down now to 5th place in GT4. That's allowed Altitude eSports by SimStickers move up to 2nd place in GT4 class. But the race leaders, Ian Pfeiffer in that satellite racing team, is picked up where his teammates have left off. Absolutely imperious at the front. We've barely seen that car on screen, Justin. It has just been so far ahead of the rest of that GT4 field.
And it's something to be expected when you see satellite racing as we take a look at cube controls. But of course, a little bit of rough riding for 5th position. Some contact there trying to make the pass in the midst of the Hornet's Nest. All 4 cars still trying to sort each other out. Some of the interclass traffic as well. And this has been what from what I've kept an eye on throughout the morning, has been a thing. A lot of people not afraid to get the elbows out to make a pass here.
Yeah, it's been funny how we've got all of this racetrack to race on, and we've got everybody all wanting to be in the same spot at the same time. There's groupings of cars. I'm looking at my track map, and there's grouping of cars together throughout the racetrack, and there's space out there for people to run into. Car 92 in your GT4s, the Project 91 race team orange, the Matteo Tonello car, has had issues at the exit of Stowe Corner, and car 50 has been standstill on the exit of Club Corner as well. Car 50 is a car that I can't see. There we go. CRS X-Car eSport Paul Simon, who we saw battling earlier on. He's had issues, and that's just a self-spin. Don't hit the wall. Oh, it's significant contact with the wall there.
Yeah, that's significant damage. Not a meatball flag, but it's enough to at least potentially impact the suspension, or at least the steering, you'd have to think. But it's a tricky racetrack as a whole when you think of Silverstone. These drivers have already been racing some of the cases 5 hours now. It's about keeping yourself into the right pace, right, as we take a look at the battle for 11th, to make sure you stay in a good rhythm, Paul. You'd have to think, because this is a racetrack that makes you pay for your mistakes in a lot of cases.
Well, you're carrying a lot of speed through a lot of the corners here as Onid. Racing Britcar, they're in 12th place ahead or behind the TeamRedX.com SimSport 904. Dan Tomlinson for Onid. Yeah, it's a track that will punish you. If you make a mistake through here, you will have a big spin, a big slide, and certainly you can potentially find a wall out there. But there is a lot of runoff as well, so it is a bit of a forgiving track in that sense. So we're not seeing the levels of attrition, because going into this race, anybody just joining the coverage here, welcome along. You've got 4 fast repairs, which if you're new to iRacing, it means that you get 4 instant complete repairs of your car. But once you've used all of them, anytime you come into the pits, it takes time to then repair your car. So you want to try and keep out of trouble and keep those 4 fast repairs in your back pocket, so that you're then able to use them if you do need to in the future.
Absolutely, at this point. You don't want to necessarily rely on them, of course. You don't want to be the person that's like, by hour 6, I've used 3 of my fast repairs. You're likely out of contention by that point, but still seeing Satellite Racing zip around the racetrack. It's been a good year for them in various different series so far. We've just had a black flag awarded to one driver, and it's the 390, and I believe that would have been in the incident a few minutes ago that was seen to be very sloppy all around, if I remember correctly, too.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's the Aztec Racing. Gabriel Yilmaz has got the black flag, and that was for that contact with car 63, which of course is the... Why is it always when you look for a car number on your timing screen, you can never find it? There you go, Quatermass Motorsport, Max Spooner. It was the contact between those two that ended up giving them the black flag penalty. We have got in-race stewards here, which I think is another positive of this event, that we're getting stewarded and we're getting penalties awarded where they're deserved. And yes, of course, Owen Carroll didn't always agree with all of the penalties that have been handed out, but on the whole, from what I've been seeing here, I think that it has been fair cop for the majority of the cases.
It's been very fair throughout this so far, yeah, absolutely. In terms of the race stewarding, making sure things are done on point as well, and efficiently amongst these drivers. It's worth noting that drivers just got a warning from race control, the whole entire paddock, for blue flags with how things have gone so far. Again, wanting to make sure drivers understand that you have being lapped by someone in a different class as themselves, you have to help to facilitate the pass. You don't need to jump out of the way when a car is second behind you per race control. But when the car behind is close to going for the pass, they do not want drivers to block or defend the move. If they're a lap ahead, they have to give the right to pass to that driver who's higher up in the running order. And that's one thing race control just emphasized in the past couple minutes.
We have had a change for second place overall. Tom Griggs has got ahead of Camila De Haan. Something has happened to Camila because it's dropped down a significant amount of time on this lap. And yeah, so something has happened there to our now third placed Alpha eSport. I'm sure we'll be able to give you footage of that when we can. But that means that BRT, the basic racing team, Tom Griggs, second place now. Problem for them is that they've got a very fast Ross McFarlane in front of them by 45 seconds.
Confirmed there was a slide off the racetrack for Camila De Haan. We'll see once we get a chance to look at what happened there. But Tom Griggs now 45 seconds back of the overall race lead, up to second with it. All that's while we still keep an eye on your GT4 leader. And you have to say, when it comes to an event like this, it's been going on for a couple years now. The style of racing, these different classes mixed together, have put on some intense racing as a whole. This is an event that stands out a lot, you have to think, Paul, because of its interesting racing and the product it puts on. After all, it has a lot of connections to the real world, but also has that connection to the entire UK esports community, to be one of those places you want to race and want to compete well in as one of the main standouts in motorsport UK esports.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you could argue this is one of the biggest events that Motorsports UK eSports do actually put on here in sim racing. It is a massive event. I mean, when you look at it, 53 teams entered this race. We've currently got 52 cars currently running. Matt Webber for the WMG 44 team is actually on pit road, not going anywhere fast. So I think they potentially may be a retirement from this race. So yeah, certainly 52 cars still running at this stage of the race with 18 hours and 56 minutes to go. Certainly says a lot about what's been going on here in this event.
Here's what De Haan had an issue-wise, went off the track and just looped it around. Cost himself a good 15-20 seconds just trying to get it turned around.
Oh, right up next to the camera position, I was just seeing live pictures of a Mercedes around. This is where, so yeah, it just switches through Beckett's and then it spins around. And now you're facing the wrong way. You don't want to spin it back onto the track because you'd potentially be entering right onto the racing line at a very high-speed part of the track. But you have to spin it in the runoff area and get it around and then get going again. And that's cost them big style. Like I say, that's cost them a position.
Very lucky to have at least still near a minute buffer for the next spot. Some of the other drivers getting a little bit dicey. How about in the grass to move each other out of the way for some of this traffic? That's not nice down the straightaway, to say the very least. Yet again, this is why there was that warning for blue flags a few minutes ago.
Yeah, and I talked about it earlier. It's about compromise in places, and you've got to work together. As we're looking at the Team Lusek Spurwing, Will Hope, Mercedes right now, which finds itself in 7th place, is behind the car in front, I believe, is the Glasstec racing car. So nothing between the two of them. This is the fight for 6th place overall in the race, and you can see the different performances of the two different cars down the inside at the loop. And well, Will Hope, it was on a hope and a prayer was that one, and got it done.
Team Loose and Spurwing able to make the move. And now it's a question of, will it stay that way? We've seen these two get a little bit dicey. The first drivers a lap down in the race. We've seen them already have to utilize a lot of the traffic in the first place. So it's falling on board now with the Glasstec racing machine. Matthew Jones behind the wheel. That Ferrari just losing time and not having as good corner exits right now compared to the 14.
Yeah, you see that Team Lusec Spurwing car just launch off the corner exit at Luffield, and that's where that Mercedes just had the advantage there. But Matthew Jones is trying to get back onto the tail of that Mercedes to go through Beckett's right now. Meanwhile, further back, we've got racing just outside of the top 10 as one or two GT3 cars come onto pit road for their pit stops. So we're not quite on cycle. There's a couple of cars, Team RedX.com, SimSport and Wild Things Racing. They are both out of sync and they are onto pit road. And car 390 is at a standstill at Stowe Corner. They've got moving now, so issues there for the Aztec Racing, and 28 has also had issues out there. We've not reached the funny hour of the race yet, have we, Justin?
No, this is a little bit early to reach funny hour, you could say, or in that regard, usually funny hours early on in the race, or usually in the dead of the night. But it seems a lot of drivers in this portion of the race are just having those trouble spots. Yes, but it's only in sporadic portions so far, I will say, as more pit stops, though. More pit stop time for the 28 on screen. This is the 48, I should say. Prismatic coming on in for their service just past the hour mark.
We've been seeing teams going later, going late and going longer than the hour here in GT3. So I'm not expecting WSR eSports to be on pit road for another 6 or 7 laps yet. BRT, you're going to be talking another 11 laps or so before they're on pit road. So it's going to be a while yet before your two leaders head onto pit road. There is BRT, the basic racing team. And Basic Ollie Fennell, who is heavily involved with that team, I'm used to commentating on him in all-star races in Porsches. Bit different in this endurance race, but they are having a good go at it. After starting in 11th place, they're up to 2nd in this race.
Able to charge ahead. They've lost ground, mind you, in the past lap, at least an extra 7 seconds to Ross McFarlane. Put them in a great spot at least. Oh, some more argy-barginess. That was not pretty. That time, some contact looked like with the 47. That is the E-Data machine that's getting a lot of argy-barginess as drivers try and get by.
Was that the Clark St. James racing car that they went side to side with, door handle to door handle with? It was. So that was a change of position for 19th in this race and in the overall standings of things here. So yeah, E-Datum getting a little bit bullied there through Brooklands into Luffield, but able to keep it on track and keep going through all of this as they come out the corner, out of Beckett's, and that Ferrari. I was saying earlier, JP, that I've stood next to one of these cars in pit road whilst they're getting a service and being able to look at all the fine details on that car. It is a stunning piece of machinery.
Yeah, these cars, beautifully crafted, to be able to make sure they maximize every bit of engineering, to be able to have as much speed as possible, you'd have to think. And iRacing too, that's translated over to the scans we've seen on the platform with these cars. A lot of content's come over the years, but the details gotten stronger and stronger as these manufacturers continue to build the platform as well as build the content on their side, but also understand that people want to be able to try these cars themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you look at it, if you want to buy one of these cars, you're close to 7 figures. You're talking like $800,000, $900,000 for something like the Ferrari or the Porsche. You know, you are talking silly money, and that's just for the car. That's not to run it, that's not for spare parts, that's not for everything that goes on. You're having a race team, employing them to go racing. That's just for the car. So being able to go into the sim, and if you've got a favourite car manufacturer that you like, you know, I personally like Porsches. I'm able to race Porsches. I can race the Cayman that we've got here in this race. I could race the 911 Cup car, the GT3 car, even the hypercars, you know, or the GTPs in IMSA. I've got that opportunity to me through the sim. I would never have that opportunity in real world. They wouldn't even let me touch one of these cars. They wouldn't let me anywhere near them. But in the sim, you get to try them out, get to race them, and race them hard, and not have to worry about footing a bill at the end of the day.
Yeah, you get to really experiment with what it's like for these cars. Just even thinking too the different combinations you can even try that in real world you might not see pop up or have the chance to. It's, I will say, on top of just buying the car, it is cheaper. You'd have to think to buy the car in iRacing compared to even just renting a couple laps. I've seen rentals at $600-700 for 2 or 3 laps for some cars that are on iRacing on a similar racetrack. So it is cost effective to be able to say, I own this car on the sim and I can drive whenever I want, compared to I've just signed up to go to a rental track. And it's going to be difficult to be able to say, I want to keep the car, because then they'll be looking for you after.
Yeah, try and drive off with a $500,000 of car, and it's we'll be giving you a bill. Thank you very much. Yeah, certainly the accessibility that sim racing gives you to motorsport, and it is its own form of motorsport. I've always said, you know, to people who have only ever been involved in full metal racing and that just don't get sim racing, I say, well, you've got GT racing, you've got touring car racing, you've got open wheel racing, you've got all sorts of different, you know, you've got dirt racing on the dirt ovals, you've got rallycross, you've got all sorts of different forms of motorsport. Well, this is just another form of motorsport. Okay, you're not actually going around the circuits that you're driving around in physical form, but you're still getting to virtually do it and have competitive racing. Yes, the cars aren't real, but the racing is, and you can have some of the best racing that you can ever see in sim racing. So certainly the spectator side of things as well, you can have some great fun watching these sim racing.
Especially with a lot of people who I showed some broadcasts to, they'll say, this is a virtual race? Don't even realize that it's not a real race until you tell them that it's sim racing. In a lot of cases, that was seen a lot over the summertime in some of the platforms that have grown their presence to be able to increase the virtual esports races compared to the real world counterparts as well. By the way, we're keeping an eye on the battle for 11th on track for the GT4s. Team Red X SimSport, O90 Racing also in this grouping, trying to make the pass, is trying to make a couple swoops. And so far, Dan Tomlinson not able to get a full run to make the pass yet. Plus, they're dealing with traffic too, which isn't going to help.
Yeah, and I was saying this earlier to Jake on commentary. There's nothing worse when you're a GT, you know, the faster, quote unquote, faster class, coming up to 2 battling cars, because you know you've got to try and get your way past both of them as quickly as possible. But you also don't want to affect their race, because in these events, in multi-class racing, drivers have very long memories, and they will form a list throughout the race. I've been there, I've competed in many races, both in the iRacing special events, but also in privately organised endurance races and championships. And I've been there, and the team that you're racing in will be, when you're getting into the car for the first time, watch out for car number whatever, watch out for this team. They don't give you any space, they don't do whatever. So you build up that list. You've got a long memory in that team, so you don't want to affect these cars now when they're battling, because if you come up to them when they're not battling, but you're battling, they might say, well, they didn't move out of the way for us, or they didn't cooperate with us, we're not going to cooperate with them.
Yeah, and it comes down to 2. Usually in the endurance race, you're battling for the good hour, absolutely. There's a chance you're battling for a long time, as there goes Project Not Lask, trying to go for the overlap, while ONID Racing tries to go for a peak. No major sin. I will say, early on in the race, and one was keeping an eye on things too, some people were more so trying to push against the grain of waiting until the top of the hour, like you'll see in a lot of races. A lot of people wanting to leapfrog so far. Right now, Dan Tomlinson actually cost himself some time trying to make that move, it looks like, through Abbey for the farm curve. So these drivers, for the most part right now, are saying, give me these spots right now, and focusing on that point, it seems, to be able to try and go and run away.
Yeah, it's that balancing act you've got to make as the aggressor. In this case, it's Dan Tomlinson. You've got to have that balancing act of when and where to make those moves, and remember that you've got 18 hours and 42 minutes remaining in the race. You're not going to win the race right now. You're sure as heck going to lose it, but you're not going to win it at this stage. So you've got to be smart about things and weigh up where and when to make those moves. Now, right now, these two, they've got 3 GT3s coming up behind them about, I would say, next lap, that those GT3s will come to them. Possible lap and a half, looking at that gap there. So they've got to think, right, look in the mirrors, right, there's nobody around us, now's the time to attack. And you attack them, but when you've got other cars around you, you back off, leave that little bit of a space just to say, do you know what, think the big picture here and not make the moves. And, well, the Onid Racing Britcar, Dan Tomlinson, try all he may, he can't get past that Aston Martin, he can't get his Aston Martin past that Mercedes.
I was about to say that Mercedes so far. Good in that first sector. A lot of smoke coming up in that section. That's where pit exit is. Not sure who kicked up the smoke there, but now they've got a lot more drivers in front of them. Including Project 91 that just came out. Gusto's racing team's just up the road as well now all of a sudden. So things have become a little bit more compressed as there's that GT3 traffic coming in to break up the pack for the time being.
Yeah, and that's why I say, you look at that and you weigh things up and you say, right, now's not the time to make those moves because we've got GT3 traffic coming up. Let's just bide our time, wait, be patient. Patience isn't the biggest virtue that sim racing drivers, or indeed racing drivers in full metal racing, have, but sometimes you've got to have that. Will Dames! Oh, now that is Will Dames from 3rd place. Gustav's racing team. Oh my goodness, and that is, it's just getting towards the rear of that GT3 Ferrari.
Yeah, tough spot as bye-bye goes Will Dames. Very lucky he didn't get T-boned there as he, just ran into the back of the GT3.
and that unsettles the car. Because you make that contact, it unsettles the car, and back around it goes. And what avoidance from that other GT4 that was right there with Will, to able to just open up the steering. You can't brake at that point, because if you brake, you unsettle the car and you end up spinning. So it's rocking a hard place. Now, race leaders catching up to this GT4 battle. It's lap 30 for Ross McFarlane. I think he's going to do one more lap, whereas Ernid, they're onto pit road.
Into the pit lane goes the battle we were keeping an eye on. Owen in Tomlinson. So far, they seem to be aggressive. They had just gotten around the 904 machine for the time it's going last time by. We'll see if they make a driver change here. This is an organization, mind you, that usually races on our platforms and also has a big charity presence, trying to actually prepare drivers for a 6-hour charity race in the next couple of weeks, just starting off their fundraising round for that. So this is a team that's trying to raise awareness for a lot of different charity focuses, but also trying to just have fun in a very inclusive community, as they describe, as well as fun-friendly.
Yeah, and why wouldn't you as well? And it's great to see not just Ernid, but also a couple other teams have got that focus of trying to do work with charities and try to fundraise and use sim racing to fundraise. I mean, you just have to look at most recently Jimmy Broadbent with his charity race for mental health. The amount that they have raised over the years is absolutely incredible, and that's the sim racing community doing that. As Christian Zaruta now on board with the Project 91X Thomas Enger sim racing team, and a little wee from the Ferrari in front saying no, don't even try, Christian. Christian is one of those drivers who, again, is a quick driver, but he can sometimes be a little bit inconsistent in series that I've commentated on him racing, but certainly down the inside of the Project 91, his teammate actually in the GT4 car went down the inside of there.
Gotta give him a lot of space that time. His teammate did as well to let him make the pass. As, speaking of which, his teammate just about went wide off the racetrack coming to the Hamilton straight. Leaders are now coming to the pit lane, by the way. WSR eSports Buttkicker amongst those who have just ducked on in, as there's a look at the car we've seen go off, trying to let by some of the traffic. And that's going to be one of those spots we've seen drivers spin around a fair bit today, as you see right now them trying to settle on down after losing some ground a lot of time.
Yeah, that bit of time lost on the exit of Club Corner just affecting them. They'll have to try and get back into that routine. Ross McFarlane, by the way, is staying behind the wheel of that WSR Esports Buttkicker car, and the Buttkicker sponsored car in the Buttkicker Britcar 24 Hours of Silverstone here. Not doing too bad. I think the sponsors will be delighted by that news if WSR can keep their car there.
Yeah, I think they'd be extremely happy. As simple pit exit, Ross McFarlane to the gas. Gonna be close for the race to lead itself for the time being, but it's still in their hands by about a second and a half or so. I will say WSR Esports competes in a lot of different series. We've seen them be strong in whatever type of car, whether it's touring car, whether it's this style of racing. They like to compete, and they like to be up front, to say the very least, and they usually are one of the contending teams by the very end of a lot of different races.
Yeah, and we've seen them grow. I mean, granted, this is like the first full year of them being the WSR brand as a team. There were previously a lot of the drivers that were involved in this team down as when they raced under the Pure Sims team, before there was a big, shall we say, tumultuous change between Pure Sims and the WSR group that moved away from Pure Sim. So, yeah, Ross McFarlane comes out the pits ahead of BRT. Now, the important thing to note about all of that is WSR eSports Buttkicker pitted on lap 157, 158. You've still got a long time. You've still got a good 5 laps or so before BRT come onto pit road. So they are consistently being longer on each stint of BRT and keeping a good pace about things as well at BRT. So don't write them off yet in terms of this race. There's a long, long way to go in this event, and you could see BRT as... Oh, there's the RAF team. Number 19, RAF eMotorsports, James King. Around he goes, side-to-side contact with that GT3, and they get themselves going again. But yeah, don't write off BRT from this race yet, as car 6 has had issues out there as well, and that's the 3rd place, GT4 again, the Gustos Racing Team.
Oh, that's what the 487 BPP eSports turnaround. Will Dames not happy over the radio as he gets sent to the gravel trap. Just got glued together, then left hooked.
And that, I'm afraid, is on the lapping car, in my opinion. They are being lapped. BPP are being lapped there. Just work together, because if you're being lapped, hook in behind them, get in their slipstream, see where they're quicker, see what they're able to do so that you can improve your times and your pace out there as well. And yeah, I just feel that BPP could have given a little bit more space there, personally. And it's, again, a little bit of an experience, as we've seen in the 4 here in this event at times. A little bit of an experience of how to work these 24-hour races and just work together. As here we go. So, in fact, they're actually making the move on them, and it's contact. You're a lap down. I know you're entitled to get your lap back, but yeah, I'm sorry, that's not too clever, and I'm sure that the stewards will have a look at that.
Yeah, they are 2 laps down in comparison to Gustos on the racetrack, and here we go again. Some argy-barginess as off goes the 32 car. That's the Alpha Esports entry getting sent around there.
And that was the car that was in 2nd place for a while, down to 3rd place before pit stops. And just, yeah, wide, dives to the inside. Yeah. Again, I think the stewards are going to have a look at that. It's completely off the track, and then just, you're not alongside enough. That's not your spot. That's not your gap to be going into there, in my opinion. Back out of it. Live to see another day. It's better to lose half a second to 3/4 of a second rather than losing 5-6 seconds by being spun around.
On the curbing originally coming out of Brooklands into left field, and now they're adrift. Still a 20-second bump for the next spot, but now Jordy Spetjens way back. Here's a look again. Yeah, still been on the curb and then up into them.
Yeah, and the thing is that the other car was actually leaving them some space there as well. And I can understand why they've gone for the move, because that other car is leaving them space. But they were leaving them space because they were half there. And again, it's the thing that I was talking about earlier with Jake. You can't half-heartedly go for an overtake around here. You've got to be decisive. And that 32, I mean, that wasn't for position there. That was just lapping. It's just a little bit sloppy and a little bit messy.
Yeah, still a lot of time to go before the sloppiness turns into outright disaster, but you don't want sloppiness setting the tone, to say the very least. Take a look at some of the others as they zip around the racetrack. Right now, some of the teams like Quad Dash Racing holding on to a 12th position in the GT3s, Nomad Race Academy, should say. Also, the next person up, Prismatic Motorsports Athena, next position down. One of the choo-choo trains that have formed up, so to speak, last time by for this grouping. Seeing some good speed from Quad Dash in the 202s. They picked up 4/10 on Nomad last time by.
Yeah, Quad Dash slowly just gaining a little bit on that Nomad Academy car, and I think it was that Nomad car that actually had that contact with the Alpha Esports car. So that's what the Alpha Esports car was going through, lap traffic, but I know there's got to be a bit of give and take. Absolutely, you've got to, if you're being lapped, you've got to be a little bit cooperative to a degree, but it's also up to the person who's overtaking to also do so in a safe manner as well. Yeah, anyway, I've said my piece on that thing, on that subject, but this is close then. 13th place, Prismatic Race Motorsports, Rachel Concoli, right behind Mike Fowler, and this is intense stuff for 11th, 12th and 13th.
Yeah, any major mistake and it'll cause a shuffle on the pylon right now. But it's one of those battle packs that you see migrate together normally by this point of the race, near even speed in terms of what they've been able to long term. And that's where it becomes down to, there's the planning. The plotting and planning, so to speak, really comes into play when you see these groups really compress together and close up like this.
Yeah, you certainly do, and it just ebbs and flows, doesn't it, an endurance race, and at one point you might be losing track on another car, but then later on you gain back on them, and you just have that ebb and flow of the race and how different drivers handle the different cars as well, how the setups are always a compromise in these cars. It's always a compromise between all of the drivers as to how the car is set up there, so you never quite got the car exactly how you like it. It's very much a case of trying to get it as close as possible across the balance of them. Event Simulations onto pit road, the 909 for their pit stop now. BRT have stayed out. They're going to go 32 laps. So again, going that lap longer than WSR Esports.
Yeah, Cully really showcasing how smooth you also need to be when you close up to a group like this, or in general, to be able to keep an eye on what's going on in front, also to keep an eye on, can you have an opportunity to make a move, pressurize a mistake, so to speak. That's one of the pivotal things you can say as they go for some dives now, get alongside some of the traffic. Going to be also very key to choose your timing on when you get alongside some of these cars now in this group.
Yeah, they've got an RD Sim Sport car to work their way past right now, GT4 traffic to get through, and we certainly will see these three go past the RD Sim Sport car and into Brooklyn. So 3 different lines being taken there into Brooklands, and then Luffield, the Mercedes, and the 2 Audis taking those different lines as BRT onto pit road for their pit stop. We have had a question here in the YouTube chat: is rain enabled? Yes it is. We haven't got any in the forecast yet, but there may be some tomorrow morning.
Especially keep in mind the forecast right now has light fog in about 2 hours time. So it's expected to at least get a bit muggy for the evening hours.
Sorry to put in a little bit there. Alpha Esports have had an issue through Cops Corner. They've been at a standstill once again as we continue looking at this race, and it's carrying too much speed through Cops Corner. The classic mistake to make through there.
the mistakes have just piled on for Alpha now. You'd have to think at this point, because that's, I believe, their second slide or spin in that section. Speaking of slides, time to slide side by side, why don't they? On screen, Quad Dash trying to defend, Prismatic trying to make the move. No major change, they go back in order.
But what that does mean is Nomad Academy and Liam Doyle can pull away and try and gap these two whilst they can. A little bit of lap traffic to work around as well, so good stuff between these two, giving each other race room, and we'll be carrying on through this one. Anybody, by the way, at home who's wanting to keep up to date with anything that's going on here in this race, there is a link to the live timing available at the top of the YouTube chat. It's timing3.racebot for that one. You can click on that one. That's where to go if you do want to have that on a second screen if you're at home, and be able to keep up to date with this race.
So far, the numbers, we've seen drivers settle on around the 2:02 second bracket. Majority of this field. Looking like more traffic maneuvering coming up right now for this battle for 12th position on the racetrack. Quad Dash trying to figure out a way around. This is interclass traffic, same type of traffic. Project Not Last. I will say Project Not Last is succeeding in their goal so far, but they're also setting up potential opportunities for slipstream trains. Here's the dive for Prismatic. Not close enough to make the dive fully.
Not making that move stick there, and that means that they're and look at all this GT4 traffic now that they're going to have to try and work their way past. There's the DCW Racing car of Josh Boot that they're first working their way past. There's a few others in front of them as well, and this is what we've been seeing all the way through the race. In fact, there's the GT4 leaders of Satellite Racing, Ian Pfeiffer behind the wheel there. And this is what we've been seeing all race. We've been seeing these groupings of cars come together all in one go, rather than just getting individual cars one at a time.
Geez, some more battling. This is now for about 20th. Datum, we've seen pushed around earlier, trying to go for crossover. This is on Clark St. James Racing. Back and forth they go for 20th.
And these two have been battling pretty much for the last hour as well. It's been great to watch these two. And E-Datum able to get ahead once again. Daniel Kell ahead of Tim Reed as on the inside a go of some lap traffic. So more movers and shakers throughout the field here. But the race seems to have finally, and I say this with bated breath, finally seems to have settled down a little bit, and people are focusing on keeping the cars on track and just getting the pace out of them.
Keep an eye now at RD SimSport. They've been able to reel in the battle for O&N 09 Racing as the 20 machine just up the road for them. This for 13th. And usually we've seen RD SimSport be good in the touring cars, in particular in, let's say, the touring cars in terms of the Miatas. Guy Edwards looking like he's got the big boost to make the pass this time. Big run for 13th.
Great run out of Beckett's into Chapel, but Onid holding on to that place for now down the inside of Stowe. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. Right, as we start getting an interesting race there. Oh, it's a car off there at Club Corner. I don't know who was that, but yeah, RD SimSport deciding now's the time to actually head onto pit road.
Just so happened to be at the time. Oh, and yet again, another one for Alpha. This time they got shunted. Everything's falling apart.
And they've got Will Hope right with them, and there goes Will down the inside. So that's a change of our podium sitters now. And that means that Team Loose X was spurring up to the podium spots.
Mistake, turn into a big mistake, lead to another big mistake, lead to contact from Mark Custers.
Oh, I'm sorry, Alpha, hold your line, is my opinion on that one. Hold your line going into there when you hit the brakes. Do not. The last thing you need is a car to go past you and then immediately pull across and hit the brakes. That's just asking for an accident. Compromise your line going into club, but you're getting past them, and you're getting past them safe. You've got to, there's a certain amount of self-preservation needs to come into effect here.
That car severely wounded too on the back bumper from that hit. So they're going to be hurt for the rest of the run until they get a faster pair in. Looking at some of the R battles, GT4, this is for about 9th. You have DCW Racing Orange that's trying to find a way to get around the Team Red X machine. Team Red X gaining a couple spots in the past lap with how strategy is played out here. That is Jonas Janum behind the wheel of the 904 in front.
Yeah, and holding on to that place now. The 44 has made a pit stop recently for Josh Boot, whereas the Team Red X car of Jonas Janum has not yet. So this is a little bit of a false battle that we're seeing right now. The 904, a little bit lighter on its fuel load. Older tyres, of course, but will be coming onto pit road. Not quite yet. Looking at the lap count, you're looking at about another 5-6 laps or so for Jonas Janum, or he heads onto pit road. The Samsoid Canaan eSports car that we just saw in that incident with Alpha Esports, they will be due on pit road in the next lap or two for them in GT4. So as the GT3 traffic coming through, it's interesting how these are all going to be resolved in terms of traffic, in terms of pit stops, in terms of strategy. 74 having to take a little bit of avoiding action, and Josh Boot won't be too kind about that.
Yeah, and trying to give the arc, then to get clear. That was Team Greenprint, who is 4 laps down in the GT3s with some contact there. And that's really cost Boot some ground on the racetrack after the strategy. The 904 are able to build a buffer, a part of this quote-unquote false battle for the time being. And we'll say being predictable is one of the main things in terms of being traffic. You don't want to end up giving the squeeze. Now, meanwhile, let's talk about Ross McFarlane again. He continues to run away up front, 57 seconds up in the overall race lead. Last time by, we was in the 2:01 still. Yeah,
he's keeping that pace, that relentless pace for him. His 5-lap average pace is a 2:01.8. It's a relentless pace that Ross is keeping up at the front there, and that's something that he brings to this team. He's quick. He's maybe not the out-and-out quickest one-lap driver across the whole outfit at WSR Esports, but he is relentlessly quick over an endurance race stint for him. And again, this last lap was a 2:01.2. We're in that point of the day where it is cooling down. Track temperature is now down 5 degrees Celsius from when I jumped onto the broadcast a little bit ago. And so, yeah, certainly conditions are getting favourable for some really quick time soon.
Still seeing those temperatures. Also see a lot of wind also kicking up. So far, 10 miles an hour, that's 17-kilometer gusts curling to the northwest. We've had a pile in front of McFarlane, by the way. As we see the weather shots, McFarlane just had to check up for a 2-3 car pile up in the middle of the corner.
It was the 92 was involved That was one of the cars involved there, and that is what's happened to Tonello's around. Ross McFarlane dips to the inside. Thank you very much. But one team that was affected by that was the Effect Simulations car of the 909. They ended up collecting them. But Ross McFarlane sees what happens, gets on the anchors, cuts to the inside, and he'll be breathing a sigh of relief there.
Yeah, good heads up to be able to see what was going on. I don't think he really lost any time from that either. He lost maybe half a second at best.
Well, we'll see in about 10 seconds' time as your overall GT4 leader comes onto pit road of Satellite Racing, Ian Pfeiffer. So that's their pit cycle started now for them. And there you see them. Ian, I believe, will be jumping out the car, he says. No, he won't. He'll be staying in the car for a bit longer yet.
And as people have said, Satellite Racing's been cooking, and they've been able to fly around. Alex Gao, part of that team. Nils Core also expected to make some appearances potentially for this team. They've been hard to touch on pace so far. As we go back now to the 15, the Team Renix machine now continuing on. This is the GT3 counterpart. Jen Duffner trying to reel on in Effect Simulations in the 909 entry, led by Joe Spencer at the moment.
And I'm not surprised they're reeling them in, because look at the front of that Effect Simulations car. From the contact with the Project 91 Racing Team Orange 92 car on that previous lap, that's going to have a big effect on them. Now, they're going to try and go as long as possible, but they're only on lap 7 of their stint. You talk about a 30-31 lap stint for these GT3 cars. So Effect Simulations, they're going to be absolutely hemorrhaging time here compared to the competitors with that damage. I think that they'd be better off served coming onto pit road, taking a splash of fuel and getting that damage repaired.
We'll see if they elect to make that call here with how much time they're bleeding out here. You can see just how much time bleeds coming up with how much straight line speed 15's got right now. Spencer lets him go, no issue, it looks like, for that move, as it looks like Effect Simulations is going to keep on going here. They're going to try and keep going instead of trying to go off cycle, it seems.
I mean, I can understand not going off cycle and wanting to keep going with that and trying to keep out there on track. But there comes a point where if you are losing too much time, you need to think big picture and think, actually, do you know what? Let's come in, splash of fuel, get that front repaired, and get out again. And I suppose one of the things that they want to do is they're trying to hang on to their fast repair, or one of their fast repairs, should I say, because of course they do get 4 fast repairs in this race. So definitely Effect Simulation, they're thinking big picture, they're thinking what's working out, how much are we losing. It might be that they stay out there, see what time that they're losing here with this damage, and compare that with, will we gain any of that time back through coming into pit road?
That's going to be the long play. We'll see how they go about the rest of the strategy now that they are basically in a rock and a hard place. By the way, with some of the air groupings right now, 4 cars have still maintained lead lap presences. Alpha eSports has settled on in a GT3 for those wondering. 5 seconds back of Team Loose and Spurwing with how things have now gone for their car with the damage that's built up on the 32. So far, the sun getting ready to set here around Silverstone. Again, for those watching along and wanting to keep an eye on time and scoring, be sure to go to timing3.racespot to be able to keep an eye on how your favorite teams and drivers are faring out. Taking a look at some of the drivers as they make their way this time down the Hayner Straight with some more of the traffic on top of it. Once those that are in this grouping of cars, seeing includes the red and white entry you see entering the corner this time by, I believe, the 89. The Be High Road Motorsport that's currently driven by James Harrison. Right now trying to keep ahead of Aiden Coleman, who has been having a rough time at times in the Aztec Racing entry. Seen a lot of Aztec Racing in these types of endurance racing over the years, especially the special event type ones. But they've been bounced around and getting involved in a couple incidents within the past couple hours. High Road Motorsport, meanwhile, continuing to hold firm in the racing line. High Road Motorsport, team founded by Max Coates, still holding on to the spot. Have some appearances in the real world as well. One of the real world entries, when you look at some of the history, Harrison is amongst one of the entries that drives their 89 car in some of the real world events. They have a Renault that drives and races in real life, a 2-car tandem, in fact, that's picked up Britcar trophy in the Clio Cup class before in the past. So Harrison, one of the real world drivers, doing well as traffic breaks up the battle. That's eSport GBR. That's a little bit more of a buffer this time for Aztec to deal with.
Certainly is. And these drivers flash of the headlights from the Aston Martin. They didn't appreciate it, but I think the BMW didn't appreciate it either. So either way, they've sorted themselves out and they get back out there together. ST Racing eSports from the GT4s are on pit road, by the way. Not really been mentioning them much throughout this race, and Cameron Martineau has got themselves up into that top 4 position. Will Dames for the Gustos racing team has just gone past them, having pitted just a few laps earlier, and that's a big moment, and well held for the Aztec racing team.
Took an awkward angle trying to get around the Gusto machine, believe, and that caused them to really have a hard time in the first place to settle the car, able to save the car in the runoff space. And there's that difference between losing 10, 20 seconds with a major mistake, being able to take that couple seconds and hold on to your car. There's the move underneath the traffic, causes a big shunt on the steering wheel.
And that's all because if they didn't get onto the brakes there, they would have been wiping out that Ferrari and making significant contact with them. So, I mean, they could have quite easily gone flying off completely themselves in that one, but certainly able to carry on. iSport GBR have had issues on this lap, but they are still running in this race. I do believe we've only got one retiree, which is the WMG 44 team. I do believe that they are our first retirement. 52 still in this race. It's great to see this many cars still going, isn't it, Justin?
Yeah, especially after almost 6 hours of racing. All right, almost 7 actually, just about. We've already flown on through the time with how things have gone here today. And usually you'll see at least a few drivers lose spots, a few drivers lose their cars, but again, that's part of the faster pairs too. It's able to keep a lot of these drivers going on their charges to the pack. Still keep an eye, by the way, on some of the battling we've been keeping on with Prismatic and company. The Prismatic Motorsports Athena car now trying to find a way around the Nomad Academy. Strata Nomad, one of the teams that we've seen do very well in the past few years. Their academy drivers are doing a very solid job here holding the fort in 11th.
Yeah, certainly. Pretender Nomad are certainly a very much a sort of a team that has been going around for quite a while. Of course, started with Bosra in those early days of iRacing, but after that collapse, the remaining drivers were Nomads, hence how they got their name. Team's been going straight to strength since 2020, competing in Ivra in the World GT Championship here on RaceSpot TV, the Majors Series as well. And it's the fact that they've been able to set up their academy as well, which is really paying off for them. And they do have a regular meetup at Le Mans each year. So I'll tell you what, as there's the move down the inside. There's nothing better than meeting up with a group of sim racers together, because you can really nerd out at a racetrack.
Good move for the pass. And of course, a good move to be able to see and meet the people you've been interacting with as a team in person. It changed the dynamic compared to those you just know virtually and know just by their voice, to put a name to the face and a voice to the name as well.
Race Control keeping going on their decisions. They've actually had a little bit of a quiet spell, which they must be nice for them. And yeah, certainly they'll be keeping abreast of everything. I think, to be honest, Race Control would be appreciative of a bit of a quiet spell now, just to sit back and actually enjoy the race, because I've worked Race Control in series, and you basically flat out for the first portion of the race, and then you finally get to a point where you're caught up with all your instants, and you look at the timing, and it's been like 2.5 hours of the race has gone, and it's like, oh my goodness, where's that gone?
Yeah. It can fly, it can zoom on by. Done myself in the past few months, actually. Got the chance to do so as Race Control. And it's also to where it's like, okay, what can be described as the contact? What's described as just normal racing? Like, what's that limit, so to speak? Is that little bit of a blade of grass too much? It comes down to making sure you know the rule book, but also making sure you know that style of racing. So you know, is that a good call or not? And you don't make the mistake of normal wheel-to-wheel racing or anything like that being over-stigmatized or anything on that mark.
Yeah, it's knowing where that limit is between hard racing and what's over that line, as we see moves being done here as further down the field we look here at this one. But yeah, this is the continuing with the look at the 290 of Aztec, and that was Ram Ranch, but they just went past with Nathan Nickerson, so change of position for those. And Ram Ranch have actually dropped down the order in this last couple of hours compared to where they were. Ram Ranch were up and around the top 10, sniffing around the top 10, and they've just dropped down now to 18th in this race. So yeah, not been a good couple of hours for that team in the Lamborghini.
Still keep an eye on that. The Aztec Racing entry, by the way, still on screen. So we're almost at 18 hours to go here in this one. Still plenty of racing to go here on RaceSpot for this year's Buttkicker Britcar 24 hours here at Silverstone. Looking like the Aztec Racing entry just not able to fully close the gap. The BMW versus the Ferrari. And we've talked about the Ferrari and the craftsmanship here in real life, but also in the sim. The BMW, also a car that a lot of teams like to run with to be able to find that balance between straight line speed and corner, just like there's that good corner for Aztec. As they try to go for a lunge, that was a little bit optimistic.
Yeah, on the entry through Maggots into Beckett's, that's not maybe the move to make as they look at that Ferrari in front of them for the Hyro Motorsports team. Yeah, they got the better run through Copse Corner, but then they just didn't quite work out as making the move on Altitude eSport, who are second place in GT4. But yeah, still, Aztec, they're looking to move forward here on high road. Their lap times are pretty comparable, to be fair. It's just that Aztec BMW looks to be really strong at this phase of the race, as we'll look elsewhere on track right now as well. More lap traffic working through, and that is the Prismatic Motorsport car and the Nomad car. They're in 11th and 12th places.
Yeah, so far, the battles have now really taken that calm period that we were talking about. It's really settled in to be calm. Down the straightaway, here comes Coleman. Looking to the inside on the lunge, this time into Brooklands. Able to make the move before they even get to left field. That was a move, laps in the making for Coleman.
That was a little cheeky as well. Gave a little bit of a squeeze on the outside of the corner before corner entry at Brooklands, which meant that the Ferrari was compromised there for Hyro Motorsport, and James Harrison having to just back out of it. And that meant that the Aztec car was able to move through on their own nice and cleanly. So, yeah, flash of the headlights, though, give sim racers a flashing headlight, and they'll be happy for hours upon end. Although the GT4 traffic just catching them out a little bit, and this is the opportunity now for Hyro to come back.
Do they take it, though, in the midst of the traffic? Zip on by the 43 car. That's No Limit Sim Racing Academy. And the answer is no, not able to get alongside up the Hainer straight. Able to try and make a pounce back for the move. So far, so solid for these battlers. For those wondering, the Nomad Academy battle has also stayed calm, with Prismatic trying to build a buffer there. So a couple of different groupings of cars doing what they can around this racetrack to be able to try and run away like Aztec is now trying to do, and using the lap traffic to their advantage now for Sector 1.
Almost working for them, but not quite. RD Simsport just getting out the way there. The compatriots in the Aztec 390 are onto pit road for a pit stop, and a black flag for Alpha Esports. Alpha Esports have got a black flag for that contact with the number 7 Samsoid Canaan Esports GT4 car.
So it continues to pour absolute disaster for Alpha Esports. It was looking great just about an hour ago, but now that entire team's got to be scrambling with how things have really just fallen apart, and they're about to be lapped.
I was about to say they're getting lapped as well. I mean, to add insult to injury to what has happened, Alpha Esports was challenging WSR Esports Buttkicker for the lead. They were trying to close them down, and now it's just all gone wrong in this last couple of stints. So black flag for causing a collision, and that means that Team Redx.com Simsport should, in theory, move up into 3rd place, although they are actually due a pit stop, so it might be Effect Simulations that get there.
With the damage, too, is the big thing. So they've been able to keep on going on the racetrack.
Well,
go ahead.
They've pitted 6 laps ago of Effect Simulation.
Oh, thank you for the correction, yes. And they didn't really lose a lap or so from that. In fact, they didn't even lose a spot for the pit stop, I was about to say.
Yeah, so that again, I think that was a case of looking at that time loss and thinking, do you know what, big picture, we need to pit as we go back to this. Well, actually, that's now 10th place because Primatic Motorsports have moved ahead of RAF eMotorsports. So Rachel Concolli continuing her charge up through the field ahead of John Finch now, and Nomad Academy with Liam Doyle behind the RAF.
The Royal Air Force eSports entry. Their GT3 car has been doing very solid all day today. Finch behind the wheel right now. Some of the others that have driven that car today include Ben Cullen and Peter Plasto. And you have to respect those who have the opportunity to run for the military and their esports programs. Again, the Royal Air Force, based out of the UK. Their drivers established technical, but now the 92, their slides continue. Another mistake of too much speed.
And that's at Cop's corner again. And do you know what? Did you see how intelligent that was then? Instead of just booting the throttle and going straight away, they got onto the reverse gear, pulled it away because there was a car coming through right on the racing line close to where their car was. So they just allowed that little bit of extra space. You've got the runoff there to be able to do so, and then pulled away again. That was clever. That was good, good
safe rejoining from them. But yeah, I think they would have preferred not to have had the spin in the first place.
Get back to the point I was about to make. It's a team that runs virtual competition for the RAF, as well as enabling driver development and public engagement with simulators. More than 100 members are a part of the eSport Motorsports program for the RAF these days. That includes those in the UK and the overseas territories. They actually added some members of the Army as well to be able to run this event for this year. As let's take a look at more trouble, the 79 going around, Denise Pope.
Oh, Denise, that's a big, big moment. Clattered that curb. There you go, sausage curb once again. Causes there to be a potential danger on track, and thus proving mine and Peter Mackay's theory that sausage curbs have no place in motorsport. Sorry, Justin, it's an ongoing crusade me and Peter Mackay have.
Meanwhile, cars coming out of Blue Pit Road right there. That is Alpha coming out of the penalty. I will say, they've become a major topic for North American motorsports now too, as well, I will say, because, say, NASCAR, in some cases, they've been trying to add them to prevent people of course cutting in, say, stock car racing on the road courses. But in air tracks, well, it can absolutely cause calamity when the curbing has a malfunction or it breaks, as seen as well in the real world.
Yeah, and if you have that curbing left down, say like a single seater, then has an event there and there's a contact. I mean, speaking of contact, there's a car around at the Luffield corner, and that's car 46, which is the Gravel Trap Racing UK car. I mean, you just have to look at Circuit of the Americas. Oh, it wasn't contact, it was just them losing it themselves, so that's what happened there. Abby Eaton in the W Series at Circuit of the Americas a couple of years ago had an accident where the car went airborne, and it landed with the tub landed right on top of one of the sausage curbs, and that broke her back. Later at that same event, in another single-seater race that was a support race for that Grand Prix that weekend, another driver, an American driver, went and did exactly the same thing, and it broke his back. So it can be dangerous. We've seen sausage curbs launch cars, not just Formula cars, but GT cars as well. I think of the incident at Monza a few years ago in the World Endurance Championship with the Aston Martin getting launched up into the air because of sliding into the sausage curb. I personally feel that they cause more problems than they solve.
in this case for racing here, they can provide potential for damage to the underbody, or especially with the body work, seen pop up as well. And there is one point brought upon by one of our viewers, I believe it's pronounced Brainer's Bob, that mentioned it's better than hedgehog curbs. I believe they're talking about those square ones with the triangular tops, basically, you're talking about, correct?
Yeah. I mean, they have their own problems as well, absolutely. I mean, the Formula One's at Qatar this week, and last year it was ripping cars apart with those vicious sawtooth curbs. So yeah, they bring their own problem.
So it becomes the question, what's the best way to prevent quarter cutting? Do you, in your preference, tear out the sauce curds, put in sand traps again? Do you put more grass? What would you do to prevent drivers from saying, there's no more curbing, so I'm going to run on top of the curb and cut the course?
Grass and gravel. I mean, we've seen it introduced in a few tracks around the world. I think grass and gravel is the potential solution to the issue, because it discourages drivers from pushing those track limits a bit too much, and so therefore it discourages from them. Having a wall there, I think, is a bit much if you say it's somewhere like Spa-Francorchamps with Eau Rouge Radion. I personally think that those walls are a little still too close for comfort on the exit of Radion at Spa-Francorchamps. But yeah, basically discouraging drivers from going off track is the way to go about things, and having that grass or gravel there will discourage them enough to stay off track.
Let's take a look at some of the onboard camera work. Nathan Nickerson still strapped in and still buckled up, keeping him safe. Hey, if you have a high-end sim racing rig, it's important to have the seatbelts on, because sometimes you might fall out of the rig with some of the motion.
Well, that's it. I mean, with motion rigs, modern motion rigs especially, I mean, Nathan's not got it himself there, but modern motion rigs, you do need to be strapped into those, so especially the high-end one. I mean, it's great that we get to see the drivers at work, drivers pushing on, and you can see him pushing up into his seat as he hits the brakes there. But have you ever wondered what it's like to be a commentator and see what we look at? Well, you can do. Hello, everybody. My name is Paul Smith, and this is my point of view of what I'm seeing here in this event here today. So I'll quickly just talk you through the screens that I can see here as I'm now actually trying to fix a problem that has happened on my end. So great stuff there. Right, so what I can see here, and by the way, I do not have enough screen space here to be able to do my job properly. Right hand side, we've got the race control incident results here for me to be able to refer to. On the right hand timing screen here, I've got that for the GT4s to be able to keep track of their races. I've got GT3 here with the GT3 timing screen. I've got a track map in front of me as well. This is all being powered by the sim, which is behind those screens. Up here we've got Discord for our commentary as well, for us to be able to type messages to each other off commentary, so we can sort of point things out there. I've got OBS, which is controlling this camera that you're seeing right now. Here, this main screen here is the most important screen of all, this window right here. That is the view that we are putting out on the broadcast, and it's almost a little bit like Inception there with how it goes. And then on the left here, this is where I've got like my miscellaneous stuff. So I've got the YouTube chat here, so you guys can all say hello. I've got my own Twitch chat. I'm currently streaming on Twitch. Got that up on here as well. And then I've got our little incident sheet for us to keep a track of what's going on in the race. We've got the race control sheet as well to refer back to if we need to. And we've got our facts about the teams as well. Some of the teams provided us with some information about themselves, and that's what we've got there as well. So plenty of information to look at here for us here, or for me personally. So yeah, so Hugo, I think we're good. We can go back to the coverage, because I think people will be bored with seeing the back of my head. But important to note, I've still got the flat cap on.
It's very intensive to be able to set things up, make sure you have all the screens down right, and make sure you have everything covered. So it's a balancing act. By the way, Gravel Trap Racing just cut the gravel. Well, I was about to say, we've been keeping an eye on Truck Boys throughout all this as well. Interesting storyline. They're amongst those who gave the stories to come on in. They are just a bunch of boys, their quote, that really like trucks. Apparently, one driver, Jake, is tall. One of them is bald. That's Taylor. And another, Alex, has a truck named the Green Goblin. Hence why you'd have to think the car is green.
I mean, it's distinctive. You can spot them from a mile off, can't you? And when we're saying trucks, now you see over here in the UK, if you say a truck, that means a heavy goods vehicle, tractor trailer, as you'd call it over in North America. Whereas in North America, a truck is a pickup truck, isn't it? So I'm presuming that it's more the pickup truck type of thing.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. They are amongst those in the UK and I, as most drivers are.
Okay.
I was about to say, the one thing they did add to the car that it's hard to see because hoods obviously have the different parts to it. They put the drawing of, the fancy horse on one side and the $1 sketch on the other. They made it very fancy and put it all over the race car on how much it is. I'm not sure if I'm describing the sketch the horse well, but they are coming into pit lane where their car is going to get some fuel now.
Okay, so UK, so I would think that would be more truckers. By the way, black flag for BPP. Yeah, I'm not surprised by that black flag, to be honest. And that's why they are... that's issues. That's problems.
Oh, that's destruction for the 47. That is BPP, and they've on top of the black flag. Just absolutely hit on the way. They were loud traffic, mind you.
Is it that they've reached the incident limit? And that has put them over the instant limit? Is that what caused them the black flag? Because I don't see a Stewart's black flag decision.
We just had an error issue with that same car. They just made contact with Will Danes, and they're now in the sand trap. So for the second lap, the BPP eSports machines had troubles. This time, contact with Dames.
And I think they were carrying damage from that initial contact. Yeah, you can see they're struggling, and Dames has come through and bang, clattered out the way and into the wall. So massive issues, big problems for that team, and they are heading to pit road to serve not only a penalty but also to get repairs.
And obviously, not what you want to have happen, but it is time for pit stops for a lot of teams, so this might be a time where we see drivers take the damage repair. But here is Mike Farla. He's got around in a bad spot.
We've seen that a couple of times today with the contact at the loop, and it's the number 7 there, the Samsung Canaan eSports. Very little they can do because that Audi has just lost it themselves, and you've just got to hold the brakes and wait, and it's Dave Sampson himself, Samsoid himself, behind the wheel there.
Yeah, they've had some bad luck, the Samsung Canaan machines today. Not quite sure what it is, but they've had spurts of bad luck just hit them at the worst times in some of these events. Team Greenprint, by the way, we're keeping an eye on now on track. They're amongst those were some of the last in class running. Evan Craven behind the wheel of the Team Greenprint machine, just trying to log the laps and find a way to leapfrog some positions here as they work their way around traffic.
Yeah, and they've got Wild Things right there with them as well, and a big compromise through Abbey, and that's going to give Gurgley the opportunity, and Gurgley Kunzaba makes his way through and makes the position then for Wild Things Racing, or well, make their way past, should I say. As you say, that Team Greenprint laps down on the Wild Things car behind.
It's not been a pretty day for them. Wild Things move ahead. Right now, they're looking for 2025 for the future. Their aim, mind you, Wild Things are, is... So pardon me, just need to double check the notes. Was about to say, they look to last longer than the time they had current race control operator and commentator David Christie on the team, and used up most of their X's in the first 8 hours. We've already seen drivers reach the 100 mark, mind you, in this race. That's involving the Wild Things entry we're referring to.
Yeah, Wild Things will be hoping to have a bit of a calmer race here today, but you never know with them. I could say that I was racing against Gurgley last night as well, so we're getting a lovely sunset here with a little bit of a mist in the air. You can see that little mist in the air. Beautiful sunset here on the border of Northamptonshire and Leicestershire. I'm correct in that, Northamptonshire and Leicestershire, aren't I? Or am I just making things up? Well, anyway, it's great to see, and it's a beautiful sunset here.
A very picturesque racetrack that's changed a lot over the years with history, and also with some of the reconfigurations. It's become a lot more modern in the past couple decades to the layout we have now. To be able to provide the racing it does, it's as Wild Things just about got squeezed off the racetrack. That's in a battle with Hyro.
It's getting a bit tense out there as this time is ebbing away, and as the light fades for these drivers. So yeah, Wild Things are getting involved in matters, and you can see now that car in front is very much sight set, and they want to make the move.
Especially with some of the lunges they've already taken. They have in right in front the satellite car. So gonna have to play this smart. Wild Things still taking a peak offset right as they make an offset too wide, entering their way through Meggetts, Beckett's, and Chapel. I think right now that Wild Things machine is putting on some wild speed to be able to close things up right now. It's just going to be a matter of how defensive does Robbie Foster want to get.
Try and break the draft is what's happening, but not doing a good job of it. And here we go, down the inside go Wild Things, late onto the brakes. Is it too late? No, they've held it to the apex. Nicely done there. And, well, gaining position then for Wild Things, up to 17th over Hyro Motorsport.
Nicely done on the send, and right now they are running away big time. With the gap for the time being. So Wild Things gaining a couple spots the past couple laps, now up to 17th on the racetrack. Next is Ram Ranch. For them, that's a fair bit up the road, though, to be able to get to the next spot. So already, seeing some of the other drivers look to do some things here. We'll see what happens with Robbie Foster for the rest of this run. We already talked about some of the real world experience with Hyro from the real world. right now doing what they can to pull off and away. As let's take a look at the overall GT3 leaderboard. Liam Doyle, up 12 positions during this race, has done well in that 281 car. We haven't mentioned that name too much in the past couple hours.
Yeah, they've done a good job of Nomad Academy and moving through the field. So yeah, they're doing well there. Also worth pointing out as well, Team Lusek Spurwing up 9 places, BRT up 8 places. Especially after the drama they had at the start of the race as well. So RAFE Mudspot, 9 places gained for them as well. So they're doing good as well in all of this. So the GT3s, there was 32 in total, 31 are still running.
Aztec's also gone 8, so has BRT throughout this race today. We talked about BRT's ascension to the field a little while ago. And right now, some of the others, like a -12 for the 28 machine. That's Sim Dynamics, Sunoco Race Fuels, that's gone the wrong way throughout this one after starting up towards the front. Again, let's look at some of the big movers and shakers so far in GT3, as some awkward lines being taken just up the road at the moment. And some Zens.
RD Simsport, by the way, have had issues out there as we're looking at the TSRC car. Yeah, RD Simsport have had issues through Maggots and Beckett's with a GT3 car. So inter-class issues between them as overall race leaders. WSR eSports Buttkicker onto pit road. Does Ross McFarlane hand over the car to one of his teammates?
It's going to be the question when. It looks like he is. Crofton Woodhatch has just jumped into the car. As you can see, they are sharing a pit box, by the way, for those wondering why. What we're seeing here. But Woodhatch behind the wheel. Crofton, we'll see what he can do here.
Well, Crofton Woodhatch had a really good stint earlier before Ross behind the wheel of that WSR eSports Buttkicker car. So I think it's a good move to get Crofton back behind the wheel of the car, get him underway, and get him back pushing on for that team. But we've also got the GT4 standings, haven't we, Justin?
Yes, indeed. Satellite Racing currently leading the way in those standings. Up to second, though, Altitude Esports by Sim Stickers with Tim Perry. It's quietly moved its way up there. And you have Gusto's Racing Team dealing with damage in third. T Racing Esports, you have Cube Controls, part of Corsa, still up 4. +8 is RD Sim Sport from their spot in 13th for those wondering. TSRC Esports in 6th. DCW Racing Orange up 6 in 7th. No Limits, along with Samsung Icon and iSport amongst the top 10 right now. Not too much shuffling, I will say, amongst your front runners here at the moment. So it's been pretty stable in terms of this run order for the GT4s. If you qualified up front, you're likely still in a good spot.
Yeah, it's been pretty much stable as the 92 has now got a black flag. So that is Project 91 Racing Team, and I think that's going to be another penalty in the bag for them, and they've actually had a spin in the meanwhile, looking at the replay here. But yeah, so a penalty, a black flag, and that means that they will be getting themselves a drive-through penalty. And it's what, oh, this is what happened to RD Simsport, and that's the gravel trap racing that made contact. So gravel trap racing had lost control of the car and collected RD Simsport, and Aztec Racing, Corey Price in 22nd, has got a black flag, 30-second stop and go for causing collision with the 487 GT4 car of BPP Esports. That was that one that we saw on the exit of Club Corner, where BPP ended up with massive damage.
And so that ends that storyline when it comes to release that penalty sequence with BPP. But we'll have to see if there's a secondary one with BPP contact that they haven't picked up with Gustos. Right now, let's keep it on the 15th place car in class. Still with the Aztec 290. Still closing on Sim Dynamics. And Paul Allen and his car going the wrong way. These are the first drivers 2 laps down. Let's take a look at pit road. Scott McFall jumps in the Clark St. James racing machine. Off onto the racetrack they go.
And back up to speed for them. Looking to leave space for wild things, and nicely done to you see, that's it. You've got to be careful on pit exit here and not have people getting involved with cars coming off of Abbey chicane, and that means that good clean way to get back onto track and for the faster cars to be able to not interact with them. We have had the question from Bringers Bob once again. Is that Solly? Basic Ollie? Yes, it is. The Basic Racing team in second place. That is Basic Ollie, who is involved in that team. They're in second place right now, overall.
Right now, they're only 13 seconds adrift from that 41 car. We'll see if there's a big change in the pace now compared to earlier with the driver swap they had. But I will say, Sim Dynamics has mentioned they've just gone the wrong way in things. They had Remy Gilbert start off the race. Sean Cooper then jumped in. Paul Allen, David Hornsey. Then Paul Allen in for his second stint after pitting less than 10 laps ago. Trying to just fight to hold on to the top 15 right now.
Yeah, after a promising start to the race, they've then ended up just dropping further and further back here. So it has been a little bit disappointing for them, I will say. So yeah, definitely. They would have hoped for a much better event than what they're getting at the moment, but now they've got that pressure from behind of Aztec Racing, the 290 that's behind them. Both BMWs, and they're both going to be fighting it out there for 14th, and we're seeing just a little bit of slight different lines between the two drivers, but not too much difference between them carrying the same machinery. And the lights are starting to take effect here, Justin. It is starting to get a bit dark with it being 25 to 7 in the evening.
It's starting to get a little bit more hazy out there. We've now reached the partly cloudy conditions. The light fog is still expected to reach around 7:15. That'll make it a little bit more difficult to see visually for the later stages of this race, or towards the middle portion, should say. By the way, remember, there was some contact for Sim Dynamics that put them a bit into this box, but they've continuously seen a drop back on pace throughout this run as they reach the lap traffic. So, overall, though, how big do you think the fog will become a factor now once we reach the light fog conditions in about 20-30 minutes?
It's not too bad when it's in the day, is the fog. It's when you're in the night and you've got your headlights, because you are mandated to have those headlights on with those cars, so you will have that reflection off of the fog, which can affect your vision out there. So yeah, it can have a greater effect at night having that fog around compared to during the day. We have had it pointed out about the lead gap. Yes, it's down to just under 11 seconds, but BRT do owe us a pit stop in the next lap or two, so expect that lead gap to grow once again. But 3 top 7 on the lead lap in GT4.
Yeah, big difference in terms of what we've seen pace-wise with WSR. Satellite still putting on some great pace for their own right. Well, Wild Things Racing with Gersley Kuhn Chavo has moved their way in towards traffic with Jump Bros. That's actually a lap up on them, but they are now in range to battle with Ram Ranch and potentially could get to Aztec after a little bit of time here. So Wild Things have continued to put on some rapid pace to close up the deficit.
Certainly have. Gergley is a quick driver, but certainly it's not been able to move on to the bigger aspects of the higher splits of races in iRacing, and can get involved in an incident or two as well. I'm only saying that because we banked door handles about 3 times last night, so they're being gurgly. So yeah, it lives up to the name, the team name of Wild Things on occasion. But yeah, certainly does have some pace, and it's showing that right now has the pace over Jack Bolton in the Ram Ranch Mudsport car.
Bolton right now trying to see if he can hold on. Last time by a 2:03.6. Wild Things, meanwhile, put up a 2:03.3, 3/10 quicker to be able to close up the gap and fast. For those wondering in terms of how their pit stop stints look as well, right now things are looking solid for them. About 25-26 laps. Wild Things about 30 laps into their stint. About a 5-lap difference, should say.
Yeah, so I think we're seeing a part of that effect as well, aren't we? About slightly lighter fuel load and therefore able to just go that little bit quicker. Although that BMW does seem to come into its own a little bit later into the stint. It's notorious though for working its front left tyre, and this is something I actually found out last year from speaking to a couple of the teams at the 12 Hours of Monza. The front engine cars work their front left, but especially around a track like this, they work the front left a lot more than the rear. It's the mid-engined or rear-engined cars that work the rear left more around here. So things like the Mercedes and the BMW, they'll be working that front left really hard, whereas the Lamborghini, the Audi, the Ferrari, they'll be working that rear left a bit more than the rest of the tyres. Down the inside, not there.
There is an error peak though, an error chance, not close enough yet. Some more paint schemes in terms of designs, but right now Wild Things really going aggressive, not waiting here, going peeking, poking, prodding, trying to find a way to get alongside here. And there's that give and take we talked about really coming into play again. Right now Wild Things having a lot of take.
Yeah, and it's knowing when to give and when to take, and that's the crucial thing. Oh, there's a bit of a late lunge down the inside. That means you're going to have the outside going into the loop there, and they have got a bit of traffic ahead, including some GT3 traffic. The number 3 car, the ST Racing eSports car, which is in 4th place in class, in front of them right now. But these two, they're going at it hammer and tongs. This is great stuff to watch. Between the two of them, down the inside goes Wild Things, and they make the move stick.
Took a little bit of time, but able to get it done. To run down the Wellington straight into Brooklands. Brooklands has been one of the more common places for passes today, it seems. So Wild Things up to 16th. But again, expecting the pit stop coming up pretty soon for them. It's gonna be interesting where they cycle after the next couple hours, because right now that pace seems to be there, if not quicker than these two. It's It's going to take some time, though, to get up there. It is pit stop party time, by the way, Paul. So it is time for a lot of these teams to come down soon.
Yeah, BRT, Effect Simulations as well. Both onto pit road for their latest stop here. 17 hours, 20 minutes to go in this race. You can see how those GT3s have been able to go the hour and 5 minutes or so on a stint is really helping them cut down on the amount of pit stops that they will be taking throughout this race. Project 91 Racing Team Orange in 16th place in GT4, sorry, along with Team Heaped Together, both on pit road right now for them two. I did see earlier on in the YouTube chat Steve Koenig, who's taking part with the Team Heap, would be driving later on for Team Heap Together. He's currently at Kyle Army for an endurance event. Do you know what? That is the track that will replace Thruxton as my list of track that I want to see come to iRacing. Kyle Army, I'd love to see it on iRacing.
Heard a lot of good things about that racetrack over the years. And right now, drivers here at Silverstone, at least, continue to drive around the pace for the time being. So, we'll say, but less than 20 minutes until things get swamped around once again here for the crews. And so far, seeing things cruise along with WSR eSports and Buttkicker and Satellite Racing as well, continuing to cruise ahead. Now, I will say, Silverstone has continuously brought lots of energy. It's become a British staple in racing of its own right. It's crazy how much the history has made it change in how much progression's come, especially with the change with the Hamilton Straight in recent years, getting honored with Lewis Hamilton for the front stretch.
I mean, I'm old enough to remember before the Maggots-Beckett's section of Complex of Corners was existing. That came about in 1991. Did that section of track, so I can remember before that when Beckett's was Maggots was a quick, fast left-hander, and then Beckett's was a fast right-hander that was almost at 90 degrees, but it was taken so fast there was very little runoff there. And then Chapel was another fast left-hander onto the Hanger Straight. Stowe was a lot more open as well, because it effectively formed a straight line on the exit of Stowe through to Club Corner. You didn't have that little chicane. That was brought in 1994, was that chicane at the Vale and Club Corner. So I've seen how this has changed over my lifetime. Multiple times this has changed. I remember them bringing in Luffield, the long sweeping right-hander that we see right here, right now. I remember them bringing that in as a change. So I've seen the evolution of this track as well. And you're quite right, the wing, the new pit complex on the Lewis Hamilton Straight, the Sir Lewis Hamilton Straight, should we say, it has been incredible to see the development of this track over these years and the investment that's gone into it and continues to go into it. And when you consider that this track, it doesn't get support from a central government, say, like so many other Grand Prix venues get, they're doing things on a relative budget, so to speak. Phoenix, by the way, number 49, have a mechanical meatball warning flag.
Phoenix Sim Racing with Brad Smith behind the wheel, running 25th overall. Just having that incident just moments ago, it looks like, to be destroying their car. But now we'll see them have to duck down to the pit lane, the 909, keeping an eye on them. Right now, they have a battle on their hands. Here's why Brad Smith is in trouble. That was a bit of a lunge with the 89 up there inside, originally in high row, and then it gets to where it gets a lot of damage.
I mean, it looks like the smallest and most innocent of contacts, but because of the angle he's gone, that car, the 89 has gone in on that one, the Hyro Motorsport car, and the contact that it's made with the rear wheel, that's where you'd break a bit of your linkage or a bit of your suspension there, and that means that you're going to have to come onto pit road. Now that car, the 49 Phoenix Sim Racing, has had, shall we say, quite an eventful race, to put it mildly, and they've been involved in a few things, and I'm sure that's at least the second mechanical meatball warning flag that I've seen them with so far today.
Things have stacked up, absolutely, but the fog is really settling on in. It, in fact, has come early, Paul. The light fog confirmed to be now in effect for the weather conditions since 6:45. So this weather has really settled on in and made it more greasy out there, you would have to argue, in terms of visibility. Team Red X trying to hold on as a lot of lap traffic is seen affect simulations close.
Oh, yeah, it's getting really tight there amongst them. Flash of the headlights from TSRC. They weren't too happy with some of the GT3 traffic, and then the rest of them come through. And TSRC about to get lapped, I do believe, by Satellite Racing. And that's going to be a tough pill to swallow for TSRC when you consider that they were, at one point, one of those challengers that was trying to charge down the race-leading Satellite Racing GT4. So, yeah, it's been a tough day at the office for TSRC, having had damage earlier on as well. So, they'll be looking to get a good result. Still in 6th place, though, after their contact at, it was Brooklands. Exit at Brooklands in the runoff, and they had contact with the gravel track racing team.
Still maneuvering around the traffic too wide to be able to get around some of these cars. A little bit of squeeze for effect. Able to get around, no problem, though, for the time being.
And this is for position.
Yes, indeed. Still trying to sort themselves out for the position. Jan Hilden still holding on. Effect simulation still yet to get around. Trying to find a way to sort themselves with Joe Spencer. Trying to find a way to poke as they go defensive.
Now, it is for position, but I do believe that Team Red X will owe us a pit stop soon. Effect simulation came in 4 laps ago now, so I would imagine that Red X will be coming in soon for their pit stop cycle. No, they're going to go another lap here, so that Audi proving to be very frugal.
Yeah, just continuing to log laps for the time being. But Effect still trying to showcase why they were up towards the front earlier. Some contact, Jack Bonner.
Oh, you look at 2 of your GT3 cars having to get out of the way. And the 487 and the 23 is iSport GBR. Bonner in the 487 BPP eSports. We saw them in the wars about half an hour ago. So more issues for them out there on track.
They have not had a fun time in this past hour or so, especially with how things have stacked up. There is some interviews involving Hyro worth noting, currently underway for their investigations. So, back to the Effect battle. 2:03.4 last time by on the cycle. Jen Hill did a 2:03.3 last time by through the traffic. They do have to deal with Team Greenprint. Amongst this traffic, and Team Greenprint's not been so easy to get around today.
No, they've been a bit sort of hit and miss as to where and when people catch up to them with that Team Greenprint outfit to go through Maggots and Beckett's once again. So yeah, it's interesting to see how and when you catch these people. They've got DCW not that far ahead of them as well in the GT4 category. And looking to the inside, late onto the brakes, because Team Red X and Team Green Print blending out of the corner at start, allowing the others past them, and that means that they're able to go through.
Now, as time continues to tick along and things get towards the end of your stint here, Paul, in the next little bit, we do have Max Spooner who's standing alongside. Would you like to speak with him this time?
Yeah, absolutely. Why not? Let's bring Max into the commentary booth here. Max, hello. Welcome along to the commentary booth here from Quatermass Motorsports. You've had quite the eventful day out there today so far, haven't you? Oh, he's got his microphone muted here. Hopefully he'll find the unmute button in just a second.
There we go. The unmute button.
Good start. But you've had quite the eventful time out there, haven't you, at Quatermass?
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about it earlier. We're sort of surprised. This is our third Britcar now that we've been competing in. And yeah, it's... we had a relatively early start to the race. Ben, you know, put in a couple of, I say a couple of stints, he put in 4 stints, which was really impressive. And then I took over for 2, but I've been severely under the weather of late, so the 2 stints I've done so far have been quite the challenge. But yeah, we had a little incident in the race where we basically got rear-ended, but I think the stewards upheld the decision on that one, so we're sort of fighting with that car still, despite the damage. But yeah, it's always an enjoyable race. So we've got real world Britcar regular Bobby Trudley in the car now, so he's just doing what we like to call Bobby things and just lighting up the timing sheets out there for us.
It's always good when you can have somebody jump in and light up the timing sheets for you, absolutely. I want to just look at the team as a whole though. I mean, would you have ever have imagined back when you were competing in the 750 Motor Club Locust Championship, could you ever have imagined you taking this team name into such a huge eSports event that Motorsport UK are running?
Well, when I first started racing in the low-cost championship, when I passed my ARDS test, in fact, the idea that a driver could come from sim racing was just unheard of. You know, it was like you had the GT Academy was very much in its infinite. Yeah, I was coming into the paddock. It's like, oh yeah, I race computers, and people were like, what? You know, like R-Factor 1. You know, this was, you know, iRacing had only been live for a couple of years at this point. So the idea that sim racing as a sport would take off to the point where now we have the governing body of our sport having a place, like a means to professionalise the sport. I think back then it was kind of like unheard of. It was just a hobby for me, and you know there was a few of us out there doing it. Whereas now it's very much in the mainstream, and I think what I'm quite proud of is the fact that I've taken the team with us, and you know we've built this team up now to be a huge entity, not just sim racing in events, but actually as a movement as well to support disabled drivers with our Para Racers Academy. And really just put a spotlight on what we're doing and how you know other disabled drivers could think, oh, I quite fancy doing that, and having the expertise within the team to do that and grow the team to the point we are now, you know. And you know, I suspect in the next couple of years this will probably become my full-time job. The growth of the team is so big.
Just to point out as well, whilst we're talking, that High Road Motorsports have now got a black flag for them. But looking at, as Mike Pierce we've seen with Contact in the DCW racing car, and then you look at this year, oh my goodness, that's a huge hit for Casey Waters with Ash Hill from the Project Not Last at Cops Corner, and it's just move forward there. You're going onto the racing line and you're asking trouble there, Ash, I'm afraid, and that is major incident. But let's talk about the team as well, because this year you did welcome a new technical partner as well with University of Wales Trinity St David. I mean, how's that been, bringing on and bringing in a team like that to help support you as an outfit?
Well, the one thing that we always learned was sim racing is there's always people who want to get into motorsport, and one of the things I always struggled with when I was in the sport first time around was the limited opportunity. And as I said, back when I was studying and racing, sim racing as a sport there were a few leagues around, but there was not really this professionalism that we have now. And really it was a case of we needed engineers to help develop these drivers. We haven't got a bottomless pit of cash that we can go and hire full-blown professionals. So it was a case of, well, what can we offer? And we felt that by reaching out to the university that we could offer a place where students could come, learn their craft, develop their skill set, because when you look at how we prepare for a race in a sim and how you'd prepare for a race in the real world, there's not a huge amount different other than the fact that the car is ready to go. You don't need mechanics spattering the car to get it ready. But, you know, strategy, preparation, all that's still the same. And we were teaching these vital skills. And so really the idea is to give students that opportunity, that exposure to racing, that they may not have had in the real world. I mean, a lot of real world teams, you know, you go and work for a team, you're washing wheels, you're fetching and carrying. You're not on the pit wall making those decisions. And I think that was something that we felt it could be vital experience that these students could learn, so that when they are ready to go out into the real world of racing, they can say, well, I've been racing with Quatermass Motorsport for the last 2 years as part of my study, and you know we've grown our drivers and developed our drivers, and they can show a portfolio of work, just to strengthen their CVs when they move forward with their careers. And the hope is that in time we'll be in a position where we can keep them on board as a professional entity. So that was really where it all came about, and the university have been very good to us. A few students coming through for our ranks now, and really it's just to support them, and they support us with that sort of steady influx of new recruits, as it were.
And then just finally, very briefly, how's the rest of this evening looking for yourself then?
For me, I'm going to go have a lie down because I'm very tired. I think I've got to do one more split tomorrow morning, hopefully when I should be feeling a little bit more rosier. I said to Andy, portraying through the press, I think it's up with me. And I've got one more stint to do, but I think as the car, I think top 20 is really where we're aiming. It's a really strong field this year, but you know, and I think even putting our best foot forward, you know, be a tough race. But I think for a lot of teams, it's going to be a case of who can keep it clean, and I think that's really going to make or break the result for us. At the moment, we seem to be doing that okay. We've only got a little bit of damage, which I think we've all bar pretty much cleared in the pits. As part of our normal pit stop strategy. You know, the time loss was rather minimal, to be fair. So I think that's where we've got to really aim, top 20. But if we can get a better result, then of course we'll work the strategy and the stint planner accordingly.
Well, go away, enjoy your rest, and all the best for the rest of the race.
Thank you very much.
There we go then. Max Spooner joining us here in the commentary box there, Justin, and I think it's reached that time now where I go away and have some dinner myself. and hand over the reins on commentary.
Yes, indeed, Paul. You go enjoy yourself. Once again, Paul Smith completing his stint here for the broadcast as we reach 17 hours to go. Joining us now in the commentary box for the next hour or so. Welcome in Andy Webster. Webbo, I believe it's pronounced your nickname. Andy,
that's the
welcome
one.
to the broadcast. Yes, it is. Welcome.
Hey, Justin. Thank you so much for the welcome. I'm really pleased to be here. Yeah, absolutely. My friends call me Webbo, so please do that. And I'm really excited to see what this next hour has in store for us here at Silverstone.
Yes, indeed. So far, I'm not sure how much you've kept an eye on things, but what's so far stood out to you for this event in what you have noticed so far, especially with so far things have really solidified for WSR Esports and for Satellite, who is on a pit strategy.
So I have to fully admit I'm coming in pretty cold here today. Kind of a last-minute call-up. I absolutely adore all forms of racing and motorsports. So the passion isn't going to be a problem for me. Seeing such a huge array of teams and drivers is fantastic for this brilliant event. I'm a little bit sad that the Silverstone weather is quite so misty, but it adds to the atmosphere a little bit. I think just seeing all the difficulty the drivers are going to have with visibility right now.
Especially with it going to be dark, and that's going to really impact the braking marks, you have to think. Take a look still on the battle going on with Sim Dynamics and Sunoco Race Fuels. Paul Allen, he's been able to keep up with the Aztec racing machine, but these groupings of cars have really started to calm down, Webbo, in the most recent hour or two. Early on in the race, in the first 4 or 5 hours, it was argy-barginess at least every 10 minutes. Now it's really settling in.
Okay, yeah. So it's calmed down just in time for me to arrive. Is that what you're saying? But I think drivers do get into that kind of situation where they try to maximise the first stint or two, and then the reality starts to hit of how much of a long slog we're in for, and maybe the excitement starts to dip a little bit, and they start to put their sensible hats on for a little while, or at least the second or third stint drivers can react to perhaps some over-exuberance. Although I did see a pretty large accident while I was waiting to come in, so I think we're not without excitement, and with this size of field on what is not necessarily one of the largest tracks in the world, we're sure to have action.
Project Not Last, by the way, black flag for the big incident on the driving into an active circuit after having it off rather than being safe. That is a 30-second unsafe rejoin penalty for that 21 car. Also, back in the race lead is Satellite for their respective class. Let's take a look more at the 21, and this is what we're talking about. You do not want to do this.
No, and he does have full visibility of the racetrack. I'm sure he's got someone in his ear as well, and just that creep forwards. Unfortunately, waiting for a clear track is absolutely essential. And of course, the damage to someone else's race that has happened, and several drivers obviously having very, very close calls as well. That could have been a massive accident with multiple cars. We're lucky, I think, that it was just the one that was affected.
It's getting really dark all of a sudden. It is now 7:05-ish in sim time. Meanwhile, this 32 car has had a very tough time. Alpha Esports, another slide, and a little bit of argy-barginess as they came across the track.
No, absolutely. I mean, again, trying to get back into the racing position, and then someone just coming straight down towards the apex, as of course they are perfectly valid and in their rights to do. But the gap just closes up. Thankfully, they were on the brakes into Brooklands there and managed to get the car stopped dead. And the smallest amount of contact, I don't imagine that's going to cause a huge amount of problems. But you just got to have your wits about you all the time, Justin, especially as the light starts to dim.
You can see earlier on, this was a very sunny light condition. It's still pretty windy. Humidity 98% as well. It's very moist out there. It still says partly cloudy, but You can see the fog has really made it difficult. It's expected to stay like this until about 11 o'clock in sim.
So I'm just trying to peer at this racetrack, and it's an almost pointless camera from the helicopter. It's up there for medical purposes, but in terms of providing decent pictures, that is a complete washout for us. We'll have to stick to trackside cameras because the drivers are virtually invisible from that high up through this mist and this humidity that is clearly going to be affecting the drivers a great deal, as it looks like it's getting mighty busy down there right now. This is Tanner Prater in the 43. Just navigating several other drivers in front of him, and obviously trying to make a move through in the Mercedes AMG.
Yes, DCW Racing Orange just in front of him. This is a battle amongst the top 10 in class, by the way. The Women's M3 started originally in 36 overall, amongst one of the higher-up ones in their class today. But DCW getting really pressurized nearly to the back bumper.
It's a tricky point of the circuit where different lines seem to converge, and obviously Tanner is looking for the opportunity to make a move. That was perhaps not it, but he was much hotter into the apex. The Porsche just pulling away slightly, but I think it's a matter of time here and a matter of patience as well. Just pick his right moment here to make the move, but obviously you don't want to get stuck and caught into the rhythm there of the 44 car. You've got to pounce whenever possible, and the No Limit Sim Racing Academy car, as they have to move aside as well, and things just getting a little bit tricky as they come on out of Luffield, head towards Cops Corner. Very, very quick corner, of course, and you can just see Tanner getting a really good run through here, and he's moving to the outside as they approach in towards Maggots, and definitely that Porsche getting a little bit defensive on the inside.
Yeah, right now, not allowing any big chances to poke and prod fully right now is the 44. Right now, that run is about to switch the other way. Lots of traffic up the straightaway. No Limit Sim Racing Academy. Just not enough speed, it looks like, to be able to get the toe on its own. How is this going to be in terms of when you know you're quicker in the long run, but just not in the straightaways? How's that balance going to be, knowing that, too, you're reaching a lot of lap traffic?
That's right, and there's an opportunity here, and he's trying to take that opportunity to get a little draft from the 31 if he can, and just time his accelerator input, and here it comes on the way to finish out the lap. Looks like he's got that inside line. It's going to be much neater. The Porsche straight out over the track limits across the start finish line, but the next turn, of course, Abby is going to be that right-hander. Can he make that feed through? He's missing out on the top speed, but through he goes, and a beautiful maneuver there to get through, and it just, bit patience paying off. Still going to be very wary though, because the 44 coming back straight away. I love to see that kind of thing, not giving up the position, even though it looked like he was absolutely done for there. But another car coming up the inside, can't quite make that one out. The 258 and the 44 getting past our number, getting passed by two cars then in the space of one sector.
That's RD Simsport not for position, by the way. That is somebody who is an extra lap down, zipping on by. Wow. So Alistair Pollock losing a couple on track car spots. But that's, again, the ebbs and flows of things on the strategy, but also in terms of how the fuel itself, I think, goes. Right now, 8 laps into the stint is DCW. Compare that right now to the cars zipped on by there. I believe it's pretty similar on strategy within a couple laps. But right now, this is where muscle memory is especially going to become critical for this type of the race. You're going to have to keep your head on a swivel with how dark it now is. It's just about nighttime fully here.
Yeah, definitely. I found that we've got the drivers just starting to really adjust their visual markers for where they're going to be moving around. It's very easy to get lost in the tail lights in front of you, the headlights in the rear, and look at the hangar straight, just how busy it is down there for everybody to try and navigate. And now those side LED numbers starting to really shine out And look, the business here, we're going to have to enjoy that a little bit more. But 7th place, obviously, for the 44 in class. And we know that the 43 made their way through to now what is 6th in class. And that's a good climb. And certainly, CG Gibby enjoyed that one in the chat, as did Lewis Gregg. Both enjoying Tanner's overtake, I think, there.
I think so too, with that move. Be able to get it done efficiently. Still though, a lot of these teams, this is where a lot of the practice is critical. To be able to make sure you're up to speed, right? Practice all portions of the race. How was that, in your opinion, in terms of preparing for an endurance race like this, to make sure you're ready to go for when it's nighttime and you have that preference then set for your drivers when you go to the track?
Well, I think it's key for all drivers to get some practice in these conditions. You could argue that nighttime and dusk and sunrise conditions, not that they will likely see the sun rising today, but that is more important, I think, to practice than dry and straightforward conditions, because obviously when you've got the low grip, you've got the low vision practice under the belt, then anything better than that is an easier adjustment than trying to adjust to this. But clearly the teams are going to have their practice effect, and they're going to monitor each other and make sure that they do have their specialists, all those with that hyper-focus ability, the ones that can really get into a rhythm, not necessarily your top overtakers, but certainly the ones that have a good rhythm, that can make fast reactive adjustments when events happen on screen. And I think your consistency is really going to be key here. So those are the qualities I'd be looking for as a team manager for this stint and the next couple to come, I think.
Indeed, so far, seen things continue to roll out efficiently. So right now, keeping an eye on one of the Aztec racing machines, by the way. Still keep an eye on, at the moment, Matthew Shaverton. This is the 290, 15th in their class at the moment. Just driving along in the distance for the time being. They do have Ram Ranch Motorsport, who is slowly trying to reel them on in a fair bit a ways back. But it gets to where, too, you might get these pockets where you're on your own like this, where it gets calm like this, and where that practice we just emphasized really comes into be to make sure you find a way to get to your next pack. Let's take a look at the 147, Luca Munro. Right now, Luca, his team has got it on the pylon in 30th. That was a goal for them.
Yeah, clearly full of chatter here. One of the drivers that enjoys a good bit of chat in his ear. Someone to talk to. There are drivers who clearly don't like that and prefer absolutely minimal communication, but I don't think his lips have stopped moving since we joined him on camera. So clearly talking his way around the track, it's working for him. So the 147, you just get a really good idea here of the kind of vision that they've got, the visibility in towards Abbey here now next, and blind exit of Abbey. The car washing out slightly, and just a little bit of a hint of starting to struggle there with seeing where all the markers are on the track. Of course, not a track equipped generously with floodlights or trackside lighting, so certainly something that you need those headlights to be able to see the best that you can, although unfortunately the headlights do struggle to see just to the level of distance that you need, especially down a mini straight like the Wellington straight is. Your eyes are much further on than the headlights can reach on the tarmac. So but clearly Luca managing at the moment okay. And there you get some just reflective patterns from the cones on the old pit entry as we go back trackside for the 147 there in P30.
Yes, indeed. Not bad for the overtake entry right now. We'll see what happens It's the rest of the way for them right now. Sim Team 5 laps ahead of Gravel Trap Racing to be able to get themselves in that position for the time being. Only the one DNF this entire run so far here today. Here's Project 91 Racing Team Orange, the 92 car. That's had a lot of slides. What's that like, knowing you've been trying to push hard and they've made the driver swap here? The last driver in Matteo Tonello did not have a fun time. Now you have Mikhail Sikorsky, who's looking to settle this car back in.
It's, the pressure's on. The pressure's on in a very different way to when a driver has an absolute barnstorming race and they turn up and you have to follow them. This is a different situation. You know that the team are a little bit hampered. You've got a lot of work to do. Obviously, just sticking to the racing line as a GT3 driver ought to. GT4 driver ought to. The car in front just getting loose. He's definitely getting a little bit of understeer at the moment, Mikhail Sikorsky. But you can see, very focused on the face here. Very pinpoint with his eyes. He knows where he is. He knows what he's looking for. You just see him looking down into the mirrors, seeing if he's clear to turn on in to Stowe Corner. And knowing that he's got to deliver the kind of consistency that the team need now. He can't undo the situation that they're in, but he can certainly mitigate against it and try and move forward if at all possible.
We'll see if that mitigation is going to be able to stay rooted in for this Project 91 entry. Last time by running the 210s. Let's take a look at their battle. This is TSRC eSports. They're right now holding on to 6. Kieran Sharp trying to have a sharp time to get himself around Adam Grimson. A little bit archy with the Cube Controls car. TSRC seems to be a little bit quicker right now on the setup.
Absolutely. Sharp by name, and he's certainly got a sharp characteristic of the car. It's turning in nicely on the nose in comparison to the Porsche, but he's on the wrong side of the car here on the way into Cops. He's putting a lot of faith on the driver on the inside there to not understeer and have his own moment as I can't make out what's happening from that particular camera, but just, I think, getting ahead in the end in the Mercedes. A nice sequence there, managing to get the car out of Luffield, deal with an outside maneuver around the outside of Stowe Corner. And now they head down that old hangar straight. Really good maneuver. This is the 888 entry. Adam Greveson in the Cube Controls Reparto Corsa. He's in P6 then in class. And very still and quiet engine on board the Porsche at the moment. So not a lot of feedback audibly from here. But he's got his